I see Bruce on the screen. Bruce, can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you yet. We're still working on our end. Should we try it again? Bruce, can you hear me? All right, you can hear me. I still can't hear you. We're working on it.
Mine are going to flip on.
Oh, I got you. I hear you.
All right.
Can you hear me, Bruce? Yes. All right. I heard you.
All right. I think we're live.
Hey, we are.
How's it going, Jay?
Good, man. How you holding up?
I'm holding up pretty. I really need to check on you. Are you okay?
I did not watch the game tonight, so I feel great.
Oh, man. I'll have to let up on you a little bit.
Oh, man. He's just like, just throwing the pain my way.
I just, you dropped 2 games in a row.
I know. Oh, my gosh. I don't know what's happening.
I was dreading this. I was dreading this talk on the bench, not about talk about poverty and how to solve homelessness, but for you to be ragging me about the Dallas Cowboys.
And I have nothing to say. I can't even do that tonight.
Oh, so
it's terrible.
We've been having some great conversations. I'm sure you have too.
Yeah, no, it's been good, man. So you guys are 1 hour behind us, right? So is it midnight there?
It is midnight here.
Yeah, you got to figure that out. That's awesome. So
it's going well.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about Dallas, man. What's new? You are at. So this is Bruce. But for those on my stream, this is my good friend Bruce Butler. He is the president and CEO of Union Gospel Mission in Dallas. And Bruce, you've been at this for a while, right?
I have. You talking in terms of being CEO?
Yeah. How long you been a part of Union?
I'm really a long-term volunteer.
Yeah.
Volunteer for 33 years. I was a volunteer for 25 years before I became CEO.
Yes.
So doing that for 8 years.
Awesome.
Probably similar to you, just love the Lord, got called into this rescue ministry, kept hanging around the mission. And as you know, if you hang around long enough, you get to be CEO.
They put you in charge. Yep. That's what happens.
That's chief, bottle washer, yard cutter, whatever it takes.
A little bit of everything. That's for sure.
But just love it. The toughest thing I've ever done, but the most rewarding.
Yeah, I would agree. That's the same here. And honestly, and I know you didn't go out seeking this job, and similar with me, right? Like I wasn't looking to do it. It wasn't something I aspired to be when I was growing up. But once I got in this space and in this role, there's no other place I'd rather be.
Oh yeah, and it's always kind of neat when you look around the country, you see that most people have called into this work. Just love the Lord or trying to help other people. They may or may not have had some, personal tough patch. And you just look up and someone starts drawing you in a little closer and closer. And before you know it, you're around the campfire.
Absolutely. So Bruce, tell what's things like in Dallas? How's we hear about the trends nationally, right? We live in our space every day. So here in Lancaster, right, maybe our numbers aren't reflective of the rest of the country, but there's a feeling that things are getting tougher. I just got done a conversation with a good friend who's a pastor who's been in this work before too. And the complexity. It feels like we're
Right.
dealing with more complex issues amongst our guests, those who are experiencing homelessness. That's part of the challenge. And then the other thing we talked about was the pathway out, because of the housing crisis that we're dealing with in our community and probably nationally. The pathway out feels like there's an extra barrier. You know, it's not just sobriety and stability and employment, but now that housing barrier is even harder.
Yes, things are getting tougher, and it sounds like you're hearing the same thing we're hearing. The resounding piece that we're hearing over and over is really an economic one. We've got a lot of questions where people are talking about the effect of hyperinflation on poverty and homelessness, and how much is it affecting it, and tell them that it's affecting it greatly. Don't hold me to these numbers exactly, but I'm hearing numbers like for a little one-bedroom efficiency in Detroit, that's around $1,800 a month. You go all the way to the West Coast, to San Francisco, somewhere like that, is about $2,600. You get to Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, somewhere $1,600-1,700 a month. And like I said, that math doesn't work at $10-15 an hour.
Right. Yeah, one of my guests she's deeply tied into the economic side of things, and she was saying in Lancaster, to afford a one-bedroom apartment, you need to make $26.70 an hour. $26.70 an hour in order to afford. Actually, it was a two-bedroom place. But that like you're not getting any jobs coming out of Water Street or coming out of Union Mission making $28 an hour.
No. Well, I was looking, just on the individual basis. I'm blessed. You're blessed. We're not trying to pretend like we're homeless. No kind of way. But the last several years, you look at the appraisal on your house, and I kind of scratched my head, and I said, if I had to buy this house again, I couldn't do it.
Oh, no way. Yeah.
So, younger people coming up, they're scratching their head and trying to figure out how they're going to make it. And that's with a college degree.
So how are you guys adapting? How is Union Gospel Mission with some of these new challenges? Have you been able to shift or change or adapt some of your approach with your guests?
Well, the main way we are adapting with the men is we're really encouraging them in the short term. We're the Union Gospel Mission. So we believe that most people, there's nothing wrong with being single. There are people that are single, but most people are going to get married, have some kind of partner. So we pretty much say, until you are blessed and find your partner, you might want to really consider getting a roommate. A lot of the guys, they start off and they have this fantasy of waiting for their match, their magical voucher, so they can get their bachelor pad. That sounds really good, but if you're just coming out of homeless and it's kind of quite a few hard knocks, that's probably not going to happen real soon. But if you split one of those apartments with somebody, you can save money, to wrap up your skills, hopefully get a better job, and you'll be able to afford a better place. And guess what? You might even meet somebody and get married and can buy that house together.
Well, and
taking in steps.
Honestly, Bruce, like that, going out and living on your own isn't always the healthiest. Right. When we talk with our guests who have gone through our full program and we've seen incredible change and restoration in their life, the biggest risk to them when they move out is isolation. And that's their reporting back to us. It's the lack of connections and relationships, and it's isolation is the biggest risk to them, struggling, falling back into addiction, getting back into the habits that led to the struggles they had before, or just, losing hope. And so one of the things we're doing, we actually are in the process right now of renovating a building right across from where I'm sitting. We bought the building right over there, and we're building what we're calling an intentional community, where they won't move in and to one apartment with another roommate, but it's a community where we'll have 6 basically studio apartments. So they'll have their own privacy, their own place, and then a shared kitchen, shared living room, and with support. So we'll have a life coach and a case manager walking with them, creating community amongst the 6 of them, and then also helping them to connect out and build relationships outside in the community. So it's really, it's a transitional housing model, but it's with real intentionality about what it means to live in community, create community that's going to be supportive to your journey.
Right. Yeah, we have something kind of similar to that, but for sure can be tweaked some. Because of our wonderful donors, we actually own 2 apartment complexes.
Wow.
We have a 44-unit apartment complex and a 34-unit, 1 and 2 bedrooms. And Jack, counter to what you're saying, what we found to be effective is when people graduate from our program, they move into those apartment complexes and they build community.
Yeah.
Now they're free to move wherever they can afford.
Right.
But we find the most success when they're in that area.
Wow.
And then as they're in aftercare, our caseworkers can go there, have Bible studies with them or check on them, and works out well. And we also have one of our local churches that's recently reached out and said that they want to do an apartment life type ministry in there.
Okay.
Because there's people showing up at their church needing help, and they want to help them.
Yeah.
And they'll refer a lot of them to us, but they're trying to figure out what can they do in their community to minister to them.
Wow.
And that fits right in with what we were saying, that we believe the real poverty that most people are experiencing is that poverty of a relationship.
Yeah. That's such a real thing. And it's part of what leads to homelessness, but it's also part of the answer of helping people out is
Absolutely.
relationships. So, yeah.
And I agree with you totally. At times, the worst thing you can do is get someone in an apartment by themselves.
Yeah. It's the dream, though.
And then they're trying to figure out how to navigate it.
Yeah. And that's the challenge, is because it is like, how do you tell somebody that that's not the right next step for you? Like, man, when you've been struggling and you've been living in a shelter, when you've been living in, a residential dorm in a program thing, and it's just like, man, I just want my own place. And that's what we all want. So it's hard to begrudge that, but at the same time, to help them understand that may not be the right next step.
Right.
So, and actually,
it sounds like what you guys are planning to do is the way to go.
Yeah. I think it's a great next step for people. I mean, I think of, so the last person who was sitting on the bench with me here was actually my pastor. But my pastor, his journey is amazing, because I met him when he was a guest at the mission 30 plus years ago. Right. So he came in, in shorts and a t-shirt and a pair of Chucks, and it was mid-October and it was getting cold, and that's all he had. And, God did an incredible work in his life. And when he left the mission and moved out, his first move was into a tiny little studio apartment. He was working at the mission. He was driving truck for us at the time, but he got this little apartment, and it was a horrible situation for him. And I had just bought a house a couple blocks away, and had a couple guys move. I was a single guy at the time. I had guys living with me. And one of the guys who was living with me was like, man, Rick had already moved out on his own. And he's living in this tiny studio apartment, and he was flailing. His life had been transformed by Jesus. He had a job. He had a supportive church, but he was going to fall apart living in this little studio apartment because he was isolated. The people in the apartments next to him were all using drugs and alcohol, and he's just like, I'm going down. And we actually, he ended up moving in with us, with a bunch of Christian guys living together. And we had our own little intentional community. And we were accountability for each other. We were support system for each other. And eventually each of those guys, I was the last of the 4 original housemates to get married. So every time somebody get married, we'd move some other guy in, and then somebody else would get married. Finally, when I got married, I kicked them all out and I took the house for myself. But, but yeah, I think of his story. If he had tried to do it on his own, he wouldn't have made it. It wasn't until he moved into a place with community that he was able to really take those steps forward.
Right. Those communities and relationships. And I'm sure if you talk to all 300 CEOs of Citygate Network, they'll tell you that part of that process of really ministering to people is them realizing that we really do love them and care for them, and it's trying to help them.
Yeah.
Because once you stay out on the streets so long, you get used to people trying to take advantage of you. And it's hard to believe you finally found a place where people are actually trying to help you.
Yeah, yeah.
And most of the time, in Dallas, it may take close to 2 months for a person to kind of exhale and say, okay, they're really trying to help me.
Yeah.
And then you can make some progress. But it takes a while.
Yeah, yeah. We have an intentional part of our journey with our guests, 7 days that we call stabilization phase. And it makes me laugh because I know you're right. For some people, it takes 2 months. Our hope is that 7 days, we have like super low level expectations, basically like don't kill anybody. Don't use drugs on campus. Don't use drugs on campus and don't kill anybody. As long as you can do those 2 things, you're good. And it's a chance to just breathe. We just want to build trust. We want to build a sense of safety. And 7 days is helpful. It's probably not enough, right? 2 months before real trust starts to build. But we found having that 7 days of like, we're not even talking about your goals, your journey, what's next for you. We don't talk about that at all in the first 7 days. It's just, you're here. Here's where you get your meals. Here's where you sleep. You're safe. It's okay. And then over time, slowly building those relationships. And then we sit down and start talking about, hey, what's next? What got you here and what's next? And how do we walk with you? But we don't even bring that up in the first 7 days because we know we need time to build trust.
Right. Yeah. So we're a little bit farther out because like many ministries around the country, our model changed quite a bit during the pandemic. We used to be a day shelter during the day and a night shelter at night. Mm-hmm. The only people that stayed in our building during the day, you had to be in our discipleship program.
Okay.
Otherwise, everybody, you had to go.
You had to go, yeah.
So that made it real easy to figure out who really wanted to change their lives, perhaps, or at least wanted to hang around. They didn't want to go out on the streets.
Yeah.
And then after the pandemic and in Dallas, we finally decided it's probably not wise to have 800 or 900 or 1,000 homeless people in one day shelter and then spread them back out around the city at night.
Yeah.
So we became 24/7 shelter.
Wow.
But with that come the challenges of how to really engage with 300 or 400 guys on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So we love on them. We don't make them leave. We try to make sure if they're at a mission in any corner, they're going to hear the gospel and be encouraged to come into the classes.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of getting to that point to where we're squeezing that time down more and more for that decision. But it's been a process of easing it down.
Yeah.
And as long as we have some space, we don't force them to go out because we feel that we stand a better chance of sharing the gospel with them versus making them go out on the streets where we know they're going to be tempted to do other things.
Right. That makes sense. So I think we're supposed to be wrapping up our time, but I want to ask you 2 questions, Bruce. I've asked everybody who's been on my bench. I've asked the same 2 questions to them, so I'm gonna throw them at you. And don't worry, it's not about how bad are the Eagles going to beat the Cowboys the next time.
Okay.
I do. Even with them losing tonight, I am wearing my Eagles scarf out here to stay warm.
All right.
So here's my 2 questions. The first is, thinking about our neighbors, our friends who are experiencing homelessness, those who are on the street tonight, who are sleeping in their car somewhere. What is your hope for them? And then the second question is for you. I know you have a tough job because I have the same job. I know there's a lot of ups and downs, and it can be discouraging. What gives you hope, Bruce?
Right.
So question 1, what is your hope for them? And the second one is, what gives you hope?
My hope for that lady, that man, those kids that might be sleeping in their car on the streets is that they find a friendly face, a safe place for them to be for the night, and hopefully a place for them to have that life transformation take place. No one wants to be out on the streets. And like someone I was talking to earlier said, with every person, there's a story. And it's my prayer that someone would take time and really hear that story and listen and have some love and compassion for them, and hopefully turn that story that might seem like a nightmare into a story with a good ending.
Yeah.
What I'm hoping and praying for, and quite frankly, really am enthusiastic and optimistic of, is that we'll have more collaboration, both inside City Gate and also with all our partners in the community. And for my selfish reason, I really think one of the wonderful parts of this conversation on the bench, and what I love from last January, it forced me to stop. It forced me to slow down and talk to my counterparts in the community that are doing similar work, and figure out how we can work together and help each other. Just finished one of these books. I believe it's Peter Greer's book,
Rooting for
Rivals. I mean, it's not a novel thing.
Yeah.
If I can really root for the Philadelphia Eagles, and when y'all play somebody else in the NFC, I will root for that and realize you can win and we can win, and it's all good. And when we're dealing with poverty and homelessness, we're all on the same team.
We are
trying to help people.
Yes.
And if you can help them before I can, great.
Yeah.
And I wish there wasn't another person to help. Yeah. But unfortunately there is.
Yeah.
So I want you to be successful. I want everybody to be successful, and for God to get the glory.
Yeah, that's awesome, Bruce. Love Rooting for Rivals.
God bless you, man.
What a great book, man. What a great concept. And I know you're living it out too, Bruce. So good talking to you tonight, man. How cold are you?
Stay warm.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm guessing you're a little warmer in Dallas than I am.
Oh, it's feeling great out here now. The only thing that would make it better, if you could promise me that the next time Dallas and Philly play, we will win. But that was the first good game. I mean, I was afraid we was going to get blowed out.
That was a good game.
The fact that we didn't get blowed out, I was happy.
That was a win. That was a good game. Well, the way the Eagles are playing now, maybe it's you got maybe I got to be praying we don't get blown out.
Well, we got to play a little defense first.
Yeah. Hey, good talking to you,
God
Bruce.
bless.
Love you, man.
All right.
Take care.
All righty.
We'll figure out this technology. There we go. He's out. Did you leave the breakout room, I think? Yeah. There we go.
Recording in progress.
All right. So are we back to me live? All right.
If you want to take a break, I can play one of the videos.
I'm okay. I think we have another guest here. You've been waiting around for a while. I don't want to make you wait anymore. We're good. Come on up. How you doing?
I'm good, Jess. Good to see you.
Your name again?
Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you.
Are you at Side Street?
I am at Side
Yeah,
Street, and I
okay.
used to be at Water Street. Yeah. I
Oh,
stayed
wait.
at Water Street for you guys for a little while.
Oh,
right
yeah.
before COVID hit.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I was there for almost 2.5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So, full circle. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome to the bench.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, we're back live? Greg, everything's rolling? All right. The technology is so much fun sometimes. But it's
Is that
working.
even on?
It is on.
Okay, good.
It is on. So I think it's coming through okay. So thanks for joining me.
Of course.
You
Thanks
wanna
for having me.
introduce yourself to our viewing audience, the millions who are out there at 1 a.m.
Of course, to all my night owls and anyone who's going to see this, hello, my name is Jesse. I'm a former Water Street resident, currently serve for Side Street and a local member of Victory Church. And so decided to come and talk about subjects that have been very close and dear to my heart for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah. Victory Church. So are you part of the city plan?
So I go into the city when I do the outreach with Side Street.
Okay.
Anytime that one of our friends decides that they want to open their heart to Christ, I pick them up.
Yeah.
I meet them in the mornings. I
Nice.
usually bring them a hot plate of food that I make at home. And then we sit through service and then
Awesome.
we start from there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So you know Nick Smith.
I do. I have the privilege of knowing Pastor.
Yeah. Yeah. Nick is our director. For those out there, Nick is our director of Compass.
Yes.
Amazing guy.
Yeah.
Just loving on young adults in our community and a part of the Victory Church leadership.
Yeah.
And
It's made a difference, believe it or not, in the city.
That's awesome.
Just last month, we were able to bring 4 of our guests that we have been helping to meet Jesus, and they got water baptized.
wow.
And so we had the privilege of being there for them, and it's an amazing feeling,
Yeah.
Jack, to just see a whole circle come through
Yeah.
on what they're
Yeah.
struggling with.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, tell us a little bit about Side Street
Okay.
Mission. Tell us, like, what are you guys all about? What are you and how are you connecting with people and helping them along their
So
journey?
Jess Miller started Side Street. She is a local member of Victory Church, but she did an outreach program one of our trips over to California,
Okay.
Skid Row. And
Yeah.
that part of her story is that changed her heart in a
Wow.
way that kind of planted seeds in both her heart and mind, and she
Yeah.
wanted to be the change
Yeah.
and wanted to be God's hands and feet somehow.
Mm.
And so she started Side Street,
Okay.
and it's gone amazingly. So once a month we do major events, whether at the Mix, whether at Musser Park,
Yep.
where we get together and we feed. We provide personal hygiene bags, whatever temporary is needed, whether the weather is hot or cold. And then we try to bring them closer to God. Right now the goal is to start even bigger and help the community out even more. So, we're trying to do some fundraising for a food truck.
Wow.
So we can actually be out in the community even more. But that's been her goal. The people that serve on the board are amazing. The community has been a great support for her, and allowing people to just donate, bring things out. And again, just meeting them. The whole goal is to establish that friendship,
Yeah.
that trust that you were talking about, that is so hard to give someone.
Yeah.
And just do it in such a loving way, in a way that there is no judgment, in a way that reminds them that God sees them, that God loves them. I don't think that there's anything bigger than that.
Yeah. That's the greatest gift.
Yeah,
we can give.
it's been amazing. I started serving with them mid-year last year.
Okay.
They had asked me for over a year to serve. And I'll be honest, I was very honest with them. I was like, I was hesitant. I was hesitant because I was like, I don't know. Are you another organization that's just trying to like help people? And are you really helping?
Yeah.
And until I started actually volunteering and actually seeing what they were doing,
Yeah.
I knew that I was all in.
Wow.
I knew that wherever they needed me to, whether it was handing out flyers, whether it was serving food, whether it was prayer for them, whether it was trying to find donations, like any way that I could assist, I knew that that was the place. They were doing it from a place of genuine calling, you know, and so I respect that. And I'm honored to be part of, you know, of that organization. Yeah, most definitely.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And feel free to share as much or as little as you want, but I would love if you'd be willing to share a little bit of your journey.
Yeah, of course. So I resided with Water Street for about 2.5 years. I'm a single mom with 2 kids. When I called 211, at some point, they were literally shutting me down from here to almost Lebanon County.
Wow.
Every shelter was closed. They're like, Water Street will take you. And I'm not a local from here. I've been here for almost 18 years, though.
Okay.
So I had this huge impression of Water Street, and it was not pretty. You know, not the street, not the building, not the people. But I was at my wit's end, Jack. I was done. I kept going on this carousel and I didn't know how to get off the carousel, you know, and I was dizzy of being on it and I was tired of always reacting the same way. And I thought I would change a situation. And then I realized it's just the same situation with a different face, you know, and my reactions were always the same. I come from a huge background of trauma. I left my house when I was 15. And I've never been back. And so my family has completely different views on religion than I do. And that was the main reason why I left. And so I've been on my own since then. And so one pile of trauma after another put me in this survival mode that I didn't have a way out. And just like anyone else that struggles with absolutely anything, I self-isolated. You know, my fear were people. I knew that people were not nice. I knew the capability of what people can do. And so I was petrified to walk into Water Street. I remember walking in there and I was already at my wit's end, but I was like, you guys are crazy, from the life coaches to the check-in to absolutely everyone that would talk to me. Until I went into like the emergency part of it, the second floor, since I had 2 kids. And I was given the time to, for the first time ever, to sit. And so that was scary on its own because I've always been on the go. And so to sit, I was like, no, can't do this. I was like, my kids.
We need activity.
Yes, I was like, I need to be busy. I cannot sit in my feelings. Like, this is not going to work for me. I was like, my kids need special soap. They have, you know, skin problems and like they need this and that. And everything that I would mention wasn't rebutted, but they're like, okay, we'll take care of it. Okay, we'll take care of it. And I'm like, I've heard that before. I've heard that before. And then in the morning, there were bags outside my door with all the things that I had just talked to someone about. And so that started kind of building like, okay, this might work. And then I was like, well, I have a really good job. So I just need 30 days. Okay, like I managed 12 Boost Mobile stores. I can do this. You're not charging me anything. Definitely just 30 days. You know,
save up my money and
I'm out of here. Yep, I'll make it happen. And then I couldn't. You know, Boost Mobile seemed to be like, listen, if you can't work the same hours that you were working before, Monday through Sunday, this isn't going to work. And I was like, well, I need part-time right now and I'm in this situation. And then next thing you know, I lost my job. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, is the universe trying to make me sit? Because back then I still had this love-hate relationship with God, with everything that I had been through. I was like, I know you're there, but I'm not sure how present you really are in my life. And I hadn't chosen to really see how he had been present the whole time in my life, you know, and sitting, I think, was the best thing outside of Joe Lurkin challenging me one day in a class to move my seat. Believe it or not, yeah, we were in Identity Matters,
Uh-huh.
and he's like, Jesse, you always sit in the same spot. You're scared to sit somewhere else. And I was like, maybe, Joe. I don't know. And I'm like, I was like, it's like, you're right. I was like, I need to be by the door. Like, I just don't know. And I did. I changed my spot, and that changed my perspective on thinking of everything. And from there, I met with life coaches. And at the time, you guys had Lenny, and we had so many different people. Wellspan was in there. And I did what I had to do, and I started digging. And I dug, and the more I dug, I saw light, and I saw a version of myself that I didn't even know existed. And I said, okay, so every door closed and God opened this one. So this must be where I need to be. You know, and for a long time I did fight it. I didn't want to, anxiety driven, fear driven. I was constantly like, you guys have men on the property. Why are you scared? No, I'm scared of what I can do. Like, I'm scared of the thoughts in my head. I'm scared of the damages that I can cause someone else if they come at me. You know, that survival kicked in. And then being a mom, even more. I was like, listen, I'm like every apex predator. Like, be careful. I might be small, but I'm mighty. And that's all I can think about. And as I stayed there longer, as I participated in the program, as I started building that trust, as I saw life coaches walk with me instead of talking to me in a lecturing form or trying to control me, I started letting my guard down somehow, and I didn't even see it coming. It just all naturally happened. And then I just moved from one phase to the next, and then I applied for residential, and that worked out for me and my kids, and I started developing more trust. And it's crazy. I walked in there with not being able to even have like that human contact, because I would jump to asking life coaches, hey, can I get a hug? You know, asking my own kids, hey, can you hug me? Like, I'm ready for that. And so that was a huge change for me. It didn't come easy. It came with fear. It came with uncertainty. It came with, I need to control everything because someone took my voice and everything away from me when I was young. So I needed all of that. That was my own security that I created. The more I could control around me, the more I felt like myself, until I realized I can't control anything and I'm here for a reason. And so, it went amazingly. It went from digging with a spork to using a huge boulder and going back and forth and getting all the tools that I should have been taught when I was younger, you know, and putting them in practice in my own life and putting them in practice in my kids' life, you know, to finding a good job at LGH and like, you know, just moving along. Then COVID hit, and then being able to serve during COVID there, you know, and, you know, just watching the community serve us in ways of like catering different food for us. And you guys did different events and made sure that we were able to like just feel normal in a world full of uncertainty. And so it was during those times, the more connections I made, the more trust I built. And that was a huge thing for me until I realized like, man, isolation was what the enemy used in my case to just keep me away from everyone, when that's actually what I needed the most was community, you know? And so it was a beautiful thing to be able to like come full circle. And even though I did leave the program, before I even finished the full program, you guys opened up like Bridge 2 during that time. And so I still had contact with Water Street. And then you guys connected me with other resources like Bridge of Hope. And so I still had case management, you know, because you guys were honest enough to ask me, hey, Jess, what do you need? If you're leaving, like, how can we make you successful? And I was like, I need to be held accountable still. There's still things that I know I need to still learn, but communal living isn't for everyone. And at some point I started struggling with the communal living. And so instead of being able to like really use my tools, I felt like I was starting to go back. And so that was my fear. So I was like, I don't want to. I want to be able to be a good example. And so this is a way that I can do it. And that connection, that bridge still did it, you know, and being able to receive services and still being able to come here for what I needed was a huge thing for me. It was huge. It made the biggest of the difference. Yeah.
what there's so much in your story that's just it's just resonating and connecting with so many of the conversations we've had today.
Yeah.
Around community, around that need, the tendency towards isolation and how dangerous and damaging that can be. But even what you said at the end about like communal living, community, everybody needs community. Communal living's not for everybody.
It's not.
And so like we were talking earlier, and you might have heard me saying to Bruce about like we're turning that into an intentional community.
Yes.
Where some of our guests, as they finish, like rather than going out on their own and risking isolation, can live in community together, have their own place, but have some common space, and then have the life coaches, case managers still connecting with them. So when we were designing that and thinking about, we want to do one for men, we want to do one for women, and we're like, we need to do one for women and children. And it was funny because some of the feedback in my conversations with women with children, that having lived in communal living there, the last thing they wanted to do was move into a facility where they're in communal living again.
Yeah.
Like, and there's something about that. Like when you've got kids, like it's different raising your children in community than living as a single person in community.
So for me, it was more of like the shared living. You know, once I went through the program, once I learned, even like when Kobe's would come in and do like safe people, I realized that like I need that structure. And so I would put my kids to bed by 8:30, no later than 8:30. And so if you don't have a roommate that believes in those things, then you either are going to argue or you're going to try to educate yourself, or you're trying to like you know, be in both. And so it can work, but if you're not ready for that, if you're not ready to step up to the plate and help someone else, it makes it hard. And so at that point, you know, and you guys do an amazing job at trying to pair everyone, especially like the moms with other moms that, you know, but at the end of the day, it's hard. It's hard. You guys, personalities can clash, especially if you do have someone like me that does need the structure. Both my kids are on the spectrum. And so we do have to have like certain things that kind of help my kids be able to function, because that makes me a better mom. You know, if there's too much disorder, then I start like kind of going back to, well, wanting to raise my voice and change my tone of voice. And like, I'm not as graceful with them. And so I get more frustrated easier. And so that was something that I struggled with. And, you know, I understood though that like no one is perfect. You know, the program works. It has nothing to do with, you know, as long as you put the work in, the program works. You have to be able to want to put the work in. You know, I tell people all the time, and my pastor says it enough times that it stays in my head. God is amazing, but he is not a fairy godmother. He does not have a wand and he's going to be like, here you go. I'm going to fix all your problems.
Everything right here.
He wants you to, he's going to meet you in the middle, you know? And so that means that's going to require you doing some work in order to meet him where he needs you to be. And so that was the biggest thing. You know, if you guys would have offered that, it might have been something different, but I was offered other opportunities in the community that gave me what I needed. And so I still completed that. Awesome. And I wasn't ready for a church type of thing, but with Bridge of Hope, they have neighboring volunteers. So that was amazing for me, you know, to have local church members not know me or my family and literally take classes on like how to help me and like how to support me, how to walk with me. Awesome. You know, that made a huge difference. You know, whether I went to their church or not, they just wanted me to get to know God. Like they wanted me to start trusting someone. They just wanted me to be consistent, and they were consistent with me, you know. And so believe it or not, that brought me even closer to the changes. You know, I got water baptized in April, and so it's been, and I feel like that was just a full circle. It started at Water Street. It started at the planting of the seed of like, hey, you have to go to chapel. It's just part of what we do here, you know? And I'm honest, like some days when I talk to the community and I tell them about the program and how it works, a lot of them fear like, well, you know, they want me to do this and they want me to do that. And I was like, well, what you're doing isn't working, is it? I'm such a transparent person with them. And like, I feel like they open up to me in such a different way. So I have this conversations with them, and they're honest enough to tell me, well, you know, I fear that they're going to take all these things away from me. And I was like, well, you know, they're not taking anything away from you that shouldn't be taken. They're just trying to teach you new ways. They're not trying to take your self-control. They're not trying to take anything. They're just trying to show you that there's a better way. They're trying to help you get off the carousel. Because if you think about it, if the carousel goes too fast, you can't get off of it. You're going to fall and you're going to go right under it.
Yeah.
If you've ever ridden a carousel, all you do is go in circles.
Yep.
And it's always the same outcome. So being able to walk in there, and even though I walked in alone, I wasn't alone when I went to Water Street. The staff walked with me. They taught me things, like I said, that I needed. They introduced me to a community of resources that I could use, and I took advantage of the resources, and I still do anytime that I need to, and so now I just get to serve my community. Now I get to tell them, like, I've been there, and yes, I didn't sleep on a bench with my kids because child services would come and find us. There's a difference, but I know what it's like to have the fear. I know what it's like. No one wakes up one day and says, you know what, today's a great day to be homeless. Today's a great day to start being an addict or an alcoholic, or to just lose my home or my job. If we would change our perspective for just 5 minutes and realize that, like, there has to be some brokenness or trauma, whatever word you want to use to describe it, behind it, it's going to make the whole world of a difference. It really is, because that's the key, is changing perspective, is changing, like, it's not, well, you caused this for yourself, so I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to volunteer. I'm not going to give donations. It's not like that. No one wakes up one day and says, I want to ruin my life. It doesn't happen that way. It's bad choices. It's because no one taught you anything else, or because you lose complete hope. And so when you lose complete hope, what else do you have left? Like, think about it. You don't have anything to live for. So what do you have? You rather stay there,
right?
Because it feels safe. Anything else is scary.
I've heard some of our staff talk about the early stages as guests come in. Like, there's times where we have to hope for them because it's impossible for them to hope for themselves.
Yeah.
And like, so there's times like in that walking alongside, it's like, I know you don't see anything, but I see it, and I hope for it, and I believe in it. And you have to, like, impart that just by being next to them in the midst of it.
Yeah.
So many of our guests.
You say that, and I get teary-eyed because one of my caseworkers, when I went in there, was Bosa, and so obviously she's no longer with us, and she's with our Lord. But I was going through a class, and we were doing what we're thankful for. And I didn't have anything to be thankful for. And I was like, your kids. And I was like, well, there's days where I'm very thankful for them, but I feel like I'm not a good mom. So should I be thankful? Like, let's be real. Like, what am I offering my kids? And I remember talking to her in her office, and I was crying, and she goes, Jessie, until you find your own thankfulness, you can borrow mine. And so I felt like it goes along with what you just said, that hope, like, she would give me things that she was thankful for. And so that would open up my eyes to finding those little things that you would think that you're not thankful for. And so I asked for another badge and another lanyard, and I started writing, and I would carry it around along with my badge. And I was like, these are the things I'm thankful for, until I returned her list, and I said, thank you. Thank you for the impact that you have, because you're absolutely right. Sometimes you do have to hope for your guests. Sometimes you do have to show them what they need to be thankful for. And even if that means you sharing your thankfulness and what the things that you're thankful for, we served a guest recently, and we were at the Mix with Side Street, and it was one of our second event, I believe, there. And we had met him, and for some reason I was drawn to speaking to this young man, and he goes, I have nothing to be thankful for. And I said, I heard you playing the piano though. And I was like, I wish I can play the piano. I was like, you should be thankful that you get to do that. You get to like bless someone. I was like, did you teach yourself? He's like, yeah, I'm self-taught. I like music. And I was like, that's amazing. That's a gift that God gave you. Most people have to go to school, or they have to study, and and you can just have that. And so sometimes that's what we have to do as we serve our guests. or just anyone, our community. If you're volunteering, if you're wondering how you can help, volunteer. Pick any organization that is helping, a
There's
cause,
a lot out there.
and volunteer. It does not matter who it is. Just volunteer for the day. Volunteer for a week.
Yeah.
I promise you, it's going to change your life. It's going to change. We is bigger than me.
Yeah.
And so when you figure that out,
Absolutely.
it makes you see them in a whole different perspective.
Yeah. Jesse, I'm so glad you came by tonight.
Yeah. Oh my
I
God.
love
Thanks
hearing
for
this story.
having
This is
me.
awesome.
Yes.
I wanna ask you two questions that I've been asking everybody.
Yeah.
So everybody gets these two questions to wrap up our time together. As you think of the people you're ministering to through Side Street, those who are experiencing homelessness, who are out there right now, maybe sleeping in their car, sleeping on the street somewhere.
Yeah.
What is your hope for them? And then second question, I'll give you both so you can think about it. The second question is, what gives you hope?
So I'll answer your second one. God gives me hope. Figuring out, learning about him, and really knowing him. Not saying, well, I know God, and no, just really knowing him. And by that, I mean the design and purpose that he has for me. Like, he created me for something that he didn't create anyone else for. He gave me skills and gifts that
Absolutely
are absolutely designed for me and me only.
Yep.
So my hope for my community and my friends that are struggling right now, in whatever situation that they're in, is that I hope that they see that. I hope that they know that they're loved beyond measure, that God sees them in any situation that they're in. And I hope that they realize that he has a purpose for your life. And it's definitely not there, but if that's where you're at, he meets you there. I hope that they see that he brings people or organizations to meet them where they're at. So my hope is that they see that their eyes are open, that their heart is open to receiving the help and God's design for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
coming
coming
by
by
thanks
tonight.
for having me.
I really appreciate it. What a great conversation.
Yeah.
What an inspiration. And I hope, I know it's late at night,
Listen, someone will
but
watch it.
somebody's going to see this
Yes.
and they're going to be impacted.
Yes,
So
I
thank you
appreciate
so
it.
much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being out here.
Absolutely.
Have a great night.
Take care.
Have a great night.
Hmm.
What do you want to do? You want to go to a video or you?
Yeah, give me like 2 minutes and then we'll go to a video. I'll just kind of make some comments here. I don't know if anybody's still awake watching this, but all right. Hey, 4 people out there watching. Thanks for sticking with us. Man, that was amazing hearing from Jessie and her story. What a blessing that she stopped by tonight. Yeah, I am encouraged. I am inspired. I'm reminded of what God is doing at Water Street, what God is doing in our community. I'm grateful for the people at Side Street reaching out, going out of their way to just make connections and bring hope to people. That's awesome. There are so many great people in our community who care. So yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. We're gonna play a video. I don't think we have any more scheduled guests for a while. I think like 4 a.m. or 4:30 is our next schedule. So if you want to watch me try to rest, you're welcome to stay on. We are going to keep live streaming because that's what we do. We'll throw on some videos here and there for those of you who are night owls and can't sleep and are watching. So you'll learn a little bit more about Water Street and the amazing stuff that God is doing there. And then we'll hopefully in the morning we'll have some great conversations coming your way. Hopefully I'll be coherent enough to engage in them. But thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of this. Again, the conversations on a bench will continue, but for a little while it's probably going to be quiet, and that's okay. All right, take care.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry. Playing and feeling a sense of normalcy, Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was at 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried. In front of all these grown men, you know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humbled me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober. And I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because I have experienced the unconditional love of the staff, I have learned how it is that my Heavenly Father can love me unconditionally, which was something I never understood before, because nobody had ever done it. If I can be a living, walking example of you can make it through, it's not always going to be easy, but it's so worth it to get to the other side. Because of Water Street, I'm secure, I'm healthier. My relationship with God has been restored and is stronger. Because of Water Street, I'm a better person.
Well, I came to Pennsylvania in 2019. I lived with my sister, who was older than me, and she had passed away that same year. I have a brother out here, so I stayed with him for a certain amount of time. My sister-in-law was the one that mentioned Water Street to me. I'm grateful because it has changed my life. I'm one of those that, I keep to myself, and they have taught me that staying isolated isn't what I need to do. I was in church until I was 15. I didn't really care that much about it. It really hit when my mom died in 2014. So I was like, well, that's it. If there's a God, why does he take these people that we love? And it just got worse. The more family members I lost, I didn't want anything to do with it. Because I didn't really deal with all the grief and everything until I came here. They taught me how to process it and, just to keep God close. And that's what I'm learning to do. It's not an easy road, but yeah. I am currently in phase 2. I want to get back into the nursing field. I used to do CNA work, and I want to get back into that again, get my certification, and maybe move up the ladder a little bit. I felt broken when I came here, and now I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing, and I'm starting to feel a lot better. I'm getting back to the Viannis that I was. I'm much happier, I'm much more enthusiastic about stuff. I'm a lot more active. When I first came here, I thought it was just like any other shelter, but it's a lot more than that. And if someone needs that support and they need to get back on their feet, this is the place to go. It's just a really awesome place to be.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
It's hard to wear this with a hat. Maybe I should take the hat off for a second, put it back on.
Sound and your video.
All right, sound and video. So again, if anybody's watching us right now, thank you. Glad you're sticking with it. It is getting late. I don't even know what time it is. What time is it?
It is 2:10.
2:10. Oh my goodness. So yeah, our next scheduled conversation's 4:30. So I got a couple good men hanging out here. Greg and Ricky, thank you. One good man, one other guy. I won't tell you which one's which. No, but I appreciate having a couple guys out here running the camera, making sure everything's cool, and greeting any guests who might happen to come visit. Last year, it was around this time, we had our favorite visitor, the skunk. You were with us, right, Ricky, when the skunk came by? He came trotting along. He ran like the whole edge of the building. Hopefully the construction happening has scared away any skunks that might have been hanging out nearby.
I saw a black cat.
Yeah, I saw a cat run through earlier while we were talking. Pepe Le Pew. But yeah, so appreciate Greg, Ricky, thank you for being here. And so it's conversations on a bench. It's 24 hours on a bench, but it's not 24 hours of conversations on a bench, because there is a point where we need to just chill. And so we're reaching that point now. It's after 2:00. So I'm not going to ramble on and give a super soliloquy. I'll encourage, if anybody's still out there watching at this time, go check out our website, WSM.org, learn more. We got 4. There's 4 of you out there. Either or they fell asleep and they left it on. I don't know. I did have a couple people last year tell me that they tuned in at 3 a.m. just to see if I was still really on the bench. So
Carmen said, "Thank you, Jack." John, like John Boschmeza,
yeah.
is on. He says, "We here." That was at 1:52.
Yeah, what's he doing still here? Aren't they traveling?
So
When are you traveling, John? I thought you were traveling.
shout out to John. See, maybe he's still alive.
If you're still there, let us know, John. I'm curious. I thought you were starting your big voyage, but maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not yet. Wow, somebody's got somebody playing guitar for him on their bench. I should have brought my guitar out. I could have. Ricky, you could have brought yours. We could have jammed all night.
It would have been one for the ages.
It's hard to play guitar in the cold. For me, I don't know about you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it is tough, man. I played outdoors. I forget what it was that I was playing at one time, and I'm just blowing on my fingers the whole time. I felt like so clunky. Like every chord change, my fingers were like gumming up on. It's so hard. Long before I felt competent on guitar, when I was playing, but I was like, yeah. A friend asked me to play actually at her wedding, and you know, there's another friend of ours was singing. I was playing guitar for him while she was walking down the aisle. It was a beautiful song. I'm trying to remember if it was like Jeff Moore's. I forget. Anyway. Really pretty song, and the right way to play it would be to finger pick, and it was something I could actually do. I could pull off this finger picking pattern that worked. It was pretty simplistic. It just kind of had like 2 variations that went back and forth. So I'm like, I can do this. I get into the sanctuary to do it, and it's like frigid. It's so cold, and I'm like. And my hands, and then you add nerves on top because it's my first time like playing that style in that setting, and the room is packed out and it's cold, and I'm just like trying to warm my fingers and loosen them up, and nothing was working. And so like I got through the first, like the intro and the first verse finger picking, and I'm like, I can't, like I felt it messing up, so then I quick switched and started strumming, just gently strumming, throwing in a couple like pulls on the high E a couple times where it felt right to add some accent, and it was like in my head it was like the worst thing ever, and I felt so embarrassed. I'm like, I ruined this woman's wedding, and afterwards I had like 3 people come up and they're like, man, the way you went from finger picking to strumming, and then that was so cool. And I was like, that was so bad. Like, it's so good there were no musicians in the room.
Always helps.
But
that's one thing I had wanted to do in my life, was learn how to play guitar, but never got around.
It's not too late.
That's what they say.
My favorite is when I'm playing on an electric with a vibrato that's not set flush to the body, but I always leave it up like a tone.
Yeah.
Balance it out. Then you pop a string in the middle of like.
Oh no.
Like, oh my god, what key am I in? Every string's a new pitch.
Oh.
So you really slow down. You start.
Yeah.
I've done that more than once.
That's rough. One of our worship leaders, I don't know, he had to have gotten like a bad batch of strings. So I use Elixir strings on my, because I love Elixir. They feel good and have a decent tone to them, I think.
Last a while, don't they?
I make them last longer than they should. I need to change them out more often, but they do. But he goes back and forth between a couple, but he likes Elixir, and so he bought these Elixir and put them on. One Sunday morning, he broke 2 strings during practice. He broke a 3rd string during the worship service, and then was changing out. Like he actually like cued, and Rick was great. He like cued Rick as if it was like the time for. So Rick comes up and does his little spiel while he's changing the string, and then Rick's like gonna go to the next thing. He's like, "Oh, we got one more song." So we just float like nobody else knew what was going on. It was amazing. So then the next week he shows up. I'm like, "Did you change out all those strings?" He's like, "No, I bought." He'd bought like a 6-pack of Elixirs, and so he's like, "I just got another pack. I think this one will be better." And so I told my wife, "Could you bring my guitar down?" Because we're walking distance. And same thing happened. He broke another string, but he had my guitar right there. So like the song ended. He finished the song out with a broken string, put his guitar down, grabbed mine, played that one for the rest of the set. And I was like, I think you need to abandon those strings. This is not a.
Either that, you want to check it? You tune into A440 or what?
Oh no. No, I don't think he was. No, I think he was worried maybe his nut was too sharp, like that he needed to like sand that down.
They'll file down the string.
So, but he changed. He bought a new sets of strings. He went away from Elixir, and they've been fine since. So I think it was just he like got a bad batch. It's like you should send them back. I mean, they're not. Especially a 6-pack, you're paying $70-$80 for that. Yeah. Well, I wait and buy them on sale. But yeah. So.
Oh yeah. What is your normal sleeping time?
In like real life or on the bed? Oh, real life. I'm more of a night owl, so I typically am not asleep before 11. That's the earliest.
Yeah. Yep.
Usually I fall asleep between 11 and 12. Sometimes, depending, like if there's something going on or if I'm reading a good book or whatever, I might be up till 12:30. 1 o'clock is usually the latest, but
Doesn't reading make you sleepy?
it can. It depends on what I'm reading. So, yeah. But I've always been more of a night owl, and
Yeah, same here. Now, were you born late? Because if you were born late or born early,
I don't even know what time of day I was born. I'm sure at some point in my life I knew that, and I do have a birth certificate that would tell me, but yeah, I don't know.
yeah, maybe I'm a night owl.
Oh.
My wife isn't.
No, neither is mine.
Riser,
Yeah.
go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And John doesn't say anything.
Okay.
He must have dropped off.
Yeah, maybe they're on a plane now.
There's 3 on right now.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna turn off my mic.
Okay,
So
I got you.
we.
Okay.
So I'll make that plug again that I started to make.
Okay.
I'm back on.
Yep, you're back.
All right. So yeah, I am going to turn off my mic and chill for a while. Again, check out WSM.org if you want to learn more about who we are, what we're doing. As Greg and Ricky are keeping me company here tonight, we may pop on some videos from time to time so that you don't just have to stare at me sitting on a bench. Those of you who wake up in the middle of the night to check on it. But thanks for tuning in. 4:30, we're going to have a conversation. Yeah, if you want to chat, Greg's over there chatting with you. Ricky will ask them some questions. If I'm asleep, they'll answer it. If I'm awake, I'll try to answer. Yeah, and so 4:30, I think we're going to be connecting with Lauren down in Winchester, Virginia. So hear about what's happening down at the Winchester Rescue Mission. They just finished a new renovation down there. I can't wait to hear from her what they're doing down there. So peace. Have a good night.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry, playing and feeling a sense of normalcy. Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priests and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was at 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried. In front of all these grown men, you know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humble me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober, and I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because I have experienced the unconditional love of the staff, I have learned how it is that my Heavenly Father can love me unconditionally, which was something I never understood before, because nobody had ever done it. If I can be a living, walking example of you can make it through, it's not always going to be easy, but it's so worth it to get to the other side. Because of Water Street, I'm secure, I'm healthier. My relationship with God has been restored and is stronger. Because of Water Street, I'm a better person.
Well, I came to Pennsylvania in 2019. I lived with my sister, who was older than me, and she had passed away that same year. I have a brother out here, so I stayed with him for a certain amount of time. My sister-in-law was the one that mentioned Water Street to me. I'm grateful because it has changed my life. I'm one of those that, I keep to myself, and they have taught me that staying isolated isn't what I need to do. I was in church until I was 15. I didn't really care that much about it. It really, really hit when my mom died in 2014. So I was like, well, that's it. If there's a God, why does he take these people that we love? And it just got worse. The more family members I lost, I didn't want anything to do with it. Because I didn't really deal with all the grief and everything until I came here. They taught me how to process it and, just to keep God close. And that's what I'm learning to do. It's not an easy road, but yeah. I am currently in phase 2. I want to get back into the nursing field. I used to do CNA work, and I want to get back into that again, get my certification, and maybe move up the ladder a little bit. I felt broken when I came here, and now I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing, and I'm starting to feel a lot better. I'm getting back to the Viannis that I was. I'm much happier, I'm much more enthusiastic about stuff. I'm a lot more active. When I first came here, I thought it was just like any other shelter, but it's a lot more than that. And if someone needs that support and they need to get back on their feet, this is the place to go. It's just a really awesome place to be.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry. Playing and feeling a sense of normalcy, Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was at 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried in front of all these grown men. You know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humble me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober, and I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because I have experienced the unconditional love of the staff, I have learned how it is that my Heavenly Father can love me unconditionally, which was something I never understood before, because nobody had ever done it. If I can be a living, walking example of you can make it through, it's not always going to be easy, but it's so worth it to get to the other side. Because of Water Street, I'm secure, I'm healthier. My relationship with God has been restored and is stronger. Because of Water Street, I'm a better person.
Well, I came to Pennsylvania in 2019. I lived with my sister, who was older than me, and she had passed away that same year. I have a brother out here, so I stayed with him for a certain amount of time. My sister-in-law was the one that mentioned Water Street to me. I'm grateful because it has changed my life. I'm one of those that, I keep to myself, and they have taught me that staying isolated isn't what I need to do. I was in church until I was 15. I didn't really care that much about it. It really, really hit when my mom died in 2014. So I was like, well, that's it. If there's a God, why does he take these people that we love? And it just got worse. The more family members I lost, I didn't want anything to do with it, because I didn't really deal with all the grief and everything until I came here. They taught me how to process it and, just to keep God close. And that's what I'm learning to do. It's not an easy road, but yeah. I am currently in phase 2. I want to get back into the nursing field. I used to do CNA work, and I want to get back into that again, get my certification, and maybe move up the ladder a little bit. I felt broken when I came here, and now I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing, and I'm starting to feel a lot better. I'm getting back to the Viannis that I was. I'm much happier, I'm much more enthusiastic about stuff, I'm a lot more active. When I first came here, I thought it was just like any other shelter, but it's a lot more than that. And if someone needs that support and they need to get back on their feet, this is the place to go. It's just a really awesome place to be.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry, playing and feeling a sense of normalcy. Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was at 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried. In front of all these grown men, you know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humble me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober, and I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because I have experienced the unconditional love of the staff, I have learned how it is that my Heavenly Father can love me unconditionally, which was something I never understood before, because nobody had ever done it. If I can be a living, walking example of you can make it through, it's not always going to be easy, but it's so worth it to get to the other side. Because of Water Street, I'm secure, I'm healthier. My relationship with God has been restored and is stronger. Because of Water Street, I'm a better person.
Well, I came to Pennsylvania in 2019. I lived with my sister, who was older than me, and she had passed away that same year. I have a brother out here, so I stayed with him for a certain amount of time. My sister-in-law was the one that mentioned Water Street to me. I'm grateful because it has changed my life. I'm one of those that, I keep to myself, and they have taught me that staying isolated isn't what I need to do. I was in church until I was 15. I didn't really care that much about it. It really, really hit when my mom died in 2014. So I was like, well, that's it. If there's a God, why does he take these people that we love? And it just got worse. The more family members I lost, I didn't want anything to do with it, because I didn't really deal with all the grief and everything until I came here. They taught me how to process it and, just to keep God close. And that's what I'm learning to do. It's not an easy road, but yeah. I am currently in phase 2. I want to get back into the nursing field. I used to do CNA work, and I want to get back into that again, get my certification, and maybe move up the ladder a little bit. I felt broken when I came here, and now I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing, and I'm starting to feel a lot better. I'm getting back to the Viannis that I was. I'm much happier, I'm much more enthusiastic about stuff, I'm a lot more active. When I first came here, I thought it was just like any other shelter, but it's a lot more than that. And if someone needs that support and they need to get back on their feet, this is the place to go. It's just a really awesome place to be.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see Clark here in a little bit. But yeah, and then the other performer did, she actually got some friends to join her, and they did a song from Hamilton. And it really did a great job. It was really cool. So it was fun. And like the idea is we all like get friends to sponsor us and people to pitch in to help support Prima Theater and then come out and watch us perform and make fools of ourselves on stage because none of us are professional performers. But it was a lot of fun. So Clark that's where I met him. And, he had a lot of nice things to say about the community and his work at Carter McRae and his work with kids from the mission who used to go to school there. So
My mother-in-law used to say that you can laugh at yourself, you will continually be amused. I don't think that's his original.
yeah, that's a good line though. We got to be able to laugh at ourselves. That's for sure. So, all right. Somehow I lost the hand warmer in my pocket. How do you do that? Did yours let's see if yours got hotter than mine. Oh yeah, it's similar. Yeah. And when you're holding them though, they really warm your hand up. Oh, there it is. It fell out. There we go. I got it. Yeah, they definitely help, man.
Oh, yeah, I was surprised. The first time, yeah, they're warm, and now I'm sitting there talking to Ricky while you were sleeping. He seems like a nod. My duty is all but ended.
Are you wrapping at 4?
Yeah,
Thanks for your help, Greg. Thanks for your help. Appreciate it.
Actually, when I was in Corinne, I was like, let's see, Jack put out a second. What hours you have available? I was like thinking, 7 to 9 in the evening or something like that. 11 to 5. So you gotta be kidding me. I am a night owl. I'm like you, I'm a night owl. So
Yeah.
staying up to midnight's no big deal.
Staying up to 4 is a little different, man. I hope you can get some time to recover.
Yeah, well, I told Kendall, I said, I'll work from home the last half of the day there so that he'll have support.
Nice.
Be on his own. Because I'll have to get some sleep.
Yeah.
He's a trooper.
Uh,
You guys had really 2 good technicians there. And Matt's a good one, too.
yeah.
So, God provides.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. Glad to have all you guys on board.
Maybe not at 4 in the morning.
Well, get home, get some sleep, man.
Good. Right. And then you want to mute the other mic. But you can't tell more.
Yeah, I have it over here. Yep.
One is full battery. 3 is full battery. One and 3. 3 is unmuted. 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could go ahead and unmute one. It's just sitting here. You might as well. That way you don't have to worry about it when he shows up. Last year we did. There are a couple, but I don't know if we do. I don't think we have any scheduled with 2 at a time.
Okay. So this will be our backup.
Yeah. Yeah. When those 2 little guys came to visit, were you here when they were here? Yeah. There were 2 little guys, a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. Oh, nice. Their mom is involved with Compass. And so she was watching it, and the 9-year-old was like, why is he doing that? He's going to be out there all night. That's crazy. Why is he doing that? And she's like, well, you could ask him. And he's like, could we go talk to him? So she brought him out here and sat. He's like, it was cool. He had some good questions. He had written them down on his hand. So he's like, I saw him. He's holding the mic. He was holding the mic, and he had to switch hands. He goes like this. I was like, nice. That's preparation, man. Clark might not be on in the list of lower thirds because he's kind of signed up from the community. And I don't know if they only made him for the people that we had scheduled previously.
What was that, Jack, about?
So he might not be in there because he signed up through the community sign up. mean, hopefully he shows up. I don't know. I'm not sure when he signed up,
Beyond my experience.
but it is already 4 a.m.
It's not the end of the world before it's on for like 10 seconds. This is your main. 10 minutes before. 4:15, and then we have the big conversations. Okay, so the Zoom sessions at 4:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, just talking in there. Got you. And then you see it. Doesn't pop. It's not a big display on there. It's just kind of small. Like when it shows up in the dead center of the screen. Yep.
I'm on Zoom all the time for work. So
Okay.
Actually, that's what I did when I first moved to, when I first got the job for Hopkins, was ran Zoom calls for them. Because they couldn't be bothered to learn to get COVID hit and I
You ever see the meme where what's the actor fighting off the three dinosaurs, the velociraptors?
Yeah.
He's like this. They said this was every IT guy during COVID.
That's about right.
Ah.
I do Microsoft Teams.
Oh yeah. It's just like, have you ever dealt with someone who has no technical experience?
See, Jack, you're in good hands. He's actually an upgrade.
All right.
I mean, I feel a lot of pressure. Okay, obviously, you can close the design. And look back. You might want to see if somebody because we did notice that one of our staff members was there earlier, but we missed him. Looks like Lashana is on.
Lashana.
Yeah.
What?
I say hello to Lashana.
I don't know if I should joke. I wonder why she's up at 4. I wonder if she's in labor right now.
A heart and 2 prayers.
Aw.
2 prayer hands. So,
Thanks, Lashana. Didn't work.
all right, everybody feel good.
So just like last, this seems pretty straightforward. When will we need to cut to, do you think I'll need to use the switcher or will we use
The only time you use the switcher is when you go to the Zoom.
go to the Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, it's like you just hit your auto and it'll fade over nice and kind of cuts over the switcher. Okay. The auto and cut do the same thing. It's just auto is nice and like fades.
No, I guess, yeah, that I'm good on. Yes, but the only time I'm using the switcher is so it goes change meeting, cut, auto, fade it over, live, and then I'm mute. Go to the speaker back.
Yeah. Yep. You wanted to, when you join the meeting here, I would cut over to your second screen.
Oh, that's on, okay, good.
Yeah, I see like there's like 20 screens, 25 screens right now.
So, yeah, that's it. And then leave the room when you're done, and then go back to the. I'll go back to the Zoom. And then if Jack needs a break, just launch one of your videos. And we should be good. Okay. I'm not sure who's coming in. I think Isaac's coming in at like 8. Start a 4th stream.
Okay.
Stream number 3 for YouTube.
What are the WGAL?
Yeah, they're coming in.
Are they're going to show up?
Yeah, they're gonna come in.
I think they were saying 5:30 and 6:30.
So you don't really do a lot.
They I'm not sure what they're going to do this morning because they were here a lot yesterday. They did they did some 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock live look-ins with the news, and then we recorded a piece, And then they came back and did some shots like with me background at 10 and 11. And they used like our pre-recorded with that. So they kind of did the live shot in the background, said what was going on, and then they clipped to our interview. So I'm not sure. Originally, they were going to send a reporter in the morning, and then they said, "Oh, could we just have you do a Zoom with our anchors at the desk?" But Matt knows more details about that. I don't know if he was planning on coming back for that.
That's right. I was trying to remember who wanted to take it.
Matt might be coming back in the morning because Isaac was here for a long stretch.
Yeah, Matt's coming in at 5.
Okay.
So you'll be in good hands with Matt.
Yeah, he can that way he can handle the
Sounds like as long as I
press stuff. Yeah. But Matt might be involved with like if WGAL or other press shows up, he'll work with them if you can handle the tech. Cool.
Nice meeting you, man. God bless. I appreciate it. Everything goes well. Appreciate you helping out, and we'll see you maybe sometime around. Hopefully it's during normal work hours.
Yeah.
I know you'll be following it sooner or later. Got another hour yet.
A
lot of positive energy.
For this time of the morning, it's impressive. Yeah.
Assuming that Clark is not.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's probably a no-show. So I hadn't seen. I think he signed up kind of late, and then I don't know.
So when who signs up for community, is that just anybody who wants to talk with you?
Yeah, we put out through our we sent out an email to a lot of our supporters and donors about this, and said if you'd like to sign up for a block, we had some of the open slots available, and they could sign up. So we had, and then we also invite walk-ups if people want to do that, and that's Ricky and Paul are here to kind of check with them and get them to fill out their forms. So we had a couple walk-ins, but we had a good number of people who signed up online and came in. Some really good questions, good stories. It's good stuff. A couple of our guests that have moved on in life and are on to other things came back and they saw this was going on. They're like, "Hey, I want to come talk to Jack." So
That's awesome.
So it was very cool.
Those are definitely appreciated.
Oh man, absolutely.
Need like any snack or anything like that?
I'm good. I could probably, I don't know. Hey, Ricky, would you mind making a coffee for me?
Sure. Would you? There's a coffee in there called Black Magic, so I don't know.
That's probably extra caffeine.
Tasty. And then there's the Mexican espresso.
Like Bustelo or a different
It's like one of those.
Okay.
Do you like that one?
Yeah, I'll try that.
Do you do sugars, creams?
Cream, no sugar.
1 cream, 2?
2.
2 creams, no sugar.
Yeah. Thanks, Ricky.
Good deal, good deal.
You'll see our lines sticking out of it. Yeah, that's all right. That'll be for next.
So Ryan, are you with Calvary Church here?
Yeah, so I belong there, and I've been helping out with the live stream production.
Nice.
Months now.
Okay.
My background is in video production.
Nice.
So any chance, to get more involved at a big place like that, I was like, oh, okay, I know where to go.
Yeah, no, that's great, man.
And then I don't know if you heard me talking to Greg. I'm working for Hopkins. I work for Johns Hopkins in Baltimore right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. That's a little bit of a commute.
Yeah. I normally get up about an hour or so from now.
Okay.
Just to beat the traffic down 83 South.
Yeah.
Always a hassle.
Yeah.
It's the right way to go.
That's the way I usually go. I usually fly out of BWI when I'm traveling. So, and with City Gate and this, I'm usually 4 or 5 trips a year. But yeah, I tried 95 a couple times. Not a fan. Tried shooting down, down below Conowingo Dam, down that way. That's not too bad. And then you end up on 95 for a little stretch, but
it has its place.
Yeah.
It has its place, but I found that basically every spot that 83 jams up, 95 jams up.
Yep. Yeah.
Especially if you're going like not towards Philly, you're going up towards this area.
Yeah.
It's still messy.
Yeah.
There's no trick around the Beltway.
Yeah. No, it's just finding the right time with your commute. You don't get to choose quite as much your start time, but try to find flights that aren't like getting me right into the heart of rush hour. So. Good night, Greg. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for your help, Greg. Good. How are you? A little bit. Yeah. Probably a half hour of actually like sleep. Not REM, but
Note from Mission Control saying you look cold. Do you want to switch out your eagle scarf for a giant scarf?
Oh, that is wrong, Matt. If that was Matt, totally not cool. Thank you, Ricky.
It's
Yes, this is Lancaster. We're meeting with
Nice.
30. We can move over whenever it's convenient. Thank you so much.
It's showtime.
Not cool, Matt. Were you the one who posted about me switching out my eagle scarf for a giant scarf? Yeah. Well, yeah, I did feel the vibrating in my pocket. I was like, who is calling me at 3 a.m.? It's ridiculous. That's so kind. How are things going out there? Yeah, cool. That's good to hear. Nobody's had any major issues with their stuff tech wise or right. And 24 hours, if you lose 15 minutes, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Right. Now I've had some really good conversations. It's been good. A couple of our like walk-ups and sign-ups online at the last minute when we sent out and gave a place for people to sign up for slots. So people I didn't have previous relationship with, or like I knew them but didn't know them, ended up being really good conversations. So it was very cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost morning. I'm gonna connect with Lauren, I think, in a few minutes, and then we start hitting our morning news cycle. So yep. Thanks. See ya.
I work was fully remote at the time, and it was just there's no real reason for me to stay in Baltimore. And I was like, you know what, Lancaster City has a unified life, and where everyone's I missed the comments, but Matthew said, asked how many push-ups can Jack do in a minute.
He also was the one who called me at 3:00 when I was actually sleeping. So my phone starts vibrating in the middle of the 30 minutes of actual sleep that I had there. That was lovely.
What time did you decide to go to sleep?
I don't know. Was that like around 2:15, Ricky? That
Something
I pulled out.
I think you finished up with
Is it Jesse?
Jesse. And then I think you signed off and did a couple of videos.
Yeah. This is probably around from like 2:15 to 3. Like I actually got some sleep in there. And then at 3, like when I rolled over onto my back, I didn't really sleep when I was on my back at all, but it was comfortable. It felt good.
You were going to put lilies on your chest. We're glad the glads weren't in bloom. Windows of these people. There's a guy by a fireplace.
I know, man. It's like totally not fair. Yeah. Yes, and he was very happy to talk a little bit about the Eagles. Normally he avoids me like the plague, but he was like, "Hey, how you doing?" He was super excited. Pulled out his Cowboys hat. Right. Hey, just anytime the Eagles lose, it's a win for the Cowboys. And vice versa. We feel the same way, so I'm not sure which mission it is that decided that 2 comfy, cushy chairs equals inside equals a bench. I don't know who that is. If you were looking at some of those, Charlotte, I'm gonna have to have a talk with them. An office chair cushion? Oh, no.
Polo is on a couch as well.
Nice.
Good news is also why.
Yeah. They're taking advantage of the name Conversations.
Yeah.
There's still bench in the title. I don't know. I still read bench. Our next CEO gathering, we'll have to have a little talk. So if anybody is up bright and early watching, I don't know if we have any viewers on there, but we'll be connecting with Winchester Rescue Mission down in Virginia, in the beautiful mountainous area, Virginia. That's they're what, like 2.5 hours from here. So we'll be chatting with them in a little bit, hearing how things are going. in their neck of the woods, and then shortly after that, we'll start having some more visitors on the bench here. Unless Paul or Ricky wants to join me for a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Sign a waiver. Back in my day, we didn't have benches. We had to sit on the ground. How are you holding up?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm good. Coffee is great.
I love Cafe Bustelo. Bustelo.
Bustelo.
Bustelo?
Yeah.
Yep. It's good.
Yeah,
And you said you put oat milk in it.
I did. It was either that or French vanilla or hazelnut, and you didn't strike me as.
Oh, yeah. I do like hazelnut. I'm not really French vanilla if I have to. Hazelnut I enjoy. But whatever, the oat milk has a little flavor to it. There's some sweetness to it.
I've switched over to a lot of non-dairy stuff. Almond, oats,
Yeah.
soy milks, if I need to use it. And I enjoy it more. I don't like milk that much anymore.
Yeah. My favorite like coffee shop drink lately is Starbucks, the oat milk cortado.
Oh.
So good. Yeah, and they did the first one was like a brown sugar oat milk cortado, and then they added a pecan, which I like pecan anything. It's good stuff. So but really good. And it's not even in a grande. They like have a smaller cup because it's just, I think it's 3 shots of espresso. And Paul is immediately on board. And equal parts of hot milk, but it's not like frothy. It's just like espresso and hot milk, but it's so good. But that's why it's in a small cup. So it's not
I can't shut my eyes.
yeah. I mean, espresso though, like there's actually, it takes 2 shots of espresso to equal 1 cup of regular coffee from a caffeine standpoint.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just the flavor. It's so rich.
It's so rich. Yeah.
And dense.
Yeah. So if you do like a shot of espresso, like people are like, oh, I can't do espresso. Like it's too much. I do a shot of espresso after dinner and like it's going to keep me up all night. It's actually half a cup of coffee. So.
But it does. It adds the flavor to a cup of coffee.
Oh, man. You do red eyes. Do you drink red eyes, Paul?
Probably not.
That's a shot of espresso in a cup of coffee.
Well,
No sugar, no cream.
Yeah.
Effectively, yeah, because if I get a coffee drink at Starbucks and I add a shot to it,
Yeah.
effectively it's what that is.
Yeah. Yep.
But I never specifically asked for it, right?
Yeah. But you just get like a regular coffee and add a shot of espresso.
I went to Passenger just down here, and
Yeah.
they said that they don't. I asked for specifically that, and they said, "Sorry, we don't mix."
Yeah.
What?
They are
You
coffee.
give it to 2 separate ones, and just looked right at the barista and just poured it.
That's funny.
We have our standards here.
Yeah. They are coffee purists at Passenger. There's a couple of our staff members that are Passenger fans, and yeah, they appreciate the purist attitude.
Okay. It's all
right.
Richard Kuhn Sr. says, "Thanks for all you do."
Richard, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate your sentiment.
Thank you very much.
Sound like they'll be ready at 4:30 or?
We are in a conversation still.
Oh.
So as soon as that
when that wraps.
done, we'll be getting
Okay. Cool. I think when we were booking with them, she offered like any slot between like 1:32, 2:30. Like she was planning on filling up her whole night.
nice. That seems like the way to go. Like, as much as possible, and then maybe an hour for sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we were steady right up until 2:00. Yeah. I mean, just tiny breaks, but we were from 3 p.m. till 2 a.m. We had a pretty steady flow the whole time. So I don't mind a 3-hour break. That's fine with me.
So including people coming in, just walking up?
Yeah, we had some walk-ins. We had some people sign up online. This was good.
Is this a first for many of the other missions?
Yeah. Yeah, there was so there were Winchester was the first one to ever do it. When Brandon Thomas was the president there. Lauren Klaus is the president there now, or executive director. I don't know what her title is. But Brandon started it like 5-6 years ago was the first time. And he did a couple years. And then Matt out in Fresno did it. And then they were starting to try to recruit some others to do it. And okay. So yeah, so I did it last October, and then there were like Michael Woods down in Asheville did it the end of October last year, and then there were 12 that did it in January. So there's a total of like 15 of us had done it before, and now today there's 70 or 70 plus. Some of them, not all of them. Yeah, we're in the breakout room. All right. I see me. Guess we're waiting for Lauren to join. It's always a sad moment when you go to a breakout room and you're all by yourself. When we would do our staff meetings on Zoom, and we'd do breakout for discussion or prayer, and it would always happen. I'd set up the breakout so it'd be like 3 to 4 people per room, and somebody like nobody else in their group would click join room or whatever, and so they'd be sitting there by themselves. I'd scan it. I'm like 2 or 3 minutes in, I'd realize somebody's sitting there by themselves. Yeah, it's sad. It's like you're sending them to the timeout or something.
You're in the room now, we're just waiting for the other.
Okay. She may have needed a break between conversations. Is there a question I can answer while we're waiting for Lauren? Yeah. 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 That was a big step for her to share that much too, I think. It's a whole different level. So she said she's outgoing, but she's shy. Which I know a lot of people like that. Like there's a lot of energy, a lot of talk, but you don't get to know much about them. And, but she's been opening up a lot, and God's been doing a lot in her life. Yeah. Absolutely. Mm-mm.
Barbara Kirby Ewing says hi.
Oh, hi, Barb. What are you doing up this early? It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. So I wonder if Winchester got lost on the way to the Zoom room. Yeah.
Feel any different for you yet this year than last year? Anyway,
It's just as cold.
Just as cold. Not as windy, but cold. I don't know. It's we had more interviews booked. Like last year, we did half-hour blocks. So a lot of like the conversations with like leaders from the community were half-hour. Instead of this year, they're 15 minutes. So there were more of them. So it's been different in that way. Like trying to get to the heart of the matter and have some meaningful connection in a shorter amount of time. That can be challenging, but it was good. I think it was good. Oh, hey, Lauren. Hey there. Oh, I can't hear you. Can we check our, sorry, we need to check our end.
Okay.
Oh, I got you.
All right. Yeah, I think that was on our end. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. It looks like it may be as cold in Virginia as it is up here.
Yep. Sam and I were talking about what other rescue missions might be quite as cold as it is here. It is, last time we checked, 35 degrees.
35. Yeah, I think you're colder than us.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to get down to 37 tonight. So.
Okay.
And that's probably still coming.
Yeah. And you guys are, same time zone. Jack, I've hit the point where I'm like a little delirious, and so it's taking me I feel like 3 times as long just to think through some common sense things. But yeah, so I'm definitely same time zone as us. How's the last 13
yeah.
hours?
Yeah, we've crossed the halfway point. It's been good. We were packed full with guests on the bench from 3 p.m. till 2 a.m.
Wow.
My last guest finished up around 2:15, and then I had a break. So I actually was able to lay down for a little bit. Didn't quite sleep. I probably got 30 minutes, which is fantastic. And then, but I laid down for probably an hour and a half total. So that was nice.
Yeah. I think I was pretty similar to that. I think I was laying down for about an hour and 15 or so.
Okay.
I think I was for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I had kind of leaned up, and I had told Sam, I was like, I don't think I can sleep out here. And Sam's like, yeah, 5 minutes later, you didn't
You were
say
out.
So yeah. Well, Jack, I'm really excited to be able to talk with you, and you were definitely one of the rescue missions that I wanted to definitely to chat with, because I've had the opportunity to be up there and visit you all and actually see your ministry, see your rescue mission on one of our little regional rescue rides. So
you were hanging out with a bunch of bikers that day, I think.
yeah, something I never thought I would be doing. And you probably never thought that you'd be doing with Water Street there, but share with us, for our viewers who might not know, be familiar with you, what your ministry looks like and what services you offer, and then catch me up if since then you guys have expanded and anything new that you all are doing there.
Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot going on. So you were here maybe 3 years ago, was that?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. So so Water Street, we have actually been around for 120 years, and we've been on the
together. But
Oh.
yeah, we did a little regional rescue ride, and up there we were we while we were up there, we stopped through Lancaster mission, and a lot of. All right, now I think Jack's back.
We're back.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sure can, yes sir.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
So yeah, I heard you were talking a little bit about your visit with us.
Yeah.
So we, again, let me just hit the. I was talking about our shelters. So that's first point of contact. People coming in the door. So we have shelters for single men and women, for women with children, all on the same campus, and then we have our long-term residential programs, and we've oriented ours that really it is designed to be a continuum. A lot of missions, it's kind of like you shelter or residential, and they might even have different feeders into them. But ours, our desire is to see people who are coming off the street, maybe not even thinking they need more than just a place to stay for a few nights, to open their hearts, for us to build trust with them over time, and that they would take that step into residential. So when people come in, they've got the choice. First 7 days we call stabilization, and it's just no expectations, no responsibilities other than safety. Don't use drugs on campus, don't kill anybody, and you're good to stay here. And then during those 7 days, it's about trust and breathing. And then after there, we begin talking to them about, are you looking for shelter, where your primary goals are getting a place to live, getting a job, those immediate needs, and trying to get back on your own feet on your own? Or are you interested in trying to address some of the root issues that led to you becoming homeless? And then, so through those conversations, they can either choose shelter, which is 90 days, or residential, which is 12 to 18 months, depending on the issues that people want to work through. It's not a one-size-fits-all program. It's really tailored to the individuals and what their needs are. There are certain tracks that are common for people to choose, but so that's what we're doing. And our capacity there, we do total in shelter a little over 100, between our shelter for individuals and women and children. And then our residential program capacity is about the same size, about 100. And again, we do single men, single women, and women with children. Beyond that, Water Street has a number of other programs going on. So we have a full medical and dental clinic on site that serves our guests, but also serves the community. So we have like 5 exam rooms and a PT room on our med side. We have 4 dental operatories on our dental side. And so we are serving not just our guests, but the community as well. We also have behavioral health services. Right now, that's geared towards our guests. Our hope is to eventually expand and be able to serve those who are coming into our medical clinic who also need behavioral health supports. Then we have a whole array of next gen ministries. So we have an early learning center for 3, 4, 5, and 6 year olds. So K3, K4, and kindergarten, serving families in the community. And one of the new additions there is we just bought an old Catholic school 2 blocks behind our main campus and have renovated that into the home of it's called Wonder Academy. So for years, we've been operating it for 30 years, but we've always done it in churches, renting space, bounced around. In those 30 years, we've probably been in 7 or 8 different churches here in the city. And to finally have our own home is just, our teachers are ecstatic. Our families are grateful. And what it really allows for us is to go beyond just serving the kids. From the beginning, our Heart for Wonder, when we started, it was called Wonder Club. As we expanded and got more serious about the educational side and became registered with the state, we called it Wonder Academy. And it really is, it's not just about the kids, though. It's about how do we come alongside those families, that the different needs that they have. We're targeting families that can't afford any other options for their kids for early ed. and providing that for them at an incredibly discounted rate. But a lot of those families are facing crisis in other areas. So how do we support them? Having our own space, our community rooms in that building, being able to connect some of our other community resource services into that space has been a dream of ours for a while. So then that's part of our next gen. We also have a full youth ministry called Teen Haven, 1st grade through 12th grade, with a separate youth center. So that's a block away from our main campus. We just put a $1 million addition on there to add extra classroom spaces so that we can run different age groups at the same time. So it's got a full gym. It's got like an upstairs cafe area for the kids, some multi-purpose rooms. And then we just added 3 new classrooms to that. And then we have a young adult program actually called Compass. As we've seen kids graduate from high school and trying to figure out how to be an adult, how to take on the world, trying to follow Jesus, but struggling through the basics of like, what does it mean to like work a job and be responsible and live this out? Compass is a place that helps young adults navigate living out their faith in the world. And we just started that a few years ago, and it's been amazing how it's drawn in young adults from across the city, not just kids who graduated from our Teen Haven program, but young adults who are they're craving community and they're craving that kind of support network as they're figuring out life. And so that's been great. And then we have an outreach ministries program that provides food distribution to families in the community. We see about 600 families a week coming to us that we provide supports for. And some of the expansion that I was hinting at is where I'm sitting today is actually a new campus that we bought. We bought an old funeral home. And there's a big parking lot that I'm sitting in, and I'm sitting against the wall next to the second building that was attached to that funeral home. So it's 2 big old mansions, and we're going to convert the whole downstairs into our new outreach ministries building. So it'll have basically a grocery store style food distribution instead of like coming in, getting a box of food or walking through a line and having somebody put everything in for you. It'll truly be a shopping experience. Set up like a little mini grocery store where you can come in and there's agency to decide what do I really need for my family? What's going to help us? And then on that same floor, there's also going to be, again, a cafe space for relationship building and then classrooms. So we can help those families really go beyond just providing that food relief. When you see the same family come back week after week after week after week, at some point you start asking the question, how can we help you so that you don't have to come back every single week? Are there other ways that we can help you and support you and help you take next steps? So that you can be a little bit more sustainable on your own. But we need space and relationship to do that. And so that's what this new building will do. And then the upper floors of that building and the building I'm sitting next to, we're actually going to turn into what we call intentional communities. So that's kind of a next phase for our guests who were experiencing homelessness. They went through shelter and residential ministries. They're ready to get back on their feet. They're working a job. They're ready to move back into the community. But what we've found and what we've heard from our guests is that the hardest thing for them when they move out, yes, it's finding affordable housing, as we all know, but even more so, it's isolation. It's the lack of community. When they've experienced restoration in a community environment and then they have to move back out on their own, it's really hard to relearn how to make connections, how to build that kind of network of safe people around you that are going to help you survive and thrive, that are going to help you when things go wrong, because at some point something's going to go wrong. Excuse me. And so these intentional communities are designed, they'll basically be private studio apartments, but with a shared living room and shared kitchen. And it'll be supported by a life coach and a case manager working with the 6 to 8 individuals who are living there to build community with one another and learn how to connect out into the community and build healthy relationships out there. Excuse me. So that's kind of what's going on at Water Street right now. A lot of that has existed, but we've just recently expanded and bought some new buildings to help us kind of fully live out that model of what we're hoping to accomplish with our guests.
Yeah. I love so much of what you said, and I feel like I could spend a long time just diving into a lot of that.
Yeah.
But I think the last thing that you said, I love that model that you guys are building with the new space that you're at.
Yeah.
And it's from, I think, a lot of shifting and creating a space to shift from kind of codependence, like unhealthy codependence, then to independence, but then ultimately towards interdependence.
Yeah.
So not only can I take care of myself, but how can I rely on others to in a healthy way, benefit myself and benefit those around me. I think interdependence is just community around that.
When I first got involved in ministry and kind of the social service type ministry, I was working with youth at the time. The catchphrase was self-sustainability. That was our goal, is that we would be self-sufficient. Actually, self-sufficiency. That was the phrase. Everybody talked about being self-sufficient. We need to help kids become self-sufficient. We need to help people experiencing homelessness get to a place of self-sufficiency. And I'm like, hey, I'm not there yet. I am not self-sufficient. I need people in my life. I need people around me in order to survive and thrive. So why don't we focus on interdependence? Why don't we focus on healthy relationships and community? And we've seen that. And that's, again, being at this for 120 years, we've seen a lot of successes and we've seen a lot of failure along the way. And I'm sure we're not alone. I know we're not alone. Those guests that you see so much change and hope in their lives, and then they go out and then they come back to you 6 months later looking worse than when they first came in. And you're like, what happened? And I think it's in those follow-ups of the what happened. First, that's not our first question. Our first comment is, we love having you back. I don't know if we lost Lauren. Hey, Ryan, did we lose Lauren?
Looks like we did.
Yeah.
Our connection's still up.
Yeah, it looks like it. So whatever happened to us might have just happened to them.
It looks like it.
We'll hang out. Yeah. So.
The chat seems to be down as well. So anyone, I guess we'll make a that as well.
All right. Well, we will wait here. I can finish my thought that I was sharing with Lauren, if anybody's out there listening. But
You have 3 people watching right now.
yeah. So that whole concept of self-sufficiency versus interdependence, it is such a critical thing. And what we've seen, and what we heard from our guests time and time again, is that the biggest thing that led to their struggles after they left was when they got into moments where they felt isolated, where they were alone, where they were going through hard times and they didn't have somebody to lean on, somebody to encourage them in that moment. And that's the reality. We're trying to find people places to live when they're ready to get to that place. But often it's challenging. And so they're moving out into an apartment in a neighborhood they've never been in before, with people they don't know, and maybe a distance from the church they've connected to. And so they're starting over from scratch, trying to rebuild a life. And after experiencing homelessness and then going through a program like Water Street, which, I think we have a fantastic residential program where they're learning new things about themselves and about God, and their lives are being transformed. But it's a curated community. They're living with 30 other people on the hall or 40 other people on the hall, but they have life coaches embedded. They have schedules built out, and connections, where they have mandatory meetings with their life coaches and with a group, and with they have classes that are helping them through, and there's structure that's facilitating the development of community. the challenge is, like, now you're on your own and you don't have all that cultivated community being built for you. You don't have people there to help mediate when things get tough relationally with your roommate or the guy down the hall. And so that's so much harder. What does it look like to build healthy relationships and community out in the community is very different than learning how to live in community in an environment like Water Street. So that is such a big part of it. If we want to see people survive and thrive, if we want to see sustainable restoration, that's why we're working on these intentional communities. That's why we're looking forward to stepping into something new and learning from it. We have a great idea for how the program is going to function and work, and our program team's been working on it. But we're also going into it knowing that we're going to have to learn along the way of how to create and cultivate these environments in a really healthy way. So that's what's happening. If we don't get to reconnect with Lauren, I'll have to point her to the right time on our thing. She can hear the end of my story about intentional communities. I'm hoping we can reconnect because I'd love for Lauren to share with our viewers a little bit about what's happening in Winchester. It's a much younger mission, and both Lauren and her predecessor Brandon have such a passion to do the work, to love their neighbors who are struggling. And I want to hear about Lauren's. They just opened a new facility down there, so I really hope we can get her back on and catch up and hear what's happening in Winchester, because there are some exciting things. They're taking a step into a brand new approach to the work that they've been doing. So, yeah. Hey, Matt. Hey. Welcome back.
How was your sleep?
Short and good. Yeah. Better than last year. Yeah, I think last year I got like 20 minutes. I got a good half hour this year. It was good.
We're getting some good sleep, and then you got a phone call.
Yeah.
We're going back to the main session.
It's all Matt's fault. I'm blaming him. Matt Dildine, not Matt Clement, huh? Matt
Recording
Dildine
in
called
progress.
me. 3 a.m. I'm finally asleep. My phone starts ringing. It's vibrating in my pocket. That's enough to wake you up. I wasn't like out when he did that. I was in that kind of like, oh, maybe I can fall back asleep mode, and then my leg starts vibrating. I was like, maybe not. It was good. It was fine.
Yeah.
He loves torturing me. Oh.
Looks like Winchester's moving on.
Okay. Yeah, I know she had a bunch of Zoom calls booked, so. That was all good. I don't think we have another one until later this morning with Jacqueline, as far as checking in with another mission.
10, it looks like.
Yeah.
Conversation with Josiah, Harry Hazelton, WJL.
Yeah. Are they still coming this morning, Matt? Is that the plan?
Zoom.
Okay. So
all right. So Malin, we're at 5 o'clock.
Over halfway. Whoop whoop.
10 hours left. And
yeah, I don't know how we're listening.
We took
somebody
just
else's
a
room.
little break. I've still been out here on the bench. But yeah, we're doing it.
Chugging along.
There you go. All right. All right. Yeah, so we don't have a whole lot after Lauren here. I think our heavy, 7 o'clock on. It looks like we don't get much rest for the weary from 7 o'clock right up till the end, but it's a little quiet till then. We could talk a little bit with Paul Ely if he'd be willing to spend a minute on the bench. Are you willing? Awesome. Do we need to get a clearance on this guy? Yeah, we've got a microphone over here for you. You don't have to sign, Paul. I think you've already signed your life away when you were hired. If you need gloves, that's cold.
How long are you gonna have me on here? It all depends.
No. Well, quick introduction. This is our Vice President of Ops and Logistics. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I got the title right. I'm impressed with myself. Paul Ely. So Ops and Logistics at Water Street. What is that?
So operations and logistics. I like to say that we are over our food forklifts and facilities, but sure. Is this better? All right.
Cool.
Yeah, a great team of people. Our food services, our warehouse team, and facilities team. So
yeah. So we've talked with a couple of our program staff earlier today, and I think a lot of times when you think about Water Street and you think about who's there serving, who's doing the work and everything, it's the life coaches, it's the counselors, it's the people who are on the front lines. But this ministry does not exist and does not do any of the good work that we're doing if it's not for your team holding things up behind the scenes and keeping things going and keeping things operational and clean and the food flowing. And tell me a little bit about your team. Tell me who chooses to use their skills for a mission in those kind of roles.
Yeah, the hearts. So I've been here 2 years. And to see the hearts of the team that we work with is incredible. Serving really well, taking the roles very responsibly, but loving people. And I think that's one of the things that has impressed me the most about this team. I can think from person to person in each one of these areas and just watching them minister at different levels.
Yeah.
So we talk about being face forward. Is that the term?
Yeah, sure.
And you don't think about that with operations or logistics because we serve quite a bit and we're doers. That's what we do. But I've seen time and again, I can think of people over lunch or just in what we call the alleyways between a couple of buildings on our facility and just taking time to pray with somebody, to listen to somebody. So really the hearts are seen quite a bit.
Yeah. I think to a person, when I think of your team across those, as I've had a chance to spend time with them and in an organization our size, I don't get to spend a whole lot of time with all of our staff. But the times that I do get to, that heart shines through. There are people on the ops and logistics teams that I think could very easily step into the role of life coach because they have that passion. They have that heart for people of just walking alongside. They happen to be serving in a different role using different skills on a day-to-day basis, but there's no hesitation. If I see one of our guests, chatting it up with one of our facilities guys or with one of the people working on our food services team, I know that their experience is contributing towards all that they're getting in the programs. It's not this is do we have to worry that they're talking with one of our facilities or warehouse team members? No, because their heart is the same. It's to minister the love of Christ to people to offer hope and to help them find a path forward.
And it's seen in so many different ways. I think about our warehouse team, and as we go out and we pick up food at various locations around the community from very generous donors and retailers that we partner with. And I think about the conversations that our truck drivers have and our volunteers that work with our truck team, and going out there and keeping those relationships, and even ministering out there and really being a representative of Christ to the community in that way too. So really just different footprints in all areas.
Yeah, and that's such a key part of it, because part of our vision at Water Street is that everyone who comes in contact with Water Street would experience restoration and be equipped to become restorers. And so that means, the people who are helping load our truck at the local grocery store, that they're interacting with our truck drivers, with our volunteers. We want them to experience the light and the love of Christ as well. And so having a team that's committed to that is amazing. I think of the environment and the role that the environment plays in somebody's experience of being at Water Street for many, many years. And I think Water Street's heart and our staff's heart has always been to demonstrate the love of Christ to everybody who comes through the door, right? I don't think our facilities have always communicated that same thing. There have been seasons where our facilities were sufficient to serve the task. But there's been a shift in that in the last, probably starting 12 years ago, major change 9 years ago when we went through Mission Makeover and completely renovated our dining hall. But over the last 9 years and over the last 2 years with your supervision and leadership, we've seen that change take place all over the place. And, I'd be curious your thoughts, Paul, as you've come in, not having worked at a rescue mission before, but recognizing the value of facilities and the quality of facilities. What are your thoughts on that? Like the importance and the impact of the environment on people's journey?
Yeah, I think it's a continuation of this discussion about the heart of our team and the heart of the guests that we're serving and providing, hopefully, great facilities for. So we talk about stewardship, and I think the heart of our team cares a lot about stewarding these resources that God has provided, taking care of them. That's one aspect of it. And I think another aspect is providing the dignity for those that we are trying to serve and providing these facilities for. So everything from stairwells to, like you said, the dining hall and the work that was done there prior to me, but continuing on to, it's funny where we're sitting now that 2 years ago, we would have been sitting here.
Right. Right.
And so, yeah, I think dignity is a big part of it. And I think that our team carries that in the work that they do, just caring for. And it's amazing the skill set that God has brought. So right now I'm speaking specifically about our facilities team.
Yeah.
But the skill set that they have and their creativity and wanting to provide the best areas, it's neat to see.
Yeah, yeah. And we've mentioned a couple times the dining hall and Mission Makeover, and many of our supporters probably remember that if they've been around for a while. That was an incredible project where in 7 days we completely basically gutted the entire first floor of our 210 South Prince Street building. Gutted it down to concrete floors and the pillars and the exterior walls, and rebuilt it in 7 days, and created this just bright, beautiful, durable kind of community cafe feel. If there wasn't already a Prince Street Cafe, I mean, that might be a good name for it, but but it's just been this amazing. But what amazes me, like that project was crazy, and it was so cool to watch it happen, and the way the community came together to make it happen, where, you know, subcontractors in dozens of trades doing that work, who were donating their labor, who were donating materials, who were working schedules they've never even considered for a job before in order to make this happen, and just pitching in and making it happen. And it was finished 9 years ago. And you walk in there today and you would never know it was finished 9 years ago. Like it has held up. And it's not just because the contractors did a fantastic job, Warfel and their work there, all the subcontractors, they did a great job. Good quality materials help, but it has to be cared for by somebody. And the facilities team and the food services team who own and run that place have cared so well for it. That stewardship mentality shows through. When I walk people through there, they're like, wow, when did you guys do this? And when they hear it's been 9 years now, they're like, what? This is 9 years ago and it still looks like this? And I know we've had to touch up paint here and there and do some things, but it's just amazing to me, the quality, and appreciate your team and their hard work and keeping it that way.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I think the other thing that stands out to me is again, our guests and the way they've treated that space. That when you create a space that communicates warmth and dignity and value to people, how they treat it the same way back.
It's funny you mentioned that. So just yesterday over lunch, it stood out to me. There was one of our guests, and he actually grabbed a broom and a dustpan and started cleaning around the table. I think he had his children with him or something, but there was a mess being made, and he did that. He just on his own.
Just on his own. He saw a mess was there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually saw that yesterday, where I agree. They realized that it's an area that was taken care of, and they want to take care of themselves.
Yeah. And a final comment on our food service team. Man, they do an amazing job using primarily, almost entirely donated product, putting out 3 meals a day of such high quality. I shared a note with the team. They had an offsite this week, and I really appreciated Margaret, who's like leading the food service team right now, reaching out and saying, hey, do you have a word of encouragement for the team? And I know she did that to a number of staff, just kind of opened it up for people to. So I hope she was flooded with comments of appreciation, but I know taking the time to think about it. And one of the things I shared with her and with the team is that I have never once hesitated or worried when bringing a volunteer, a community partner, a donor into our dining hall to join us for a meal. To come in and pick up lunch so we could have a meeting, to sit at the table with me and enjoy a lunch or a dinner in our dining hall. I've never once worried, like, what are they serving today? Is it going to be good enough? Is it going to be like just the confidence? I just know we're going to walk in there and we're going to get a great meal, and it's going to be fantastic. And at the end and during that process, they're going to be like, wow, this is like, you guys are serving some nice stuff. Like, how do you do that? And this is all donated food. And from week to week, they're creating, menus off of what do we have this week?
So it's so fun to be in there and watch. I delight to see that. So we have 2 sous chefs currently in there, and then the rest of the team, and just their skill set, their creativity. But I delight in seeing them having fun in there. And it really starts with, like you said, the food that we get in. It's crazy what God provides in many different ways, and quality and variety of what they get to work with, and how fun they can have in there, how much fun they can have.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know it's probably the part of the ministry where we hear more stories of like instant answered prayer than anywhere else.
Yes.
And I think because we operate so heavily on donations in that space, Oh my gosh, do we have enough bread for tomorrow's meal? Do we have enough, like, we've served chicken every meal for the last 4 days. Like, could we please find some beef somewhere, and then it shows up, and even like, not just like necessities and, oh, we need change, or, we haven't had this condiment or this vegetable for a while or whatever, but even like those kind of wish prayers of like, man, I would love to be able to serve steak to our guests. And I remember through the years and multiple times different food service staff saying, we were talking the other day and we had this, vision. We wanted to do lamb chops for our guests. One of the guests had mentioned they'd never had lamb chops before. And so we started praying that somehow God would allow us to have lamb chops. And like a week later, lamb chops showed up.
Show up.
Like, what? Yeah. It's like crazy. And just like, those dream things. I remember coming in one day and there were Alaskan king crab legs being served. I mean, like, big, long Alaskan king crab. Yes. And we're trying to, how do you serve them in like, the plasticware that we have? Like, it's not really designed for big seafood boils or, but yeah, it's amazing how God provides.
Yeah, it's been fun to see that again. Just and the fact that the staff in the kitchen, they take it seriously.
Yeah,
and they want to provide the best meals, and they really delight in that way to serve our guests.
Yeah, and I have to call out the fact that, I don't know, man, it was over a year ago, I think, the first time that I came in and experienced Mediterranean bowls, Water Street style, and walking through the line, and I felt like I was at Cava. I walk in, they're like, so which greens would you like? Would you like lentils or rice? Would you like, and just going down the line, and they're offering all these things, and what protein do you want today, and what toppings, and they had everything. And I mean, it was a full Mediterranean bowl, tzatziki sauce at the end.
Stuff I've never heard of.
and I was just blown. I was like, are we seriously doing this today? And it was fantastic. And then it's like every other week now I walk in and we have Mediterranean bowls, and the off weeks we have like build your own taco bowl, and just amazing. Even those meals, the sense of agency that it gives. And I know the lines are a little longer and a little slower on those days, but I don't think anybody minds, because there's that sense, like, being able to walk through the line, and it's not just like, okay, do you want green vegetables or yellow vegetables? Boom. Do you want, slimy chicken or fried chicken? Boom. It's not that at all. And especially on those days where it's like you walk down the line and you've got 12 choices to make along the way, and you're curating your own meal to your tastes. How different that is than many missions, and there are amazing missions around the country, but the experiences of our guests, I can't even tell you how many times I've heard guests talk about, like, I've never had that meal before I came here. I've never eaten that way. And we do some special things from time to time, like the Feast of Joy, to really kind of just show off and give our guests an experience like they haven't had maybe ever in their lives. For most of them, at least not for many years. And food is a doorway to relationship and trust and
you keep sharing the thoughts that are coming into my head.
I'm sorry.
About that. I was thinking about the Feast of Joy #1, the special opportunity we have to really highlight our guests and give them a neat night.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking about how food is, in the Christian community, in every community, food and just sitting around it's a doorway. Such a special opportunity to have those times. I've witnessed our kitchen staff just recognizing birthdays of our guests, and going out and celebrating with them, and providing that. So, neat times.
Yeah, it's a great environment, and your team does a phenomenal job of just creating that space, that environment in the dining hall, but everywhere else that opens the door to trust, to relationship, and that's where ministry really happens. So, I mean it very, very seriously, that the work of our life coaches and our social service team and our counselors and everything are incredibly important, but it takes everyone. And the logistics and operations team is just as vital to the ministry in every way. So I'm grateful for you and your leadership with the team. I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody. Thanks for taking time on that. I know you weren't planning on sitting with me today. Double duty. But I've been asking everybody the same two questions at the end of their time. And so I'll tell you both of them so you can have a little time to think about it. The first one is, when you think about our neighbors who are struggling, who are experiencing homelessness right now, who are, maybe on the street, maybe sleeping in their car, maybe in our shelter, the Clay Street shelter, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, as you've been engaged in this work for a couple years now and see the ups and downs of it, and the good and the bad, what gives you hope? So what is your hope for them, and what gives you hope?
Yeah, I think so. My hope for them, it's probably the same answer for both, is being able to grasp, kind of like what Paul said, that they would grasp what is the height, the depth, the width, the breadth, and the depth of the love of Christ for them. And we have an opportunity. We're blessed to partner with the Lord to provide tangible ways of expressing His love, His restorative desire for our neighbors, and to be able to grasp that personally and to know, and these stories that we hear on the bench of this transformation, restoration of how Christ is personally coming to them and changing what, providing hope. I think hope is so powerful in a situation where maybe they haven't experienced hope before because of different reasons. So, and for me, it's the same thing for me. My hope is in Christ, and the fact that Christ grabbed me at a point in my life when I was a young man, took me out of hopelessness, gave me a hope. It's still the same hope I find today in Christ.
Awesome. Paul, thanks for joining me on the bench.
Of course.
Sharon, thank you for your leadership of our team and all the work that they do.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you, Jack, for your leadership and freezing out here and getting 30 minutes of sleep. So thank you.
My pleasure, I think. Yeah.
This is WGAO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Are they ready for us? Or not quite yet?
They are going to have you on at 8:30.
8:30?
Yeah.
So, okay. That's like a long time from now.
Or sorry. You're more awake than I am.
Come on, man.
These are very lightly used. They're my work headphones.
Okay.
I was thinking you could just.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Cool.
Yep.
And you'll see the newscaster up there.
Is this my left ear, or is that the other?
You can see
This one's the left ear. And is the speaker over here?
I think it's in both ears. Is it going through both?
Oh, it's going through both, but I didn't know. Is there a microphone? Is it in here?
You just talk into the Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it might be good to have that actually up there.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the microphones right there.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they should have you on in about 4 minutes. They should have you on in about 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay. Cool. Yes. Good. Okay. Sounds good. So if anybody's watching our our live stream, I forget sometimes that there's a camera on me. 4 people. Hey, hi 4 people. I'm glad you're watching us. I'm holding the phone here. We're about to go live with WGAL on their morning show. They were out here a couple times yesterday, which we really appreciate. And we're going to do a little live bit with the anchors in the studio. So we're doing it through Zoom on the phone. So that's why I'm sitting here by myself and staring at a phone. They're going to come back in just a minute or so. Yeah, we're about 3 minutes out from our little conversation with them. So you'll get a different view of what it's like to do a live look in with a new show. Okay. Yeah. I'm a little cold and I'm a little tired. As you guys just talked about the weather forecast, that was wonderful to hear. It's chilly, and I've been out here all night, and I will be out here till 3 this afternoon. Yeah. 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 Well, it is World Homeless Day today, October 10th, and this is all about raising awareness. We have friends and neighbors and family members in our community in Lancaster County here who are sleeping on the street, who are sleeping in cars, who are sleeping in places that are not fit for human habitation. And we need to keep our eyes open to that. It's so easy sometimes to turn away because it's uncomfortable to think about the fact that we have neighbors who are experiencing homelessness. But today is about raising awareness and opening our eyes to that, because not only are there people in need, but the solution to that need is right here as well. If all of us could do one thing. Water Street is here every day trying to serve our neighbors, serving hundreds of individuals experiencing homelessness every day. But each and every one of us have a part to play in loving our neighbors and helping make a difference for them. Yeah. Yeah, it's been amazing. So not only leaders like Alice Yoder and Deneen Sirachi, it's been great to have them, but leaders of nonprofits from CAP and from Tenfold and from Anchor Lancaster, great organizations that are doing good work in the community, but also some of our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, some who have come through programs like Water Street and their lives have been transformed because we want to tell stories of hope. There is hope for change. There is hope for transformation. We're a part of that. There are other organizations doing it as well. It is possible to see change. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks. Sounds good. Cool.
6:30. Be back.
She said 6.
6. Okay.
So yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Said we'll be back to you at 6. So yeah, keep keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Maybe she meant 6:30.
Doing okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have gloves. If you need some.
I have gloves.
You do?
Yeah. Yeah. I have the hand warmer things. So if you need those, there's a bunch of them over there. So that's actually better than gloves when my hands are in my pocket. So
Yeah. Nice.
if I'm going to have my hands out for a while, then I put the gloves on.
Yeah. Nice. If I turn this off. Well, I think back at 6.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have some? Can you text her and find out if it's really 6 or 6:30? Yeah. Yeah, if it's a light news day, maybe they want me 6 and 6:30.
Yeah. Maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I can join you. 6:30.
Ooh.
I can play the video run through again.
Yeah, do you want to we'll do a couple videos. So I'm going to take a little break here and stretch my legs. I'll be right back on the bench in a few minutes after the video.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation. without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry. Playing and feeling a sense of normalcy, Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was at 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried. In front of all these grown men, you know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humbled me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed. And I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober. And I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally, and I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because I have experienced the unconditional love of the staff, I have learned how it is that my Heavenly Father can love me unconditionally, which was something I never understood before, because nobody had ever done it. If I can be a living, walking example of you can make it through, it's not always going to be easy, but it's so worth it to get to the other side. Because of Water Street, I'm secure, I'm healthier. My relationship with God has been restored and is stronger. Because of Water Street, I'm a better person.
Well, I came to Pennsylvania in 2019. I lived with my sister, who was older than me, and she had passed away that same year. I have a brother out here, so I stayed with him for a certain amount of time. My sister-in-law was the one that mentioned Water Street to me. I'm grateful because it has changed my life. I'm one of those that, I keep to myself, and they have taught me that staying isolated isn't what I need to do. I was in church until I was 15. I didn't really care that much about it. It really, really hit when my mom died in 2014. So I was like, well, that's it. If there's a God, why does he take these people that we love? And it just got worse. The more family members I lost, I didn't want anything to do with it, because I didn't really deal with all the grief and everything until I came here. They taught me how to process it and, just to keep God close. And that's what I'm learning to do. It's not an easy road, but yeah. I am currently in phase 2. I want to get back into the nursing field. I used to do CNA work, and I want to get back into that again, get my certification, and maybe move up the ladder a little bit. I felt broken when I came here, and now I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing, and I'm starting to feel a lot better. I'm getting back to the Viannis that I was. I'm much happier, I'm much more enthusiastic about stuff. I'm a lot more active. When I first came here, I thought it was just like any other shelter, but it's a lot more than that. And if someone needs that support and they need to get back on their feet, this is the place to go. It's just a really awesome place to be.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
This is Maria and her son.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed those videos. Learning a little bit more about Water Street, hearing some stories of impact and change. I know I've been moved through the years so many times by just hearing what God is doing in the lives of our guests, and seeing just the possibilities, the hope, as we talk about our friends and neighbors who are not there yet, who are on the street, who are staying in their cars, sleeping in tents. As I said when I was talking to WGAL, there is hope. There is possibilities, and part of the reason we're doing this is to invite you to get involved, to be a part of it. Real change, real hope is possible, but we as a community need to work together, to not be afraid to step out. And I think of Carol and what she was sharing last night. Just the experience of getting to know her neighbors who don't happen to have houses, but they are her neighbors. And I just love the way that she recognized that and talked about her own journey of realizing, meeting somebody in the park, sharing that moment of connection and joy, of just petting a dog, and love how animals can be such a uniter of people. And but in that moment, connecting on a human level over a common interest and a common feeling that we all experience. And then taking that next step of getting to know her neighbors and not even realizing till the end of the conversation, hey, it's time to go home. I need to head home and head to bed. And then finding out that the gentleman she was talking to is living at Water Street. And then how that opened her eyes. And then from there, getting to know others in the park and those who might have even been sleeping there, and just recognizing the humanity. That's what it's all about. And, but also recognizing that there's hope, that they don't have to stay in that circumstance, in that situation. So grateful to be a part of an organization like Water Street, that our whole purpose is to walk alongside our neighbors who are experiencing poverty and marginalization, those who are experiencing homelessness, knowing that restoration is possible, transformation is possible through Jesus, through relationship, through community, and also knowing that our community is filled with so many other great organizations that are doing the hard work. We've talked about a bunch of them. Some of the others that we haven't even mentioned, like Clare House and Milagro House, and who are working with women, Bridge of Hope. As Jesse brought up, how they impacted her life. Love in the Name of Christ and the work that they're doing, and connecting congregations to those in need and making a difference, and the hubs all over our county, the Warwick Hub and Solanco Ministerium and Seeds over in Conestoga Valley, and CVCCS, helping provide food to families, and Anchor and Tenfold and the others here in the community. We talked a little bit about the Factory Ministries and Real Life Community Services up in Denver. And man, it's like, when you think about it, I've been asking that question of everybody on the bench. If you've been watching this at all, you've heard me ask that question of what gives you hope, what gives us hope in the midst of really tough circumstances, an environment that doesn't seem like it's getting any better right now, to be honest. The housing market and housing affordability is non-existent in our community, it seems, at times. It doesn't seem to be getting better as prices keep going up, and it makes it harder and harder for people. The economy has not been kind to many of our friends on the lower rungs of the ladder. And so it just feels like the problem is getting bigger. But when I think of all those organizations, and I know the faces that are connected with them, that's where some of my hope lies. My ultimate hope, obviously, is knowing that God can bring change and restoration to people's lives. But hope for the community comes from the fact that there's so many people out there who care. There's so many people, so many organizations that are doing good work. Can we do more? Yes. Can we do better? Yes. Water Street included in that. But I know there are people who care, and anybody who's watching this, you can be a part of it as well. And whether you're watching it live, whether you come back and look at a little bit of this later and you're wondering, what the heck was Jack doing at 5 a.m. with nobody on the bench? What's he babbling about? I hope you hear this. I hope that you hear that there's real needs. There are neighbors out there struggling right now, but you can be part of the solution. You can volunteer, you can donate, you can just love your neighbor. Keep your eyes open, see the needs around you, see the people around you, be willing to take that step of being a supportive presence, building that relationship, building trust, and you can be a part of it. Yeah. So that's my, 5:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what time it is. What time is it? 6 o'clock. I can't believe my watch is still working. Yeah, that's my 6 a.m. babble after 30 minutes of sleep. So hopefully it makes sense to somebody out there. And we're going to stick it out here. We got a little bit of time before our next guest. So I'm not going to talk straight for an hour to fill that time. But I'm going to be here on the bench, and hopefully just seeing me sitting here will remind you that there are people where, you know, they were sleeping in a place just like this last night. And they don't have another option. I do. I'm not trying to pretend that my experience here on this bench compares at all to what our friends who are experiencing homelessness are going through. You know, in 7 hours, I get to get up from this bench and go home to a warm house and take a shower. And tomorrow night, or tonight, later tonight, I get to sleep in a warm bed. And my experience here doesn't compare. I've got people around me who were here to make sure I was safe when I had my eyes closed. I knew that nothing was going to happen to me. That is a luxury that so many of our friends don't have. So I'm going to just chill for a while and just hang out here until I think it's 6:30. We're going to have a chat with Channel 8 again, and 7 o'clock we'll have some guests, and from 7 to 3. There's going to be an amazing array of guests coming in, joining me on the bench, having some conversations, helping to raise some awareness, open some eyes, hear about what God is doing at Water Street, what God is doing in our community, what God is doing in the lives of people around us, and what your neighbors are doing to help other neighbors. So, yeah, hope you join us again after 7 o'clock when you can hear some of those great stories.
Since on the live stream option, the chat isn't working, but it is on YouTube, so might be worth a mention if anyone wants to message to do that on the YouTube.
Oh, on the YouTube, so Facebook chat is not working. Is that what you're saying?
We can go in and look at it. Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up on the stream.
Oh,
Not on the stream was.
Oh, okay.
Facebook and YouTube. We'll have to check that out. Yeah, I can check.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There's people starting to jump back on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, they're flooding in.
but I saw comments.
Yeah. No.
Cheering you on. So this is connected to YouTube and Facebook, so whatever comes up there, click up here or show.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to answer some questions. If you're out there and you're watching us right now, feel free to post a comment. YouTube and Facebook, I think it's both working. Our live stream comments, we'll dig and see if we can find them. But if we don't get your question, post it on one of the others too, and then hopefully we'll see it. Happy to answer any questions you have about Water Street, about homelessness, about my journey. Feel free to throw some questions in there. Please, no questions about Philadelphia sports teams. We are in mourning. One of the greatest benefits of sitting on a bench and having conversations last night is I did not have to watch any of that. I love the Phillies, love the Eagles. Come on, guys. Love the Flyers too. First game of the season. It's all right. We'll get over it. We'll grow as the season goes. Yeah. She was up early. How many trash trucks will go through that alleyway today?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they already make that route?
Yep. They're not coming to swap out our dumpster today, are they? Because it looks pretty full. I hope they don't have that scheduled for this morning.
You can always talk to them for a little bit too.
That's true.
As long as it's before 7. The dust is on top of it.
Canceled the dumpster.
Yeah. See Matt's comment about wearing a Giants scarf.
Yeah. Matt is just like all about harassing me on the bench. I don't know if he's doing it for everybody.
Yeah.
Is he just going around all 70 cities and coming up with nice harassing comments for each and every one of us? Or Matt is he's the president of Fresno Mission out in California, and he's the chair of our board for Citygate Network. So and he was one of the first ones to do this. So Fresno is kind of mission control.
Yep. Makes sense.
Yeah. So he's not actually on a bench this year, so he has time to harass everybody else.
Nothing like politely reminding people that you don't have to do that.
Yeah. Next year, he needs to be back on a bench.
Well, next year you need to, was it Charlotte or was it, who was the other?
Who had like the comfy couches? Yeah.
I don't see their feed of the people who are inside on a comfy chair. Yeah. It was like, well, I want to go for something. Yeah.
I mean, we've said from the very beginning, this is not about torturing a CEO. This is about conversations and raising awareness. But I think they took that too seriously.
They're like, just do the end of it.
The word bench is still in the title of this event.
Bench, recliner, I don't know.
Yeah. They're interchangeable, right?
It's all relative, right?
Who was? I think it was Brandon. He said he blamed one of his supporters that the first year he was on a hard bench like this, and then the next year he had a bench that had like a pad on it or something. And the third year somebody brought him like this cushy luxury like patio chase lounge type thing, and they called it a bench. And he blamed somebody else for bringing that to him.
You need a Studio A and a Studio B. Studio A is this lovely setup. And Studio B right there. Nice recliner with some lazy boys. It's 20 minutes. Can we go back on?
All right. They want me to do horizontal with your phone.
Yeah.
TV versus reels.
I know.
Right? We were just talking about real mode. I did it. Actually, this way's so much easier. For me, anyway. So our maintenance guys were so kind, they brought out these space heaters. We have not, because we were a little worried about blowing a fuse and losing all of our because I don't think they tested it. Well, I don't know. We didn't know if they tested it.
Yeah.
So Greg was a little worried about a surge, and what we didn't want to do was like lose that whole setup and have to reboot it from scratch. And So we're like, you know what? The sleeping bag will be enough.
Space heaters just kill fuses.
Yeah. It's classic for that.
That's the one thing that blows our fuse.
Yeah.
In our house is doing multiple space heaters.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a lot more running this year too, in terms of tech.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems like a bigger setup. Hi, Hadass. Is that for me? Yeah. Aw. Sure. Sure, we're kind of chilling. So that's so kind. What do we have here?
I have sugar for your coffee.
Oh.
I have no idea how you like your coffee. So I'm like, just give me a regular coffee with sugar or with cream.
With cream? Perfect.
But
that's how I like it.
you want sugar?
No. Well, let me see. Is it like super dark roast? That's going to like...
It's regular, whatever. Medium roast.
Medium
I went
roast.
with the one in the middle.
That is good. Thank you so much. Is it a red eye? Oh. Oh, wow. This looks great. Matt, you don't need to make a move. Mm. Yeah.
I don't know how many people are it's all set. Yeah, it's much smoother than
Well, it seems, I feel like using the restring is probably so.
Yeah.
Because for me, I'm like, oh, this is, I don't even know what to do. I didn't do any testing. So I didn't do anything with it last year, but I know the people that switch to like then that made me nervous. But then what you should. Like as long as all I have to do is push the button, make sure the lights are using your own. I can't. It's just like similar to user.
Hey, Paul, are there any napkins or anything over there by the snacks?
That's a great question. I don't know the software. I think it's something.
Could you? Oh, never mind. Hadas has some. Thank you.
But I have a comment from Daniel Alder for
Oh, nice.
He said, "Hi Jack, this is Dan Alderford. That's more about podcast. Dad, I was encouraged to check this out by my daughter. Been listening to some last night and just tuned in this morning. Good.
Nice. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate that. Dan or Daniel? Dan? Daniel.
He goes by Dan.
By Dan. Hey, appreciate your daughter too. She's been fantastic support and is a great part of our organization. She's got an amazing heart for what Water Street's all about. So appreciate having her as a part of it. So thanks for checking in.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Oh, hey, good. How are you?
How are you doing today?
Doing good. It was a little chilly, but it was manageable. Yeah. we made it through. So, how was your evening? I'll be here till 3 in the afternoon. Yeah. Kevin came and stopped by and spent some time on the bench with me last night. So we had a conversation.
My 3 years sober. I'm doing the right thing. Can you sing it for me? Thank you, Lord. They said they were, I call Matt because he's sleeping now.
What did you say?
Call Matt till then now.
I'm sure he's going to have it go straight to voicemail.
And got me here.
Voicemail.
Thank you, Lord.
What did you say? Have the construction guys come on. There's been some mornings that I come in where I'm getting here at like 7:30 or whatever. There'll be 2 or 3 cars here, and guys just sitting in their cars waiting for whoever to unlock it, or for their crew supervisor or whatever. Oh.
Yeah, that's an early shift for sure.
Mm-hmm. I think Ben verified with them again, like no outdoor noisy work.
Yeah, I think so. The lights on all night.
Yeah. It's actually a lot of times they'll do that for safety. When you have people are less likely to break in and steal something if they can be seen from the sidewalk. And
Tim's asking if you want me.
what'd you say?
He's gonna be here at 7. He's asking if you want anything.
No. No, Hadas hooked me up. Coffee and a sandwich is plenty. Ask him if he can get a replay on the Eagles or Phillies game. Get the league to overturn the result and give him another chance.
Yeah. That's so bad for you.
Oh my gosh, man.
Follow Arsenal. And they in second place 3 years in a row.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. How far can you go? Over and over and over again before it's just demoralized.
Right.
I feel like the Phillies need a refresh.
It does. That was the first comment my one nephew in our family chat. He's like, I think this is the end. Like we need to reboot, not just run it back.
Yeah.
And I mean, we kind of have the bummer is like I think some of the guys that have their contracts up this year are not the ones we want to see go.
Yeah.
Right. So Schwarber, JT.
Castellanos, right?
I think Castellanos has another year left. I think he has one more.
Yeah.
I think it's JT, Schwarber, and Ranger Suarez.
Oh, no.
I'm like and I'm like, I like all three of those guys.
Yeah.
Like Kyle had a great year.
Yeah. He's only like 33.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got a few years left in him.
Yeah. He's played DH too.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, so I'm not sure. Like, are we going to upgrade in any of those positions?
Yeah.
Like, if those guys go?
Yeah.
Like, so that doesn't feel like the first step to a refresh is to lose those three.
Yeah. There's not guys who can come in and readily replace them.
Yeah.
They have that one guy who's like a third baseman who's really good.
Yeah. Well, is it JP Crawford? Is he? He's not the third baseman you're thinking of, is he?
No. They're thinking Bohm would like go to the bench or something like that.
Okay. Oh wow.
Really
Okay.
Like 20.
Yeah.
And they got Andrew
Painter, the pitcher. Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't have anybody like Schwarber.
No. I mean, there aren't many people like Schwarber, so.
Who knows? Maybe they get like Pete Alonso
or.
Move Harper to DH.
Yeah.
One thing they're going to spend lots of money.
Yeah. I mean, if his arm could take it, like put Harper back in right field.
Yeah.
And
such an athlete.
Yeah, he's so good. He had such a. I guess. I mean, he went to first because the arm wasn't ready.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, did it not come back? Like, does he not have what he used to have? And is that why they've kept him there? Or was it just because, we got Casty out there now? But now we've lost confidence in Casty. So at what point do you just say, man, move Bohm to first, bring this new guy up to play third, put Harper back in right, and then maybe you've got something.
Yeah.
Shifting. Catcher's tough. How are you going to replace JT?
Yeah.
I mean, he's so solid.
Yeah.
Defensively, he's fantastic, and
he's a great team guy.
he's a team guy. He had a little bit of a lull, but actually, he was one of the only guys that seemed to be doing something in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I'm not a big league GM.
Yeah.
And I know so little. I just don't have the bandwidth to pay attention to all of Major League Baseball.
All the minor leagues too.
Whereas I used to. Like, I used to know it all, man. Like, I followed everybody. I had like 6 teams that I cared deeply about, and then a general sense of everybody else, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like, I know the Phillies well, period.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about some of the other NL East teams just because we play them enough that I get to know them. But there's very little else I know about big league. There's so many names.
Yeah.
The All-Star game, I was like, who are these guys? Home run hitting contest. Who are these guys?
Yeah.
I don't know any of these dudes. But
I had a guy at my old job pulled me back into fantasy baseball. I played it like twice in college.
Yeah.
And it's so like the strategy side of it.
Ugh.
I love it.
That's fun.
Like watching Moneyball, like a little bit. And then
It's a great movie.
Fantasy baseball got me. Like I don't even watch games really. I just love the strategy.
Oh, wow.
Of like picking guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a chess match. So, yeah, it's fascinating.
When I was in high school, I played. It used to be called rotisserie baseball.
Okay.
Which is it's fantasy baseball, but it was before computers. So it was USA Today,
Okay.
the Wednesday and Thursday edition. Wednesday, I forget which was which, but one of them was the AL, one was the NL, and they had all the stats of all the players. So every single player in the league was listed in there, and so you could pull their average, their hits, their runs, everything, and you do your calculations and you'd run it on spreadsheets. And so it wasn't week to week, head to head, the way a lot of fantasy. I don't know if
Ours is like
so it was collective, like you're just piling points through the year.
So like Wednesday morning, you're like at the news.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So we did, it's study hall on those days. Like who's got the USA Today? Let's pull it out.
Competition is the best thing.
Yeah, it's fun. It's not me. Oh, okay.
Only driving here did I think that.
It was so
Mm-mm.
No trouble at all. It actually went a lot faster than I thought it was going to as well. You guys have a great setup, good talent. So, that's it. Absolutely. Have a good one.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, man. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate your help, man.
Thank you.
So, Paul, were you up earlier than normal to make the trip down, or is that your normal?
Well, I took because like I get up normally about 4:30 or so.
Yeah.
Until my body wakes me up, or unless my body wakes me up a little earlier. So yes and no.
Mine does, but it's just for that middle of the night bathroom break.
I was trying to say that. So not too much. That's why I picked the shift. I'm like, well, that's right around my time.
That's right. Yeah, you only have to get up a few minutes earlier.
So she'll text us.
Yeah. Still 34 is what the.
I think they're still thinking 34, but they did just announce they went to break, and they said there's one more story, and then we're
Okay.
So it might be a little bit earlier.
Yes, I can. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our second year of doing conversations on a bench. And the whole concept is I sit here on this bench for 24 hours straight. And throughout those 24 hours, I'm having conversations with people from our community, from leaders, municipal leaders, community county leaders, nonprofit leaders, but also people who are experiencing homelessness or have experienced homelessness in the past and have seen restoration in their lives. And the whole point of it is to raise awareness for our neighbors who are struggling right now. Yeah. 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 So we have people coming out all this morning. As soon as we get off here, we'll have more people joining me on the bench. But as people become aware of the need in our community and hopefully are inspired to be a part of the solution, there are so many ways. Here at Water Street, there are so many opportunities for them to get involved, to volunteer, to donate. But there are organizations all across the county doing amazing work. And so it's not just about Water Street. We have friends at Anchor Lancaster and Tenfold and Lancaster County Food Hub. So many different other organizations that care deeply about those who are struggling, and you can be a part of bringing help and hope to your neighbors who are experiencing homelessness. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so basically from 3 o'clock yesterday until 2 a.m., it was nonstop, 15-minute conversations, so dozens of people already. Again, Mayor Srirachi was here, Alice Yoder, one of our county commissioners, Jamie Arroyo, one of our city council members, Vanessa Filbert, our CEO of CAP, and Kate Zimmerman from the United Way, but also some of our guests, Maria and Waleska, two amazing women who are seeing change in their lives, even as we speak, as they've been a part of Water Street, former guests who are now back on their own 2 feet, being contributors to the community, all sharing their stories, sharing the needs they experienced and how we can help. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. I've got my coffee right next to me. Thanks so much. Take care. Thank you. There we go. Yeah. With them, I think. Yeah. Yeah, because I know the original was 5:30, 6, and 6:30, and then they changed it to 5:30 and 6:30. So yeah.
Did they do 10 and 11?
Yeah. Well, they didn't talk to me, but they used, I think she did like live little look-ins while I was talking to somebody else. and then I think they used the recorded clip.
Okay.
It's kind of how they packaged it, so that way she could do her little spiel. I was in the background, and then use the clips. That's how it felt they were doing it.
Yeah.
Because the one time I could kind of over my shoulder see her talking, and then like a pause and waiting, and then her talking again.
Yeah.
So I think that's how which is kind of a cool way of doing it.
I got like a 3-minute story.
Yeah. Should be great. Well, and both of those were decent length.
Yeah.
I mean, I got 3 questions, and I didn't feel like they were rushing me through it. So, yeah.
Great. They've been awesome.
Yeah. Good coverage. So hopefully.
Shout out to WGA.
Yeah. Yeah. And was it if Fox was here?
Yes. Were they here after I left? Or they were here like
You were here when they were here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He came and sat on the bench with me, or he stood over here. Yeah.
ABC. I did talk to LMP and couldn't make it.
That's okay.
Yeah. They said they might try to send a photographer today, but it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. And somebody said that Fig might have posted something about it.
Did.
Okay.
Yeah, Deb put up something about you.
Nice. Yeah, because Jen was here doing B-roll stuff.
Yeah.
And so she's like, "Hey, can I get while you're here?" So she took like a couple shots of me sitting over on the wall over there, and then she was asking about this, and she's like, "Oh, can I get a shot of you on the bench?" So that was probably So it was very cool. Yeah. I would assume that's it. So then, 20 minutes, and then we hit the ground running with several conversations. My daughter's second grade teacher was like DMing her on Instagram about our family. And like she's like, "Oh my gosh, your older sister got married, and I just saw your dad on TV. You guys are doing amazing stuff. It's so cool."
Bob somehow saw you. Looked like he was somewhere, but he took a shot of you on a big screen TV on WGA.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, nice. That's cool.
I could jump on we have 8 people on. It seems like we're
Yeah.
starting to have more people jump on.
Okay.
I could jump on.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Let's do it.
That's Mike number 2. It is 1. Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right, Matt. There is a mic for you.
So we have to talk about homelessness. We don't have to.
We've been talking about sports.
I know. I thought it'd be a good break for you to
yeah,
be able to talk about something different.
That is helpful.
Yeah.
It's remarkable. I mean, although the conversations have been life-giving, I mean, it's just encouraging to hear. I was saying a little earlier when I was just babbling to the camera because I didn't have anybody on the bench. It's encouraging. I find hope in hearing the stories, having some of our former guests here, some of our current guests here on the bench. Just hearing what God is doing in their lives is so encouraging. But then also talking to so many people from the community who care. You know, there are people here who are volunteers, like they're not getting paid, but they're out there every week supporting other organizations, supporting Water Street, supporting just their neighbors. And then obviously the organizations that have been represented. So yeah, I needed a break. I needed to talk about sports and rant about the Phillies and the Eagles and all that stuff.
You have to do that all day probably.
but it's like the conversations themselves are not exhausting.
Yeah.
Because there's so much life in it.
Yeah.
To know that there are people who care.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're handling the emotions of it better this year than last year?
Did I not handle it well last year, Matt? Is that what you're trying to imply?
I honestly hadn't seen you cry that much, and I
gotta go back and watch that.
Last hour. You were tearing up like for a good portion of the last conversation. Obviously, being without sleep does that. You know, like it puts you in a different state of mind. But
yeah.
So
just in my defense, the wrap up when you sat down on the bench last year and we were wrapping up at the end, I know like that I lost it there.
Yeah,
it was overwhelming. I mean, it was exhausting. Yes, I had so little sleep. But that moment of just pausing and thinking about like everything that had happened, it was overwhelming and it was emotional. I don't think I did it the whole last hour. I'm
trying to remember who it was that you were talking to.
Oh, maybe
really
one of the
emotional
guests.
with.
Yes.
One of the guests came in the last hour.
Okay.
And
all right, maybe I was weeping like a baby multiple times. If that's what you want everybody to know.
Yeah. This is our time to get to know you better. So we're gonna figure out all the little intricacies here.
No, it's good. So by the way, this guy sitting with me making fun of me is Matt. He's our director of marketing. Why don't you tell everybody who you are, what you do for us?
Yeah. So I'm director of marketing for Water Street Mission. I help oversee a lot of our efforts in terms of direct mail. So if you're out there and you're one of our donors, I'm the person that's making sure you're not forgetting about us, especially during the fall.
Yeah.
Overseeing our digital efforts, a lot of what we do on Facebook, the live stream, all those things, all those channels, also doing PR efforts. Supporting our team in terms of fundraising, our major gift officers, and also just helping our ministries, helping them grow as they need it, creating all kinds of print collateral and things that just help them do their jobs better. So yeah, and probably about 10 to 15 other things as well, events on top of that. So yeah.
So let me pivot from that. So that's some of the tasks and the technical things that you're doing.
Yeah.
How would you capture like what it is that you're trying to accomplish in all of that? Not because your goal is not to produce X number of pieces to get people to donate. Your goal isn't to, it's not all about like, the highest quality production reels on Instagram and whatever. Like, what are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah. Well, I think
why do you do what you do?
I think we want authentic connection with the people who are out there. We want them to know that there's a need. If you don't see a need, then it's hard to give to something that you don't see that there's a need for. So yeah, we want to create an authentic connection where they understand the need, but they also understand our heart, and the why behind everything that we do. And so, as my old boss said, like, money is boring, and what really matters is that people's hearts are growing towards people experiencing homelessness, the issues that we have in our community, and also, the work that we're doing as an organization. And so, we're really, in a lot of ways, hopefully over this next year, going to try to amplify what our heart is throughout the community, and just some really succinct, clear ways, like just let people know what the heartbeat of Water Street Mission is. So, and hopefully we could share a million different things, but hopefully we can come up with something that's really clear and succinct. So.
And I appreciate you really digging into that, because and even that phrase, money is boring, and what we're looking for is deeper connection. I agree with that, and I know that's the heart of the entire advancement team, not just you and your marketing team. It's how do we invite people to really understand the need and the role that they can play. And so for many people, the role they can play is to donate, to support Water Street financially, because of where they are in their season of life, because of the specific resources and gifts and abilities that they have, that maybe the way they're going to impact their community is not necessarily by becoming a life coach, by volunteering 10 hours a week to build relationship and everything, because maybe they're in a season of life where it's like, man, my relational energy is towards my kids, right? And so I don't have a whole lot more. I remember those days. I have 4 daughters. I remember those days. I was like, I got nothing left for anybody.
No time left.
I'm doing my job. I'm raising my kids. How can I help? And it feels like there's no, so in that, send some money. And that's awesome. But if it's just sending money because you feel an obligation, that, like we were talking earlier about, sometimes if the heart behind it isn't right, like I'd rather they give somewhere else. Like, let's find that other place that they are passionate about, for somebody to give to, that's having a kingdom impact, that's having a positive impact in our community. And let's invite those who God is stirring and moving around who Water Street is and what we do, who Water Street serves and what God desires for them, the individuals. And I know there are hundreds and thousands of you out there who that this is something God's putting on your heart. It's dear to God's heart, and it's something you're passionate about, and Water Street's the right place to partner with. And it's about that connection is the most important part. And so whether you're giving $2 or $200 or $200,000, like ultimately it's the connection to the work and the ministry and what God is doing in your heart. That in the big picture matters.
Absolutely. I think that's what I'm excited about. We were just talking a couple of days ago about the goals for these last 3 months, and year end is always like a big hill for us to climb, and and that this is my 6th year being in this role, and to me it's like I don't even worry about it anymore. It's like I just know that we're gonna connect people as much as we can. Like we have Maria's story out there, which some of you have seen. And that's such a great connection to like what the journey is of going through Water Street. And, it's just crazy. It's like 65% of people who get that ad are watching it all the way through. And it's that kind of stuff where I'm like, oh, I just love that. Like that they're actually seeing the entire journey of somebody who comes to us and their child as well. And so that's the stuff that excites me. And if those kind of things happen, then I feel like the rest kind of takes care of itself. Yeah. If we can find those good connection points where people really feel connected to Water Street mission, understand the need, then everything else comes together. So yeah, that's the joy of marketing. And yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. And my team just, as well, like when they see those moments happen, like, I mean, Melissa saw that happen, who's on my team, runs the digital side. And yeah, it's just so fun.
Yeah.
It's such a blast when something that you believe in connects with the audience you're trying to reach. And yeah, things just start to take off.
So if people are sticking with an ad all the way through the minute and 30 seconds, what about crazy people who stick with this live stream for 24 hours?
Yeah, that's another level.
If anybody out there actually did that,
I'm not sure what to do with those people.
We have some counselors on hand that could spend some time with you.
Yeah, you might need some sleep medication.
Yeah, we might want to analyze your brain too. There's some things we could learn.
Yeah, absolutely.
But hopefully you've joined us for some pieces of it along the way.
Yeah.
So Matt, you haven't always worked for a rescue mission. You haven't always worked in nonprofit work. You've done for-profit marketing. You've done some different things. Why did you want to work for Water Street? Why are you still working for Water Street?
Yeah.
What is it about this?
Yeah. So I would say the journey probably started when I was living in Denver, Colorado. I started going to Denver Rescue Mission because my church was partnering with the Denver Rescue Mission, and so I would just go and serve meals there. And yeah, just in general, like, these individuals are some of the most amazing individuals. Yes, there's some that could just being honest, there's some that could be dangerous. I think we've seen that in the news, but 99.5% are incredible people.
Right.
Maybe even higher than that, 99.9%.
Like our suburban neighborhoods.
Exactly.
There's some people who can be violent and dangerous to be around. And there's 99% who are good.
Yeah. And so the conversations that I had with people experiencing homelessness and the heart that they have, some of the stuff that Ron said, like they have nothing, but they'd be willing to give you whatever they do have. Yeah. And so, as I started my MBA at the University of Colorado, the whole idea behind it was bringing for-profit knowledge to the nonprofit community. And so even as I talked to the director of development at Denver Rescue Mission as doing an informational interview, he was like, get your MBA. Like, I hadn't even picked what degree I was going to do. He said, get your MBA, go work in the for-profit space, then go work for a rescue mission. And so yeah, I started off as
thanks to whoever that was.
I'm forgetting his name.
That's all right.
But I know.
Let's go back in your files, figure out who that was back then.
Yeah. But I think Alexis is still there. Alexa, still at Denver Rescue Mission. She might actually be on one of these feeds.
Nice.
With the national. So yeah, just overall, start off in the tech space, and then it was actually my wife that mentioned that there was a position open. I wasn't looking for a job. I applied, and yeah,
awesome.
Lucky enough to get the job.
That's cool.
Yeah. So yeah, I continue to stick around because I think a big part is because of you and your leadership, and I think there's probably a lot of people on our team who've been through bad leadership situations, and without a doubt, like I feel very comfortable with your leadership. I feel very comfortable with the vision that you have. There may be times where I want you to do something bigger.
We never disagree, Matt. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I think there's always a healthy tension. And healthy tension is good.
Yeah.
And so Yeah, I think that even in the days where it feels like things are frustrating, I think I always, to be honest, I think about your leadership, and that keeps me moving forward, and just I think your vision as well. So, and I'm not trying to sugarcoat it because I'm in front of you. I like, honestly, there's been moments where I'm like, all right, this seems difficult, what we're going through right now, but Jack's at the wheel, and I think things are going to be okay. And more importantly, God's at the wheel for you.
Yeah.
Which which I trust your faith, and I trust who you are in your walk with God.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah. No. Well,
yeah.
I don't ever remember reading "Put Your Trust in Jack." So
yeah.
Don't.
Yeah.
But no, in all of us. I mean, I think that's that's core to why any of us can stay here, is like really looking at, is God the one leading this ministry?
Mm-hmm.
Not me, not the leadership team, not the board. I love our board. We've got a great board, but like, man, if it's about us and what we bring to the table, it's gotta be, it's gotta be him. I mean, we've been around for 120 years through good leadership and bad, through crazy circumstances and smoother times, through bad decisions and good decisions, and God sustained this ministry.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives me confidence and trust in him. And then I mean, we want to continually seek his direction for what we do.
Yeah.
And so that's my heart. I know that's the heart of the board as well. So
yeah.
It's a big part of it.
Yeah. Ask you a question. What do you feel like God's teaching you right now?
Still trying to figure it out. I've had a couple conversations recently where I've felt the need to admit that, like, when I pause and I look at everything that's happening, I feel completely overwhelmed. Probably more accurately, I feel like I should feel overwhelmed.
Like God wants you to feel overwhelmed, or
no, like the circumstances, I should feel overwhelmed.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. What's happening in our community, what's happening with the uncertainty in the arena that we work in,
mm-hmm.
our nonprofit partners,
Yeah.
and their funding sources, and the policies that influence them, just the uncertainty around all that. The state budget hasn't passed, the federal budget, the federal government shut down.
Yeah.
That doesn't affect us directly, right? Because we don't take any government funding. We rely 100% really on private donations. But it's not only about Water Street.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for us to really care for our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, it takes us plus so many others.
Yeah.
And I look at what's going on there. That in itself feels overwhelming. The housing crisis feels overwhelming. The rising numbers of people hitting the streets because of mental health issues and addictions, and the lack of resources for that feels overwhelming.
Yeah.
The fact that Water Street, in the midst of all this, let's grow our ministry. Let's add new buildings and take on next steps in all of our ministries,
mm-hmm.
with our intentional communities and our recuperative care and growing our next gen programs. And let's buy 3 new buildings and put an addition on another.
Yeah.
All in the midst of this, like,
it's a lot.
I should be overwhelmed,
mm-hmm.
and yet I can sleep at night.
Yeah.
I come into work, and there's times I'm like, I have no idea what to do first,
mm-hmm.
let alone 10th.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that. Like, I feel like I just keep putting one foot in front of the other. I don't feel overwhelmed at the end of the day. I don't feel like God's not going to carry us through this. Like, I see him doing it. I see I sit on the bench with Maria and Walaska. I hear Lewis come back and just talk about how God continues to move in his life. All of those things. And I'm like, man, God is still doing it. He's still doing this amazing transformational work in the lives of people that we have the privilege to touch in some way.
Yeah.
He's making a way for, the construction crews pulled in this morning, and they're parked right across the parking lot. They're in that building straight across from us. We're weeks away from finishing construction in there. We discover new problems, right? Along the way, that wood is rotting out and we need to replace those things, or do we replace them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do our analysis, figure out what's next. How much is it going to cost?
Yeah.
All right, let's take it on.
Yeah.
Because we need this, and I think some of that, the lack of being overwhelmed, as I look back on it and I'm like, we're only doing it because we truly believe God has led us to do it. We spent so much time praying before we started planning.
Yeah.
And praying while we were planning, that I look back on the strategic plan that led us to this place, and I'm like, this is not my plan. I would not have written this plan. Like I would not have written it.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anybody on our leadership team or board that would look at that and say, every single piece of that was exactly where I thought we should go.
Yeah.
But when we got to the end of it, we all looked at it and said, this is right.
Interesting.
This is what God wants us to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so sometimes I have to hold on to that and look back and say, I know when we reached the end of that process, none of us hesitated.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of us looked at it with big wide eyes, like, really, all of this?
Yeah.
That question was asked.
Yeah. It is a lot.
But there was never a point where, like, we said, no, man, we got to cut back. We got to rein this back in. There's no way we can do it. It was like, no, this is what God's putting in front of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe it doesn't happen in the 2.5, 3 years that we thought, maybe it takes 5 years, but we're moving in that direction that God's called us to move in.
Yeah.
And we're already seeing fruit from it.
Yeah.
We're seeing more kids being ministered to at Teen Haven because of the addition. We're seeing more families engaged at Wonder Academy and the opportunity to engage more deeply with families at Wonder Academy. We're seeing the program come together for our intentional communities, and we're weeks away from inviting people to move in. And
recuperative care as well.
Recuperative care.
Yeah, it's been exploding.
We haven't talked much about recuperative care on the bench so far.
Yeah.
But man, like, if there's ever a new program, new initiative that, like, from the moment we started it, it was just like, this is why we're here. Like, it's recuperative care. Meeting and coming alongside people, the heart of Water Street, come alongside people at the hardest moment in their lives. So not only experiencing homelessness, but in the midst of an acute medical crisis.
Yeah.
Where nobody is prepared to care for them. Our hospitals aren't suited for it because it breaks the bank for them. It costs them so much money, and so they've got to find ways to cut back and to reduce, and not because they don't care, but because it's not sustainable for them to do a procedure on somebody that they know they can't discharge and then hold them in inpatient care for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
And so the story's coming out of recuperative care already. We've been open for less than a year.
It's amazing.
And, about 20 people have gone through recuperative care, and each and every one of those stories just amazes me.
Yeah.
And how our organization, our team being there at the right moment, at the right time to bring hope to somebody.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, it's been amazing. So,
I wish we could tell all 20 of those stories, but we don't have the budget or the time to do that. So,
but you'll be hearing more about recuperative care in the future, and we're just so excited about that and wanting to expand.
Yeah.
You know, we have 4 beds right now, but there's going to be more.
Yeah.
And we can't wait for that. So,
yeah.
Matt, before I let you off the bench, you got to answer the 2 questions. You got to answer the 2 questions. So, the first is when you think about our neighbors experiencing homelessness, on the street, living in cars, maybe taking that first step into shelter, what is your hope for them?
Mm-hmm.
And then the second question.
Are we talking Water Street or in general?
In general.
In general,
just
okay.
when you think about somebody who just got evicted,
yeah,
and they're hitting the street and they have no idea what's in store for them and they don't know where to turn. What's your hope for them? And then secondly, you know, we've been with us for a while. You've seen some of the ups and downs and challenges we face as an organization, and your job isn't hands-on with our guests, but it's a heavy job too.
Mm-hmm.
What gives you hope?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
what do you hope for them, and what gives you hope?
Yeah. So I'd say, like, I feel like what we have in Lancaster is we're very privileged to have so many organizations and so many people that care. And I am just astounded by just the generosity of our community in general. And so I feel like Lancaster, because of its generosity, has such an opportunity from a resource perspective to pick itself back up. Time will tell, you know, if, you know, these organizations that are struggling with funding are able to actually raise the funds that they need. But I think in Lancaster, we can do it.
Yeah.
Nationally, I think that there is a change in the conversation. And, you know, I think just hearing about some of the research that's going on in terms of housing first versus this jobs first model, not saying that there's anything that necessarily is the end all be all, but it feels like we're starting to balance things out perhaps a little bit more. You know, you talked about this study that's happening with Harvard,
right.
You know, where we're trying to study like the influence of spirituality in terms of getting people out of homelessness. I believe it's homelessness, right? Or poverty.
Homelessness, but general poverty and thriving.
Yeah,
is it's the thriving index that Harvard works.
Thriving index.
Yeah.
That's yes. And so I think we're starting to say that housing first is, especially with the crisis of mental health, it's just it can't be the only solution. And so I'm really hopeful that some of the stats and the data and all that will start to be paid attention to by our government officials, to where we'll start to move in a better direction. So that gives me hope, because people at the end of it, they need meaning. I mean, I love Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. I think there is legitimately, if you don't have a meaning and a purpose in life, like when times get tough, like it's really easy to go to the wrong things. And so I think that's where we're struggling right now. There's a lot of people facing mental health crisis. They have no deeper meaning. And so the things they're running to are the wrong things. And so my hope is that we, as a country, can start to realize how important that is. So, what keeps me hopeful, day in and day out, man, to be honest, like, I feel pretty overwhelmed as well. I feel like I'm juggling 100 things every day, and I'm not sure what to tackle, because the landscape of marketing is just changing so quickly. And like the big thing this year is emails, you know, kind of falling apart, and texting is becoming a new thing. And yeah, just, you know, people who used to give to us can't give to us anymore because of inflation and other things. And, but once again, like, I have hope in our community. And I just have, at the end of the day, like, why I'm able to go to sleep, even though I have a million things going through my mind, is because God's got it. you know, and in the grand scheme of eternity and everything else, like our time here in Lancaster is very small.
Yeah.
And God could heal everything at any moment. And so just knowing that there's purpose behind all that we're doing to show off his glory. When I'm feeling overwhelmed, like that helps give me hope, you know. When I'm feeling stressed, that helps give me hope, and it helps me step back and have that 30,000 foot, or hopefully God perspective of like, this is a short amount of time for God. These are small problems for God, and you know what? Go in, enjoy your work, work hard, and work for the kingdom. Okay.
Awesome.
I answered the two questions, so I think I'm good to go. So, unless you wanted to say anything else.
No, man. No, okay. I wanted to say thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to have you on the bench.
Yeah.
Even though you weren't scheduled.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking the risk and sitting down. And, a good conversation.
Yeah.
And thanks for all your work.
Yeah.
That you're doing and telling that story and helping people connect with God's heart and with the heart of Water Street.
Yeah.
It's so important.
Thanks. Cool, appreciate it. Appreciate you too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right.
We'll hold this here for our next guest. It feels different sitting than standing, doesn't it? Yeah. That's why every so often I have to stand up, because it is not working. Do a couple jumping jacks. My friend Matt out in Fresno wants me to do push-ups on camera. I got nothing, man. Like if I went down, I'm not getting back up. It wasn't 2 hours of laying down. It wasn't 2 hours of sleep. Come on over. No, just it's good. It's good. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
Do you want to stand for a little bit? Is that out of frame?
Well, we're out of frame.
Oh, man.
We'll be looking at our chests.
That's okay.
And it is called Conversations on a Bench, not Conversations in front of a bench.
True.
I mean, we could change it next year. I don't know if it'll fit on the logo screen.
Get yourself like a walking desk and just raise the camera up and down a little bit.
There you go. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So welcome to the bench.
Thank you very
Josiah. This is Josiah Hoyard. Did I say that right?
That was good. Yeah. I've heard there's two ways to say it. I've even asked my grandma, and she says you can make your decision.
How do you say it?
I've learned my brother is going to chide me if I don't say it correctly. But Hoyard.
Hoyard.
Yep, Hoyard is the more Dutchy appropriate way to say it.
And it's a Dutchy name.
Yeah. My grandpa
I had
was
no
Amish.
idea what it would be.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I guess it's like French German from back in the day, but
All right.
it is Amish, Pennsylvania Dutch.
Nice.
Yep. So I inherited all the good food and a beard. That's about the best that it gave me, I think.
Somehow a mustache crept in.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is not. I could never do the mustache. It's really trendy right now, and I just can't pull it off.
No, but I mean, like you have the complete, like you don't have
That's
the Amish
true.
beard with the bare upper lip.
Yep.
So.
Oh man, I look terrible. When I trimmed my beard one time into that shape.
Yeah.
It was rough. I didn't like how I looked.
Stick with what works.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it.
Yep. I let the barber make the choices, and that's the best way to do it.
Try to make me look good if you can.
Exactly. It's right. Listen,
I know it's hard.
I got something coming up. Just shape it up. I trust your judgment.
That's funny. So
Yeah,
Josiah is here to talk about facial hair and barbering.
Touch of gray.
That's a little dignified.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
So,
I've joined the club.
I think that's not really what we're here to talk about, though. And Josiah, he works for the Lancaster Coalition on Homelessness.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's called
changed names so many times. So
Yeah. No, I mean, that's
is
great.
It the Homelessness Coalition, the Coalition on Homelessness.
So it is the Office for the Homelessness Coalition. That is it is really tough to try and keep that straight.
Yeah.
Because it is. I think the Homelessness Coalition is the group, like the larger umbrella of group of providers, right? Like Water Street would be a part of the Lancaster County Homelessness Coalition.
And there's like 70 organizations that are a part of that.
Yep, exactly. So I would say anybody that provides services to or, kind of surrounding homelessness would be could fall under that umbrella.
Yeah.
Whereas we are the office to kind of help provide oversight.
Yeah.
Yep. And so Jack is a part of our steering committee for the county. And so, we provide oversight, coordination of services. That's my role.
Yeah.
I help to coordinate street outreach, emergency shelter, as well as the coordinated entry system. I help to kind of oversee those programs.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's never boring. I'll say that. There's a lot. There's a lot going on in that space at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we have a really good team. I'm very grateful.
Well, and heading into the winter, I'm sure there's even more.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. That's kind of. I'm kind of spooling up, at least on my end. Like the shelters have already been preparing.
Yeah.
I think Ephrata. I was talking with Ephrata. Echoes out in E-Town.
Yeah.
And there's some other ones that might try to do some like small pop-up shelters.
Yeah.
But
we've been talking to a couple different.
So that would be wonderful if we can. Obviously, like I would say anecdotally, as we've talked to like other COCs, they're seeing like winter shelter numbers, but consistently over the summer, right? Like I know Water Street has been all but full.
Yeah.
Clay Street has been all but full for 1 or 2 beds on a kind of nightly basis. They kind of fluctuate between 1 and 2 beds being open, if at all. So that's a challenge kind of going into this winter of one of my recent things was trying to figure out what a maximum number of available beds would be.
I saw an email from you.
Yep. I'm assuming it came to you because it was eventually it came to Lily.
Got this, but
Yep. But it did. It had, there's.
How do we answer this?
Yeah, which is
it's challenging.
Yep, it's important, right? It's like how do we try and ask shelters, and that's why it has to be an ask. It's like, hey, we have, say we have. 10 to 14 people being turned away from shelters here in the city about per week, right? I would say that doesn't include individuals who are still in rural areas that once it gets really cold, will come seek shelter in the city.
Yeah.
That is a population that we don't necessarily have a good number on.
Yeah.
I'm sure we could guess, but we're definitely going to need some, I don't want to say extra beds, but it is going to be a challenge to make sure we
and there are people who haven't necessarily been turned away from shelter but have not sought shelter who are already in the city. And we've seen and known them through the years where it's like when the weather is manageable, they're going to manage. But when it gets really cold, they're going to come in and they're going to look for help. And so there's that population that's going to grow our number. There's those who are seeking shelter that are being turned away. And then there's those out in the county that right now, again, maybe they're huddled up in the woods somewhere. Maybe they're sleeping in their car somewhere, but when it's 20 degrees, 5 days in a row, that it's not going to work. So
exactly.
Yeah. So you got solutions for that?
We're gonna ask people to chip in.
Yeah,
I think that is probably one of the things that I've learned just kind of being in my role now a little over a year, or maybe a year and a bit, coming up on 2. That it needs more hands than the paid staff that are doing the work. Right. Whether it be churches or other for-profit organizations, like if they're willing to send staff to volunteer, if we have Code Blue this winter, we're definitely going to need volunteers who are willing to stay up and work a 3rd shift as a volunteer. Security is expensive, right? It's necessary, but if we can offset some of that cost with volunteers, that is a huge cost savings. But I think it also helps to humanize the problem.
Yeah.
Right. It's really easy to, I don't want to say ignore the problem, but be overwhelmed by it. If you've never interacted with someone who's experiencing homelessness, that kind of hopping that barrier to talk to someone seems to be one of the largest things that people struggle with. And I know for me, I had not really engaged with homeless people consistently until coming to work at Water Street, even growing up here in the county, right? They're just people. Right. They attend churches, right? They work in businesses, right? We have a lot of,
oh my gosh,
homeless individuals who are working, right? Whether they're in shelter or trying to maintain a job while they're on the street or living out of a car.
Unbelievable. How hard that is. It's crazy.
So there's people that are working really hard and still struggling to maintain housing. The costs are kind of prohibitive. That's definitely something we bumped into, I would say, consistently, is the 3 times the monthly rent to move in. You know, if you're, say you're looking at a 1-bedroom that's $1,200, you're going to need first, last, and security to walk in the door. So $3,600.
Who's saving up $3,600 when you've been living in a shelter, you've been living in your car?
Exactly. And all of your, I would say all of your like incidental costs.
Let's find the $1,200
apartment. Right. Which is challenging, right? And then hope you don't have any evictions, right, or any criminal history of any kind, right. And this is not to knock landlords. I think they all had some rough experiences during the pandemic that made them very hesitant to accept anyone, right? I would say, like, I'm in a very fortunate housing situation, but if I was to try and move to a new apartment, I would probably have to hunt. Right. Like, and I feel like I have good credit. I have a good job history. There's all these things that I would say your average young adult is also struggling to find independent housing. So
absolutely.
It's a challenging market.
I was in the middle of the night, I was talking with a gentleman, Bruce, in Dallas, Texas. We were doing a Zoom.
Nice.
Because this year, I'm not the only one doing this bench thing. We've got 70 other missions across the country that are doing this. So Bruce and I were talking, and we were talking about housing. We were talking about how crazy it is, and he was citing numbers in Dallas, and then. And Dallas is on the low end compared to so many of our municipalities, but like, you know, 1,600 for a 2-bedroom there. You know, they say it's 1,200. I've seen 1,400 locally, but can you find them? Like, that's what the market rate is, but can you find an actual open unit for that price is even harder. But he was talking about, like, you know, he's looked at his own home and he's like, you know, look, I bought that place, you know, 10 years ago. I could never buy it today. Like, couldn't even get in the neighborhood, let alone this house. And, you know, I live in the city here. I probably couldn't buy my house today. And I bought my house for $52,000 20 years ago.
It's definitely appreciated since then.
It's worth a little bit more, but like, could I afford it today? I don't know. It's crazy how just housing prices have shot like a rocket, and there's no real signs. It's not like the bubble that's like there's signs where it's going to pop anytime soon and get back to sanity. But young people, older people. This is a conversation. I'm curious. As you're working with outreach workers, as you're working with the shelters, you know, one of the trends that I've seen that's been really disturbing is how many more older people are becoming homeless for the first time.
I would agree.
And are we seeing that across the board, or is that a Water Street thing?
No, I would say anecdotally, we're seeing more seniors come into homelessness or fall into homelessness. I was talking to one of the caseworkers up at Echoes recently. And this, again, just anecdotally, she said they're seeing more like multi-generational households fall into homelessness, where it might be, you know, the main 40 to 50-year-old head of household is still working, but they may have a child and a parent living with them, and they can't sustain the rent or maybe the mortgage, right? Maybe they're in a house, but they can't afford to like fix the roof, or, you know, all these like major home improvements that are also getting seniors, right? And there's the whole home repair program, and there's other things that can try to supplement that. But I think that's something that's going to be interesting to see, right? We're having, just thinking of my own grandmother, right? She's aging in place, right? In a, I don't know, a suburban home. That she probably could afford nursing home care, but doesn't want to, right? Like there. So I think we have a lot of, Tim Burchett from Office of Aging came and presented at one of our training and equipping series recently. And I'll quote him because I don't know the source, but he said something like 10,000 seniors are turning 65 every day in the U.S. And that is just a phenomenal statistic of the kind of the baby boomers starting to retire. Now, hopefully they've saved and they've invested, right? I would like to think so. But I think one thing that we see is that a lot of folks that struggle once they've retired is the ones that have either worked cash-based businesses or they've just not had the work history, right? They've worked under the table, like landscaping, right?
Or even they worked blue collar jobs that didn't necessarily have like
a good
the whole idea of a 401k. I mean, it was pension plans or nothing for years and decades, and then 401ks came in. But how often was that communicated, educated really well down to your frontline workers and you know, factory jobs? You know, were people even paying attention to that? You know, and then there was the illusion that, oh, well, Social Security, and it's an illusion. Right? It's not sustainable.
Cover the cost.
It's not going to cover you. It's and I think the thing we're wrestling with is like the journey out of homelessness for somebody who's 70 years old is something we've never had to navigate before, right? I mean, not that we've never had to navigate it, but it's been, you know, one or two at a time. My first summer at Water Street, I think you've heard me tell the story. Like I actually lived in the men's dorm.
Oh, okay.
So I worked. I was a day camp counselor at the youth center. Now it's Teen Haven, but it was the Water Street Youth Center.
Okay.
I lived in media. I had no place to live up here, so my boss told me, "Oh, we can get you housing. Don't worry about it." And I'm picturing like some nice family in the suburbs letting me stay at their place, cooking me dinner every day. It'd be nice. And he walks me into the men's dorm.
5,000?
No, it was Coons Hall.
Oh wow!
Coons Hall. So that the second floor or the third floor, which is now our women's emergency shelter, that used to be the men's dorm.
No kidding. Okay.
And so walked me in there, introduced me to two of my roommates. It was me and one other college kid.
Okay. No kidding.
And then two guys who had just come out of shelter and into the program.
Whoa.
And they were
Was Rick there at that time?
Rick came that fall.
Because I know you guys crossed paths.
I was living up there in the summer. I moved out in the fall.
Okay.
He showed up in shelter that fall.
Okay. No kidding. Love Rick. He is a huge, I would say, advocate. And also just, I think the character that he leads with is just phenomenal. So, very grateful for him.
He's awesome. So that first summer, I mean, the first guy I met was Big Earl sitting in the living room.
Okay.
He actually used to, years ago, we had this undefined senior program for the handful of older guys who came to Water Street that we knew there was no path out for them. There's just nothing. They were unable to work. Whatever resources they were getting through Social Security or disability or whatever was never going to be able to pay for it. And we didn't have the array of permanent supportive housing or senior assisted housing,
which is
back then
dire straits at the moment.
It's tight and or non-existent in many places. Back then there was even less. And so it was this moment of like, so we actually, it was almost like a hospice for guys. They'd stay there for 5, 8, 10 years. And live their lives until they passed away there. And there was no program for them to get out because it was just going to be impossible. We're not there. I don't believe that's the answer for us or for the gentlemen and ladies who are with us. But the journey out's so hard.
It is. It's really challenging. One bit of feedback I've heard is that, personal care homes, for example,
Yeah.
really serve a need, and they're often kind of lauded up as we'll just go there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But oftentimes they, out of necessity, and because most folks have a lower income, they take all of that.
Yeah.
Right. And they give you like $50 to $100 of your money back per month.
Yeah.
You can smoke cigarettes. Like if you smoke cigarettes, you can smoke $50 pretty quick,
Like
right?
that, yeah. Make it halfway through the month.
Yeah. So actually, I got to have a really good meeting with a local PCH, and the executive director said, "Hey, like, what if we got a grant that basically was like a quality of life grant that says, hey, like, could we provide, an extra $50 to $100 per person to help supplement that, right? Because that's, I think, when individuals fall into homelessness, I think probably the last thing you feel you have control over is your independence.
Yeah.
Right. And then to move into a place like that where you lose all of your income and your food stamps because all your meals are getting provided for, right? That sort of feels like the last bastion you have to hold on to. And that's really challenging.
Yeah.
But for a lot of seniors, it's something along those lines. If they can even qualify, right? A lot of places, they need more income to even get in. So really challenging situation.
Man, there's about 30 questions that I wanted to ask you.
We'll blame it on 2 hours of sleep.
We have some tight time constraints, but I have two questions that I want to toss at you that I've been asking everybody. So if you tuned in at all, you probably already know them.
I watched, but I don't remember.
Here are the two questions. I'll give them both to you, and you can answer in either order. When you think of our friends out there who are right now on the street, sleeping in a car, they're unhoused. What is your hope for them? The second question is, you have a tough job, and it can be emotionally draining, spiritually draining, physically draining. What gives you hope? So what is your hope for them, and what gives you hope?
I did think about this, but I forget what I was going to say. I think hope-wise is really challenging because I think we are potentially coming into a season where homelessness could get more difficult, right? If it's lack of shelter or lack of housing, that could get harder. I think hope for individuals that are outside, it's probably a little bit of both. I think we have a wonderful community of organizations and frontline staff that would bend over backwards to try and help people the best that they can, whether it's shelter or outreach workers or, the street med team or, housing developers. We got Chad back here at Chestnut Housing, right? Like there's all of these like wonderful community of people that are working really hard to try and help. So that I would hope gives them hope that there's a real strong community of people working really hard. We can always use more community help, right? And again, volunteers is going to be huge this winter.
Yeah, and that's why we're doing this.
Yep,
right?
exactly.
Exactly. If people weren't aware of the challenge, hopefully they are.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're encouraged and inspired to be a part of the solution.
Yeah.
So,
I think what gives me hope, I think it is draining. I think being faced with the amount of need that we see in the county can be overwhelming. It's easy to kind of become numb to it or jaded, right? There's a lot of it. I think you can tend to fall off either side of that wagon, right? But to be able, my personal faith, try to do my devotions every day, right? I think that God loves and cares for every individual. And that's really how I try to live my life, to just be a representative of Jesus to people. And I hope that hopefully gives them, peace and reassurance as I engage with everybody that I can, whether it be at the provider level or folks that I still know that are on the street. That's probably what gives me hope.
Thanks, Josiah.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for spending some time on the bench with me.
Of course.
Thanks for the work you're doing in the community, man. Appreciate you.
Too. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, man.
My foot went numb.
Oh, no.
I'll hobble off this.
That's awesome.
Good morning, Mrs.
Good morning. You came back. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
There's
Thank you.
bacon,
Ooh.
and French toast, eggs with cheese.
Oh, man.
You probably want some breakfast.
Oh, well, thank
I was
you.
trying to get you
Had some coffee. I got some coffee, so thank you.
Yeah.
I'm good.
God bless.
Thank you for stopping by again.
Oh, look, listen. Did you see that squirrel?
Yeah, he like ran right over. He ran right over. He's gonna jump on my head at some point. God bless you. God bless you. Take care. If you couldn't see on camera, that was Maria and Waleska came back to deliver me breakfast. It was a beautiful gesture. And yeah, if I eat everything that comes to me, I'm going to be in trouble today.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
So I'm Perry Hazeltine.
Perry, yes.
And I'm an outreach.
Can you hold that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm an outreach worker.
Yeah.
And recently with the Food Hub, but now in transition.
Okay.
But I've been also involved with some advocacy work and, in conversations, particularly while I'm on the Colleton Park working group.
Yeah, all right.
So
Carol was here last night for a while.
Good.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, doing this for just over a year and seeing, I was actually surprised to see the police moving people out of places.
Yeah.
I was woefully uninformed about everything.
Yeah.
But, I wanted to get your feedback on, an idea that there really is no evidence that we will be able to get people off the street, let's say in the next 3 or 4 years. Meaning, the building or zoning change, all the good stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
So is there a better way than that we can handle people on, without shelter? Either because, sometimes the shelters are closed.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't do well in congregate shelters.
Sure.
So, and if you've ever had ideas of that in your ministry, in your ministry.
Yeah. No, I think we're good. Man, Perry, there's so many needs, first of all, and yeah, we don't have all the right solutions in place right now, nor are we going to be able to generate them instantly. I know Amos and I have had a number of conversations. So Amos, he'll be joining me on the bench later. I'm sure it's going to come up again, right? The idea of safe encampment sites. And what does that look like? I know they're trying one up in Harrisburg right now.
Right.
I know they've been done in ways that have been horribly unsafe and ineffective. And I think there have been others that have been done that have been good short-term solutions. I've personally not seen or been connected to communities that have seen it as an effective long-term solution. But that doesn't mean that, like, in the meantime, when we're lacking housing, when we're lacking sufficient shelter beds, pushing people from one location to another, as you kind of talk about, the police kind of saying, oh, you can't be in this space, when we don't have anywhere else for them to go, that's not effective either. So I do think there's got to be a way for us to think creatively and compromise and find some other alternatives to it. The reality of, like, what does it take to have a sufficiently supported and supervised safe encampment site is a real challenge. And where can you do that? Because the reality is there are zoning laws, there are code compliance that is not always even under the control of the local municipality. And so how many laws do we break in order to try to create a scenario that might help people? But what other creative solutions are there? You know, we're talking with other communities like Ephrata and Columbia, and looking at, you know, how are they creating some different types of shelters,
including a parking lot for people living in their cars.
Yeah, I know. So the Factory Ministries was doing that for a while, and they ran into some problems with that from an ordinance standpoint. But that's safe parking lots. That has been tried in many communities, and actually been shown to be a pretty effective way to do it. So I am not against, like, I think we've got to get creative, but we've got to think through all the implications of those kinds of decisions. It's not as simple like, oh, we need an empty lot somewhere in the city and we can just allow people to set up tents. It's not that simple either.
I'm part of a small group that is researching essentially like a literature review. What is out there about programs that have some degree of success for a long time, how they do it. We're also looking at how cities adjusted their ordinances and you know what laws they use to be able to make it happen, how public opinion is swayed. I mean, my concern is I'm really expecting the numbers to grow, and how we look at folks. I mean, I think public's empathy is important because it's really, you know, there is some tendency to blame the people who are struggling, you know, and, you know, I come from a mental health background, so I see mental illness, I see addiction as an illness, you know, that kind of thing. And so if we were to find, you know, actually useful material like that, I mean, do you think there would be the will in the community to even look at it seriously?
Yes. Simply, like, I think right now, community leaders here in the city are looking for possibilities. I think everybody's going to bring their own angle to it. And so I think the better information you can gather around what has worked, what hasn't worked, in a real honest assessment of that, because, you know, I've seen literature that says that the greatest thing in the world is safe injection sites, and that's what we need to help overcome things. And I've also seen data that shows that overdoses and deaths are rising in Vancouver, where it was one of the first places that did that, right? So finding one or two articles written by the people who started the thing is not like, can we get a balanced input, and then can we go visit them and see what's really happening? And see something that's going to work, and then maybe take those, you know, shoot bullets before cannonballs, from a leadership kind of context of like, can we take a small step and try it, learn from it, and then adjust our trajectory if necessary, rather than going all in on something because we heard it worked over here. Right. And we're going to replicate it. And then we find out, oh my gosh, what have we brought ourselves into?
I totally agree.
So it's got to be reasoned and thoughtful. But I absolutely, I mean, I know the conversations I had with the mayor earlier on the bench, and we talk all the time. And I know city council members who are like, we've got to think outside the box. We can't just keep doing the same things. The Clay Street shelter has been invaluable. Water Street continues to serve hundreds of people every day, but we need more. Water Street can't do it all. Clay Street can't do it all. Tenfold.
And I would add, we need more and we need different. I mean, like someone with paranoia would need a more spacious place, or maybe
moving into a congregate shelter. And we experience that all the time with individuals that we're trying to connect with, and we know and that it's not a tolerable environment for them. So what are the kinds of solutions we can find for those individuals and help them? But Perry, thanks for coming. I want to I want to ask you my two questions that
Sure.
I'm asking everybody. So as you've begun to get engaged in this, and obviously trying to look for creative solutions, when you think of our neighbors who are currently on the street, who are sleeping in their cars, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, as you're entering into this space and seeing the challenges in front of you, what gives you hope?
I mean, I think in some ways the most central thing that I hope for the folks that I've been working with is that they feel seen. They feel seen in the sense of the way you would look at someone when you're really trying to understand them. And the amount of shame, sometimes anger for things they feel get blamed on them.
Yeah.
So I think it's really just a compassion and no one ever told me don't speak to a homeless person, but I walked around here, same park for years and never did. And now I do. And it feels much better.
Yeah.
So I hope them, in a sense, to feel like they belong more. As far as hope, when I first started doing this, just like a real happy excitement that there is so much out here. Like we do have a lot of services.
Yeah.
Over time, and I learned to see the gaps, and of course most services are limited more. And it's like always we need more and more.
Right.
But the fact that like Water Street Mission exists, the food hub exists, and they didn't have to exist.
Yeah.
It was people in the community who decided there was a need and that they would take responsibility. And I find that very stimulating and also very, to hold me accountable to what can be done.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming out and joining me on the bench. It's great meeting you, Terry. I'm sure we'll run into each other again.
Sure.
Look forward to it. Thank you. Oops. I'm dropping stuff. No, I got it. I'll put it over here. Did Perry and Josiah complain? No. Is that what's happening over there, Maria? Give me a mint. Give me a mint. I've been told I need a mint. No, I'm good. I'll eat a little bit later. That's cool. I had something to eat a few minutes ago, and then I'll have a little bit more. I'm gonna eat a mint before you say it. She's looking out for you, Chad.
Yes. It was part of my contract agreement. Jack has to smell all right.
Yeah, sleeping on a bench, you sometimes don't.
Yeah, you
smell
don't.
as, yeah.
Personal amenities.
Trying to sleep on a bench, not really sleeping on a bench.
I can only imagine. Last night must have been rough. How you feeling?
I feel good right now.
Yeah.
Ask me at like 2 or 3.
Yeah. Did anybody come out to hang out with you at 2 a.m?
2:15 was when the last person left. So
okay,
I had people straight from 3 yesterday afternoon till 2 a.m.
Holy cow, that's like tiring in its own way.
Yeah, and then so from 2:15 to 4:30.
Yeah,
I was quiet, and then at 4:30, I actually connected through Zoom with the CEO down in Winchester, Virginia.
Nice.
And talked with her about what's happening down there. And
oh, that's great.
Yeah,
good for you.
So
cool.
A little window to try to rest, but that was it. So, hey, for those of you watching, this is Chad Martin. Chad is the executive director of Chestnut Housing, and a great nonprofit. Maybe you could share a little bit. You got something big happening today. So
we do. So I'll talk about that for like one brief minute, but then I want to talk to you about deeper things.
Okay. but it's important stuff, man.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
what's happening?
Yeah. Well, so Chestnut Housing, for folks who don't know, is a affordable rental provider based here in Lancaster. We work exclusively in Lancaster County, providing apartments and homes to folks experiencing homelessness, families and individuals. So we currently operate about 40 plus apartments and homes, mostly in the city, but a few beyond, and some other projects taken root beyond that. We happen to have a grand opening later this morning at our latest project that's just a few blocks away from here, and Water Street is one of our partners. We currently partner with about 12 or 13 different service agencies who bring referrals to us of folks who need housing, and then also partner with us on case management support for those folks after they get housing. So Water Street's a great mission partner, and we're excited to keep deepening our partnership. But
you're bringing some new neighbors to my neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly.
I live right off.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Milburn Apartments that's opening today is
about 3 blocks away.
About 3 blocks away. Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Yeah.
So thanks for coming here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, what else would I be doing at 7:45? I can drink my coffee at home inside, or I can drink it out here. So this is good.
Well, I'm sorry I won't make the opening. I'm going to be here on the bench, but I know Lily's going to be there, our VP of programs, and I think there might be a couple other staff coming over to check it out. So
yeah.
So today, I know you know this. The whole point of this is we're trying to just raise the call. Today is World Homeless Day, if you didn't know that. And so we just want to help our community remember that they have neighbors who right now don't have a home, who are sleeping in their cars, sleeping on the street, struggling to find a way to make ends meet. And we can be a part of the solution. And I know that's part of why Chestnut Housing exists.
Yeah, totally.
And so, yeah, man, I'd love to hear, your perspective as you've stepped into this role and are trying to help Chestnut Housing expand and address this issue even more. Like, what are you seeing in our community right now? What are the needs that you're trying to step in and address?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. Well, it makes me think about a couple things, Jack. I mean, one, on World Homelessness Day, we can remember, I mean, you've probably, I don't know how often you've cited like point in time count numbers in the last 12 hours or so, but
we have watching this 24 straight.
Yeah, they aren't. That would be, this is great reality TV. On any given night, there's something like 600 folks without a home in Lancaster County by HUD definitions, which obviously is a pretty narrow way of defining homelessness. So beyond that, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other folks in Lancaster County experiencing homelessness and or like on the brink of that. And I think what we see at Chestnut Housing, I'm sure you see this all the time at Water Street, but I even talk to market rate rental providers who are seeing this pinch all the time for folks, where folks are like one paycheck away and a couple crises away from not being able to afford their apartment, or they're going out trying to rent something. And when you've got a couple hundred people applying for any apartment that's available in Lancaster, because our vacancy rates are so tight here, someone just earning a few $1,000s less than the next applicant never even really gets a fair shake, because they're, 50 other people on the waiting list who have a better income. Obviously, those of us working in affordable housing who are really striving for kind of fair housing practices and really trying to have an equitable approach to this, we try to take folks kind of as they come to us, regardless of income. But a market rate provider, they struggle with, oh man, I'd love to help this person making $10,000 less than the next person, but I'm going to go with the more stable option. That's what helps take care of our bottom line. So we just see over and over so many people, when a housing market is scarce, they're losing out by a little bit to the next person. The other thing it makes me think about is, I don't know how often you use this metaphor, but it's been really helpful to me. This has been cited in a couple publications recently, the metaphor of like a musical chairs game for homelessness. Thinking of housing as, the reason we have so many folks experiencing homelessness. There are a lot of factors. It's complicated. But at the end of the day, if housing is scarce, that's where homelessness rates go up. We see that across the country. And
And so I think of this as like this metaphor of musical chairs, where like if you're playing a game of musical chairs and there just aren't enough chairs to go around for everybody, who's going to lose out?
Yeah.
The person who's like less able, less quick, less savvy about snagging a chair. So somebody's always losing out. And we see that with homelessness. Are folks having lots of personal challenges that we are ministering to, reaching out to, who are living on the streets or in their car or on their sister's couch? Yeah, but that's like the musical chairs metaphor. Like when there's not enough housing to go around, the folks who have barriers are going to be the ones who lose out. And so we can like keep playing that game over and over, or we can just figure out how to add more chairs to the game so that everybody's got a place to like sit down, so that everybody's got a place to be safe and comfortable. And anyway, those are some of the things that come to mind for me.
Well, and and I love the metaphor, and I think it's totally apt and to what we're dealing with. At the same time, I was talking with Kate Zimmerman last night, and to get enough chairs so that in the game of musical chairs doesn't end up with a whole bunch of people laying on the floor.
Yeah.
Lancaster County needs 12,000 units. 12,000 units won't appear overnight. So what do we do in the meantime? I mean, Chestnut Housing, 8 more units coming up, right? Is that today?
That's
it's
a drop in the bucket compared to the need,
HTC
right?
just did 56 units. CBI just did 60 units. Like, that's awesome. We're barely inching forward on this.
I mean, in the meantime is a great question. That's why it's a crisis. That's why it's not just a challenge or something that we all wish was better, but it's like a true crisis locally. I feel like the in the meantime question is really rough. Like it's the question I think about all the time when folks are reaching out to me for an apartment and I have to say, sorry, we don't have anything available.
Units are all full.
And
but one's open, you're going to get 3 or 10 or 15 or
exactly.
referrals, right?
So I think, part of the in the meantime is exactly what we're doing today, which is just, even if people are tired of hearing about it, keep this in front of folks. And maybe more importantly, Jack, I think Water Street is great at this. We really strive for this at Chestnut Housing. How do we also tell a hopeful story about how Lancaster can meet that goal? 12,000 sounds crazy, but a lot of this comes down to political will. It comes down to a change of heart and persuasion around where are people putting their dollars locally, whether that's charitable dollars, whether that's the public sector, like investing more deeply in these needs. Like there's enough money in our community to figure this out. Even if we limit this to the faith-based community, how many folks did I say are experiencing homelessness right now? Something like 600 by the HUD definition. How many churches do we have in Lancaster? Something like 500 or 600. So if everybody tackled like, we'll solve this for one person,
family, one individual.
Like, can we really not do that? I think we can if we set our minds to it. So the numbers are big, but I fundamentally believe this is possible in a community like Lancaster. We just have to believe it's possible and then get to work doing it.
You're leaning into my final 2 questions
already.
So you're halfway there, and feel free to add to this. But I'm asking everybody the same 2 questions. So when you think of our friends on the street who are experiencing homelessness right now, they're sleeping in their car, they're trying to find their way to Clay Street Shelter or Water Street. What is your hope for them? What would you desire most for them? And then secondly, as you're engaged in this work, as you're trying to move the needle on the housing and for individuals and families, what gives you hope?
I think both answers are the same for me, Jack. And this is maybe some of what if we had longer than 15 minutes, I'd love to talk with you for like an hour about this. I don't actually often talk about this publicly, or at least outside of church walls. But for me, the gospel mandate around the least of these, when did we take care of you? When we saw you as a stranger, when we saw you hungry, when we saw you broken and needing healing, like we did something about that. And for me, like the message of that gospel message is we're called to have a sense of like sharing and generosity and compassion with each other. I I think that's true of every person of goodwill. That is certainly true of people of faith, that ultimately, like at the heart of it, it is about having a sense of compassion towards each other. Like we're just talking about this. We have enough resources in our community to take care of everybody, but we have to believe.
Move us.
Yeah.
To put them to work for that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I guess that's certainly where I draw kind of hope, inspiration, but also a kind of call and mandate to live differently. And I guess that's what I hope for our friends and neighbors living on the street or without shelter that they can call a permanent home, is that that everybody's called to that. So it's not just if you have more, you're called to give. We're all called to kind of respond with generosity and compassion. So how do we do that together in a way that we're sharing resources in a way that everybody has what they need? That I think is like just kind of the heart of it. Why can't we just share enough so that everybody has enough to get by, regardless of like their capacity to run with it or to pull themselves up their bootstraps or whatever.
Faith, that was what the early church did, right?
Yeah.
They brought everything, shared things in common, that anyone who was in need was no longer lacking.
Yeah.
People would sell their property in order to help others.
Exactly.
Because they had extra. And those of us who do, how can we use that to help others? So. Thanks for joining me, Chad.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Great to see you.
Joining me on the bench on your big day with the grand opening.
Well, likewise, a big day for you.
Congratulations, though. It's fantastic, man. I've been walking by. I walk my dog down Rockland Street, past the progress that you've been doing on that, and it's exciting to know that it's ready to open.
Yeah, well, we're excited. Some folks started moving in this week, so it's a few more folks that have a home, and we'll just keep going until we've taking care of everybody, right? That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Well, great to see you.
Yeah. Thanks, Chad. Appreciate you coming out.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
This
right.
is great.
Yeah. We can use
That
that
to
on
you.
there.
All right. Well, have a great day.
You too. You too.
Hope you get to sleep and warm up.
Yeah. Sometime after 3. So I got a few more hours.
All right.
Thanks.
I will see you at 10:30.
Oh, that'd be great.
Good. How are you? It's good to see you. Thanks. I'm doing okay.
Listen, it's going to be like less than 10-15. I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
All right.
You have to hold the mic though, because we
have to hold the mic.
Yeah. So people can hear you.
Okay.
So introduce yourself to our viewers. There's millions of people watching us right now.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe like 12. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm Lisette Rivera. I am the Families in Transition Site Coordinator for the School District of Lancaster, as well as the Foster Care Point of Contact. So, and we're neighbors.
Yeah.
My office is directly across the street from yours. So, yeah, I know.
Indeed.
I've become friends with a lot of your residents as well as your employees. But I'm coming to you more just for collaboration, specifically while we appreciate everything that Water Street is doing. From a school standpoint, there's always gaps in services, right? But I'm here just more advocating for my unaccompanied youth kiddos and SDOL, like between the ages of 13 and 18, that really don't have a place to go. Services are bare minimal. And it's tough. And shelters are always at capacity, and not just with you guys, but like just Lancaster County-wide. And everybody will come here because we have the most shelters. But yes, and
then it overwhelms.
Hard. So just like your
That's come up
thoughts,
a few
it
times.
has it. I know, and it's hard. And it's not like an easy fix.
No.
But I struggle with like the closest shelter that supports just specifically our unaccompanied youth between 13 and 18. It's all the way in Reading. Yeah, it's at Mary's Shelter. And we have,
I'm not familiar with that one. I know, is Covenant House in York still operating?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
But for, and we
But that's even more disruptive, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's have a kid who's already going through the most traumatic thing imaginable for a 14, 15, 16-year-old, homeless, unaccompanied, let's send them to another community.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And like for our goal, and there's always, and this is not an easy fix because there's like the HUD definition of McKinney-Vento. I mean, the HUD definition of homelessness. And then there's McKinney-Vento, you know, and I struggle with that only because at the end of the day, like, I'm just like, who are we to say like who's experiencing what? I wish that there was just more of a like a universal definition that like encompasses and you know, the unique experiences that like our families are going through.
And that's something we've been advocating for years. Is that
I'm right there with you.
We have to, and I know those voices are plenty, but I think we need to keep talking about that. And so for those out there who don't understand that, HUD has a specific definition of homelessness. And it literally is like you're on the street, you're in some place that's not fit for human habitation. Literal homelessness, like the first thing you think of. But we've been talking multiple conversations here on the bench. I just did a podcast about the issue of kind of that hidden homelessness. People who are doubled up, people who are kids who are couch surfing, staying with families. Sometimes the families don't even know they're staying with them because their friends letting them in the basement door.
Exactly.
And that's part of the McKinney-Vento definition is doubling up, couch surfing, all those things.
And the majority of the families or the students that we're specifically serving in SDOL are in doubled up situations, but it's more because the shelters are at capacity or they can't take the whole entire family. So which makes it just a little more difficult.
And, no, I appreciate you bringing this. And I think it's something as a community we have to identify. So I don't know if you're aware of the Manor Youth House, which is just starting construction. Which is fantastic. But again, that one's targeting 18 to 24-year-olds. And so that doesn't address the 16, 17-year-old. You know, candidly, it's challenging for us in our environment because we have shelter for, you know, single individuals, primarily adults. A 16-year-old in there is very challenging.
It is.
We've done it.
And that's on like a case-by-case basis,
case by case.
Okay.
And it really has to be vetted of like, what other supports are there for the individual to some degree, just for their own safety. You know, are they mature enough to be in that environment on their own? And is it safe for them? So, you know, we had a kid last year who graduated from McCaskey, who was living with us.
And that's like those success stories, I think is like, for me, is my purpose and like my why, right? But we need more of those.
And we need to figure out as a community how to create those spaces and resources, because it may not be appropriate for that 16-year-old to be in the shelter with the dozens and dozens of adult men who are overcoming addictions, who are dealing with mental health issues, who are struggling with all of that. And you bring a kid whose primary issue is whether it's dissolution in the family, whether it's a breakdown in those sources, but there's just a regular kid who's trying to get through high school. And
they deserve every experience to be that regular kid to get through high school, you know, all the ins and outs of it without having to worry about where they're going to lay their head at night, right? So do you think in the future that conversation might start happening to be able to find a way to bridge that gap?
I mean, I think it would be so. I can look at that through multiple lenses. One is you know, as the leader of Water Street, what role can Water Street play? Who can we partner with to identify opportunities for a new approach around unaccompanied youth? I can look at, I serve on the steering committee for the coalition, right? We haven't talked about that much there.
No.
Right. And so we need to be talking about it there.
We do. And it's a little bit difficult because I sit on the committee too. And I'm quite often, because as happy as I am to hear about like the good things that were like the initiatives that are happening in Lancaster, I also like have to really, really think about it and think like, how is this going to like benefit the families and the students that we're currently serving, as we might not necessarily meet that criteria for homelessness.
True confessions. Beyond that steering committee, I'm also serving on the steering committee for the new countywide strategic plan on housing and homelessness. And we've been doing focus groups, and we've been doing, planning sessions, and we're moving the ball down the road, developing this plan. I will confess to you, I don't recall unaccompanied minors being raised as a significant issue in that.
Okay.
And so that feels like you're exposing a gap right now for me. And
I'd
it's
love
not
to be able to talk about
and
that
it's
with
not too late.
anybody
No,
on your committee.
we need to get that on the table.
Yeah.
How much data do you have?
Get your data.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to know, like, in the last school year, how many youth were you able to identify that were truly unaccompanied and
I can just last year we ended our school year, and this is all of our students.
Yeah.
We ended our school year with roughly about 985 students identified within the school district that were receiving services under McKinney-Vento.
Yeah.
This year, and we're only in October, we're a little over 700.
Yeah.
So data, I can
those
get
numbers
you.
are huge.
Yeah.
And that feels overwhelming. Now, I know not all 700 of those are unaccompanied. A lot of them, it's their family situation where they're doubled up, where they're living in hotels.
Yeah.
I know that's another part of the McKinney-Vento definition. So breaking that down to identify those unaccompanied minors, because that's a unique solution that's going to be needed in our community.
Okay.
Different than the families.
Okay.
Right. And so I think we need to get our hands around that to know the scope of the problem before we can start talking solutions.
I'm in. I'm here for it. I can get your data.
Yeah.
And once you rest up after your 24 hours, we'll plan to meet. And maybe we can continue
absolutely.
the
No, we have to bring that to the table. We have to bring it to the table on a county level, because it's not just the school district of Lancaster.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's countywide.
We know there's homelessness all across.
Yeah, and it
school
looks
districts.
different.
And so figuring out what that looks like, and then beginning to brainstorm multiple agencies, because it's not going to be one. It's not going to be Water Street suddenly launching, a program that's going to be able to deal with this.
This is just not a city thing. You're absolutely right.
And
It's
so
a
how do
county
we
thing.
figure out that right space? We were
Start
having
those.
that conversation with one of our other community leaders about, we all have our part to play, and making sure that we stay aligned with who we are. And he was quoting scripture talking about the body of Christ, and we each are gifted in unique ways. And we look at our agencies and organizations, Tenfold and the Food Hub and Anchor and Water Street and the Clay Street Shelter. Like, we all have our role to play, and we want to do what we're best at. And if somebody else is doing another part better, let them do it. So I feel like understanding the scope, bringing the right people to the table to say, where can we begin to address this?
Okay.
And tackle it. Yeah, I'd love to have that conversation.
I'm in. I'm all in.
Awesome.
Thank you for taking the time. Yes, and good luck the rest of the day.
So I'm going to force you to answer my two questions then, too.
Okay, sure.
Because I'm making everybody answer.
Okay.
The first is, when you think of those individuals who are experiencing homelessness right now, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, the job you have working with families and youth who are struggling with this could be overwhelming. What gives you hope?
Oh my gosh. Those are two really, really good questions. So to answer your first question is, and if I'm looking at it at a student lens, I want them to be able to have the same experiences that every single child deserves to have, whether or not you're facing it or not.
Yeah.
I want them to be able not to have to have that worry about where am I going to go at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Am I going to be able to participate in school activities and have my parents come? Am I going to get that same type of support? That's what I worry about. I want them to be able to have all those, just experience school and all the good that comes with it, and not just academically, but socially and emotionally as well. And the fun part of it too, all the extra stuff. It warms my heart when we have some students that we're currently supporting that we're able to get them to go to homecoming or prom, or get them their graduation, their caps and gowns and their senior pictures, and making sure that they have all of that.
That's awesome.
My purpose?
Or what gives you hope?
My why? Oh my gosh. I just, there's never been a day that I've gotten up and been like, oh my God, I just can't do this anymore. Some days are tougher than others, right? Because everybody has them.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you have those days and you're like, oh, no, not today.
Yeah.
But I think my purpose and my why is I get to walk alongside some of the bravest, most resilient students and families ever, you know, and that is so rewarding to me, you know, and to just, I'm humbled. It's so humbling. Yeah. And to like their success stories and being just a small part of it. Yeah. That's my joy and my why.
That's awesome.
So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for
You
coming
guys started my day so well. It was
Thank
good
you
to
for
see
coming
you.
out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Take care.
And we'll be talking.
Yes, yes.
Whew. Mm. Mm. Roberto, I'm good, man. Good to see you. Yeah. Yes, you do. That way, those who are watching can hear you. So you have to hold it up just a little bit, not like right in your face. However you're comfortable.
How are you today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm okay. I'm making it through.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining me.
Thank you for inviting me.
So Roberto, who is with us today on the bench, is one of our social workers at Water Street. How long have you been with us?
Over a year now.
Over a year. Awesome. And you work, are you still focused primarily working with our shelter guests,
Yes,
or are you working with both shelter and?
Both, yes, and with both
Okay.
shelters and residential.
And residential. Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. So, man, I'd love just to hear, you know, what led you to come to Water Street? What is it about working with people experiencing homelessness that drew you to this?
Yeah, well, I think the population that I never worked directly was with the homeless people. So I've been working in mental health. My experience was with mental health, child welfare, and all the other population. And the only one that I didn't have experience was this population. And I want to, you know, even though in my other jobs, I always refer people to Water Street, I never knew what Water Street inside was.
Wow.
And for me, you know, knowing my community here in Lancaster, all the struggles that we have here, I think for me, getting to know and help a little bit more the struggles of these people make me apply here. So,
wow. Wow.
After I finished my master's last year, I said, you know what, this is a good chance for me to explore Water Street mission. So,
wow.
yeah.
Since you've come on board, I'm curious. Maybe you could describe just a little bit of like, what does a social worker at Water Street do? Because you know, people who have paid attention and gotten to know Water Street a little bit, they hear the term life coach, they hear the term social worker, they hear the term counselor, but they may not know what all those things are or what they do. We've had a life coach on, he talked about his job, so I'm going to give you a chance. What do you do as a social worker at Water Street?
As a social worker, I think that we don't have a typical day. Every day is
no such thing as a typical day.
No, it's a challenge, you know, getting to work with every person in our shelter. It has a different it's a different case, I will say, and every day we learn something from them. We help them to resources for employment, housing, places where they have to go, you know, find mental health therapists if they can see our therapists in campus, bus passes, community aid cards. And also we serve sometimes as a counselor for them because, you know, they trust us about things that they don't want to talk to anybody, even to get to know about their families, their struggles, to communicate with people that they don't have communication in years. So it's basically, as a social worker here, you won't do the same in another place because every day is different.
Yeah.
We don't plan, me as a social worker, I don't plan my day like today I will do just this, because when I come to my office, there's always things are coming up. So
yeah. But you're working directly hands-on, trying to address those kind of, what are those barriers and issues for somebody?
Because in our population, people always need something, and a lot of them, unfortunately, they have some struggles with with reaching out or communicating. And me being bilingual, I have the opportunity to reach other population and help them to communicate and navigate other services that we don't provide there.
Yeah. So you touched on that a little bit, that Water Street, we have a lot of great services available right on campus in our programs, but we don't do everything. And so how, like, what percentage of your job is like helping connect to resources outside of Water Street, helping people make those connections?
I would say it sometimes could be 50-50. Sometimes we have more services in campus that finding somewhere else, because, for example, when people need a psychiatric evaluation or psychological evaluation, we don't offer that in here. And we have to call, as a social worker, you have to call other providers but it's difficult to find places because it's limited. For somebody who doesn't speak English, so
now it's even more limited.
It's more limited because there's not too many psychiatrists who speak Spanish in the county, and the one who speaks, they're always booked, and you have to wait over at least a year. You have to, in order to get booked in there. So
wow.
And sometimes it's the insurance, they don't have insurance, or the insurance is not accepted in the practice, and it's continue trying to find places where we can connect those people. So.
What's the most challenging thing about your job?
I think myself is seeing people repeating, coming back after us, and in my case, when I find resources for somebody and is placed in a housing and job, and then 2 months or 3 months, 4 months later, they come back with the same issues. And what can we provide them, and how can we help them to be successful? Because sometimes I still don't know what it is that we have that they continue coming to us repetitively.
That's a tough one. I think that's one that hits all of us, and trying to find those solutions, because sometimes they're just not readily apparent. They're not right there for us. And
and sometimes I always tell my guests when I talk to them that hopefully this is your last time. Let me know how can I help you. What can we do in order to help you to do better this time? Because everybody deserves better. And we are here to help them. And sometimes the trust issues that most of our guests have, it makes more difficult for us to know how we can provide some services to them, because they give you just a little bit, and we can do much if they don't tell you what they need, what their struggles are.
They're not being totally open about it. That's hard. And I know you talk about, and I love that you say, I hope this is the last time I see you. Like, when people do come back, like, one of the things that I've been blessed by, and I haven't had to tell anybody to do this, because I think it's the heart of our staff, is like, when somebody comes back, they're usually feeling shame, right? And I've heard again and again and again from guests who have gone out and struggled and failed and come back, that they've, to a person, said, I've always felt welcomed and loved when I came back. Nobody shamed me. Nobody made me feel like I felt ashamed before I got in the door, and it went away because of the way our staff has welcomed them.
And this is how we, all our staff here in Water Street Mission, we try to give them to feel welcome and to feel that, you don't feel ashamed. We are here, and everybody has struggles, and it's now you, but it could be me too.
I feel that tension. So, true confessions. When I walk into the dining hall and I see that face that I haven't seen in a year, because they they did it. They graduated. They moved out. They got their own place. I haven't seen them for a year, and it's good that I haven't seen them for a year. And then I walk in and they're back.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me, I go through this emotional thing where I'm like, oh my gosh, they're back.
Yeah.
And then, I want them to know it's okay and I love them and I'm glad they came back.
Exactly.
And there's times I'm like, I'm so glad you're here. I'm sorry you're here, but I'm so glad you're here. And I experience all of those emotions up and down in that 10-second interaction.
Yeah.
And
in a year that I've been there here at the Water Street Mission, I've seen a lot. I'm sorry. And things that I have never seen, I will say, working in as a social worker, how difficult life could be. The fact that you don't have a place to stay, the fact that you don't have a place to eat, and you don't have any support that can help you to navigate life, and we provide this to our guests. So everybody's welcome, no matter who you are. So we open the doors for them.
Yeah. So I'm going to end with two questions for you. All right. I'm asking everybody the same questions.
Okay.
First is, when you think of our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness right now, who are out on the street, maybe haven't even made it into our shelter yet, what is your hope for them? And then the second question, so the first is hope for them. Second is, you have a tough job and it's exhausting and emotionally and spiritually draining. What gives you hope?
I would start for my neighbors that are experiencing homelessness, to look for help. We are here to help. Maybe we don't have a bed the day they come, but keep trying. And we will provide them other places where they can go, but keep knocking the door, because we will be there to provide services one day. And Water Street is been here for over 100 years, so it means that we've been helping people, and we will continue doing it. The other question, what
gives you hope?
What gives me hope? I think God. I believe in God, and I have God in with me every single day, and also with my job, that I am in a great place to work, where everybody is welcome, nobody's judged, and I feel that we are a God family here.
Roberto, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming and spending time on the bench with me.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work you're doing with our guests.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your job too.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this for us and for everybody, to see the struggles of people in the community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, man. Take care. Do I have a couple minutes?
Yes.
Can I have a couple minute break? Awesome. If you could mute my microphone, that'd be great.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry. Playing and feeling a sense of normalcy, Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you running the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried in front of all these grown men. You know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humbled me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my 2nd year being sober, and I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
Is that what it was?
At least at where they were playing. My husband was watching.
Yeah, I was lucky enough I didn't have to watch them last night. What am I doing with my wire here? I'm gonna end up getting in trouble. Whew. All right. So while we're waiting for our next guest, who should be here any minute, one of the fun things this year is that while I'm sitting here on the bench, I'm looking over to my left, and there's a TV screen that has about 25 windows on it showing missions all over the country that are doing conversations on the bench at the same time as I am, which is really a cool thing. It's awesome to see this same kind of conversation and event happening all across. There's actually 70 different missions doing it at the same time. You can check that out. If you get bored listening to me and the conversations I'm having, you can check out, there's a website that is conversationsonthebench.org, conversationsonthebench.org. And it's hosted by Citygate Network, which we're a part of. Over 300 missions across the country that we gather together. We're all working together to try to learn from each other and do the work that we're doing even better. But yeah, so on there's a map of the United States, and you can click on there and find the 70 other missions. There's dots all over the country. Click on and watch their live stream. You can click on it and check out their websites and learn about the amazing work that's happening in other cities around the country. And the missions that are part of Citygate are all about coming alongside our neighbors experiencing homelessness, poverty, marginalization, struggling in different ways with the hope of Jesus Christ, knowing that Jesus transforms lives, and that's what we're all about. So, it's not just Water Street. There's my friend Jarrell in Pittsburgh at Light of Life Mission, my friend Jacqueline in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. They're both sitting on the bench today, and I'll be talking with Jack later. We're going to do a live Zoom together. Just like I did in the middle of the night with Bruce and with Lauren. There's people all over the place. So check it out. It's pretty cool. See what's happening. See that this is not just a Water Street thing, but it's something that's happening nationwide, raising awareness of the needs of our neighbors, those who are struggling, but also shining a light on the work that God is doing through people like Roberto, who's just on the bench with me. Through people who are doing the work in the community and just loving on their neighbors the way that Jesus calls us to. So thanks for checking us out. Again, hoping to have another, we're waiting. We have a couple guests here waiting, but we had somebody scheduled that hopefully will be here any second. So. Matt, would it make sense to have Barbara come on now? Would it make sense to have Barbara come on now while we're waiting for Izzy, since he's not here yet? Yeah.
On his way. I talked to him just right before I walked in.
Okay. Okay. I'm wondering if maybe we could have Barbara come and sit. That way, even if he arrives, if he could just wait just a couple minutes while we have that. Yeah. All right. Hi, I'm Jack.
I'm Barbara.
Barb, great to meet you.
Great to meet you too.
Here, I'm going to hand you this so that the people who are watching can hear you while we're talking.
Oh, there's somebody watching? I didn't.
Yeah, so we're live streaming this right now. It's on Facebook and YouTube.
Okay.
And there are probably maybe even like fives of people out there, not hundreds, not thousands, but there are a handful of people watching it right now and going to check it out later.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to be here to thank you and everybody that volunteers here and works for you. What a wonderful job you're doing. And I just think it's great that we have you in Lancaster.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's a blessing to be a part of Water Street. And, what we're doing today has been built on generations of people before us.
Yeah.
So Water Street's been around for 120 years.
I was just going to ask how long.
Yeah.
I knew it was a while.
Yeah. So, and obviously we weren't always doing all the things that we're doing today 120 years ago, but it's been growth and evolution over time. But so many great leaders and just people who care. who have built
Yeah.
this ministry to what it is today.
No,
So,
that's the wonderful part about
yeah.
this area of Lancaster County. There's so
Mhm.
many people that really do care about the homeless and about what you're doing to
Yeah.
help them. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you live in Lancaster City, or where
No,
are you from?
the city is not. I was born and raised in Akron, and
Okay.
I live just off of 272 by Brownstown. now.
Okay.
So I'm
All right.
I'm not used to the city. I
Yeah.
was telling the ladies that I did volunteer down to Pennsylvania SBCA, so
Oh, yeah,
I'm used
yeah.
to Prince Street.
Yeah, right down Prince Street.
Yeah, but
Different kind of shelter.
Yeah. Yeah, different kind of shelter.
You know, when we used to be called Water Street Rescue Mission.
I know, I remember that.
And one of the joys of being called a rescue mission is that we used to get calls from people asking if we would take their dogs. Because they thought we were a rescue shelter.
Oh,
They're like, oh,
yeah.
you're a shelter and it's called rescue, so that I can take my dog there. When we're like, no, wrong kind of rescue mission.
Yeah.
We're here to help people. Right down the street, you can go to the SPCA and they can help
Yeah.
you with your dog.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What is besides the monetary part of it,
Yeah.
what is the next thing that you need the most?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the work that we do, although we have a lot of staff at Water Street, we need a lot of volunteers.
You need more
We do
volunteers.
need volunteers. Yeah. So the easiest way for people to get involved, usually the first step is either in food services to help
Mhm.
serving meals, or in our outreach ministries to help connect with families in the
Okay.
community. So we do food distribution. But we want to do it in a way that's really relational and empowering to our guests who are coming in. And to do that, we it's a lot of volunteers who help make that happen.
Yeah, it seems like any organization that is doing things for outreach need a lot of
Absolutely.
A lot of volunteers.
Yeah. And it's not just Water Street. We were talking earlier about, even as we are looking at the needs for winter shelter, in our community, to be able to expand and add more shelter beds as the weather gets colder. The only way we're going to be able to do that is with volunteer help. So if you know people who have time and are willing, that's going to be a need in the near future. So.
I know I volunteer at Reuse It in Ephrata.
Awesome.
And I know that they're always needing volunteers too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I should have known that that's the second thing that you need.
That's number 2.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And then just honestly, people who care,
Mhm.
people who are going to be praying for the work that we do,
yeah.
praying for the individuals who are struggling. That's another big need of ours.
And you still have the dentistry then, I know.
We do.
Yeah, I know that it was coming along.
Yeah. And we had to scale back for a while because we didn't have a dentist on staff. But we have a new full-time dentist with us
that's
who
great.
is amazing. Her heart for ministry and her heart for people is beyond compare.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And so we've been able to reopen up full scale and serve people in the community. So it's been
good.
great. Yeah.
I don't think I have any other questions. I just wanted to be here to say thank you so much
Well, Barbara.
for everything that you do and the volunteers do and the paid staff does, because I know there's such a need.
Thank
It
you.
seems more and more.
Thank you, Barb.
You're
I'm going to
welcome.
ask you 2 questions, if that's
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm asking everybody this question.
Okay.
When you think of our neighbors who are struggling right now, who are homeless, what is your hope for them? What would you desire for them?
That they would, when they come here, that you can direct them towards the Lord and know that they do have people out in the community that really care about them.
Yeah.
And that want to help them however they can.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And my second question,
Mm-hmm.
what gives you hope?
What gives me hope is definitely the Lord, of course. And just knowing that there are so many people that are still good people that are trying to do the right thing and want to help people that are coming, especially coming not only here in Pennsylvania and Lancaster County that are homeless, but people that are coming to our country because they need help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much
Oh, no.
for coming down.
You're
Thanks for
very
venturing into the
welcome.
city
Yeah, it was
to
a
come and
venture.
visit. I appreciate that. I appreciate
Okay.
you coming in.
Well, thank you so
yeah,
much.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Take care, Barb.
I will. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Okay. Whew. Whew.
Right?
Matt, does Izzy know we're ready?
Good morning, Jake.
How you doing, Izzy? Hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's cold all of a sudden.
It is. Well, and step into the shade. That's we moved it over here this year to get out of the wind tunnel. Because last year we were over there and it was like the whole night long, just
I bet
blowing through. And
did I hear you were here until 2:15?
I've been here since 3:00 yesterday. I haven't left.
Well, I heard somebody say at 2:15 in the morning shift, and I was like, clearly they meant the afternoon.
No, that was my last guest last night.
God
left
bless
at
you.
2:15, and then I had about a 2-hour and 15-minute break where I tried to sleep right here.
Right.
And then at 4:30, I was on a Zoom call with somebody. So
Okay. Incredible.
So yeah.
Who are all these folks?
So this on the screen in front, these are missions all over the country. So
wow, incredible.
We're doing Conversations on a Bench. There are 70 other ministries and missions across the country that are doing this exact same thing today.
Oh, excellent. Wow.
So we on the West Coast, they started at noon. We started at 3 Eastern. They were noon Pacific, and we're going to end together at 3:00 this afternoon.
Okay.
And it's all, so today is World Homeless Day, which I know you're aware of.
Yes.
And I know you've got some things happening because of World Homeless Day, or you've not because of,
I
but,
know what you mean,
to
yes.
align. And so, yeah, that's the whole point of this is we want to remind our neighbors, our whole community, that we have neighbors who are sleeping on the street, sleeping in their cars, sleeping in places not fit for humans to be sleeping, and that we can do something about it.
I love it.
And that we don't have to be overwhelmed by it, although it feels overwhelming many days. If each of us step up and do something, Water Street's here, Tenfold, the Food Hub, the Y, like there's already organizations that are working hard. We had David Powers from Columbia and David Knowles from Ephrata on the bench talking about what's happening in their communities. And we just want to encourage people, like, step up and get involved and be a part of the solution, however God leads you to do that.
I love that. Is it still Ethan up there at Good Sam?
Nathan. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. I was going with you for a minute. I was like, oh, no.
It is Nathan.
Yeah. So, and wait, for the people, we didn't do an introduction of you. This is...
Oh, sorry. We're actually just talking. I'm so sorry.
We're talking, but we're on. But that's what this is. It's conversations on a bench. It's not like interview or talk show. It's conversations.
Okay.
And so this is Izzy Smith Waddell. You're my representative.
Yes.
In our state House of Representatives. I live over on Locust Street.
Yep.
And so I'm grateful for the work that you're doing.
I appreciate that, Jack.
Representing us in Harrisburg and trying to make sure that the needs of our entire Commonwealth, but Southeast Lancaster especially, are part of the agenda there.
Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And hey, folks, State Rep Izzy Smith Waddell, 49th Legislative District here in PA. Okay, Jack, I feel like you can be forgiven for almost anything at this point on 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
But how are you?
I'm actually, right now, I feel good. I feel good. So half-hour sleep last night, and it's but these conversations are life-giving, because as Barbara said, when I asked her, the young lady who just stepped off the bench, I asked her what gives her hope, and she said to knowing that people care. And that's been my experience this whole time. So from the people who are experiencing homelessness who sat with me and shared their stories, but shared how people have impacted them, how people have come alongside them, and the hope that they found in that, to the organizations that are represented, to our mayor, to Alice Yoder, to, like, people care. And so I get to spend 24 hours listening to people who care. And so I'll be exhausted when it's done. I'm going to crash at 3:05.
But right now you're energized.
But right now I feel good.
Okay. Jack, can I ask you a question? Or really, can I tell you something?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think you know this about me. I'm a cradle Catholic. And I used to work actually for a number of years up at St. Joe's. And then, in fact, actually for about 6 months in the school that they operated up at the old St. Joe's school. Actually, I don't know if folks know about what you've got going on there now. I'd love to talk about that.
Yeah, we can do that, because it all ties together to this, because Water Street does more than just shelter and residential programs for those experiencing homelessness, but we're also trying to connect with families who are struggling with poverty, with other issues that are challenging to them. And one of those things is our Wonder Academy, which is an early learning center, K3, K4, and kindergarten. And we've been doing this for 30 years, but we've always bounced around from church to church. In 30 years, we've been in 7-8 different churches.
Wow.
And wonderful partners. But one of the challenges with that is we were limited to just doing school. In those spaces, because it wasn't our space. And so we recently bought St. Joe's Catholic School from the diocese, and we renovated it, completely upgraded it, and turned it into an amazing early learning center and community center. We actually created 2 rooms on the first floor that can be used to impact the community. And what it does for Wonder Academy that takes it beyond just being an early ed is now we have space to engage with those parents and families. So the vast majority of the families whose kids are going to Wonder Academy are low-income families who from time to time are going to struggle with other areas, not just finding quality education, but also job losses, medical episodes, and acute medical needs where they're going to need intervention and care. They're going to need support. Every year, we get 5-6 requests from our families for tuition reductions.
Right.
When I tell you what we charge for tuition, like it seems crazy. So some of our families are paying $20 a month for 5-day-a-week, full day preschool programs. The highest anybody pays is $200 a month.
Right.
So incredibly subsidized already through our scholarship programs, and yet they're coming to us because there's been a job loss, there's been a furlough, there's been a medical incident, and somebody can't work for the next 2 months.
Right.
And in the past, we've always made those accommodations. Yes, keep your child here.
Right.
We are not going to kick your child out if you don't pay your tuition. Give us $5 next month instead of $50.
Right.
Now we can come alongside them. We can bring social workers from our main campus. We can bring our career and financial services team to come alongside that family and say, how can we help you?
Right.
Not just lower your tuition, but how can we help you take a next step forward? And that's the vision for what we're doing.
That's incredible. You know what this makes me think of? A couple years ago, I was up in Bald Eagle School District.
Okay.
That's in the center of the state.
Yeah,
It's north of Penn State.
Yeah.
And we were doing a hearing on rural education, and we had the superintendent of Forest County Schools.
Okay.
And so the thing that this makes me think of, and it's true as much here at the Wonder Academy, at SDOL, and in the most rural parts of the state, is that more and more services like the ones that you're talking about, like coming alongside families who may be experiencing homelessness, housing insecurity, what have you, are happening in educational environments. They're happening at schools and childcare centers. Yeah.
Lisette Rivera was just on the
yes.
So she's asking me to open up a shelter for unaccompanied youth, right? She's not, but she's saying, how do we make that a priority in our community?
Right.
Because it's a bigger issue than I think anybody's really aware. So we're talking, and she's committed to bringing the data, so that we can bring it to the table with the county strategic planning process, so we can bring it to the table. We're both on the steering committee for the coalition on homelessness, so it's an issue that everybody's aware of.
Right.
Nobody's talking about.
I think that's right. And in fact, I don't know if anybody's, watching this, one of the things that is we talk around it up in the Capitol, but there's very little direct attention to it. Every year, the Department of Education releases a report on, we often call them McKinney-Vento students, but these are students experiencing homelessness. And just the ones that school districts have counted in the last report was 50,002 across the Commonwealth.
Oh my goodness.
And these are, as you know, these are students who are, everything, sleeping in cars with their parents, doubled up, unaccompanied. And one of the biggest challenges
in hotels.
Exactly. One of the biggest challenges we're facing is that there was extra kind of COVID era ARPA funding for them.
Right.
And now
it's gone.
Right. It's gone. But the students are not, right? Like they continue to.
It's amazing how that happens. Time limited programs haven't solved the problem in the 2-year window.
Right. Turns out. And so this is a thing actually that I wish, and we're going to have, we have a day up at the Capitol to draw attention to it. But this is one of these things that I wish more of my colleagues in the legislature, were aware of, because there are, like, when we talk a lot about we do.
We talk a lot.
Yes. But we talk a lot about generational success, upward mobility, et cetera, et cetera. And one thing I firmly believe is that a lot of the I don't want to say too late, but a lot of times when we try to come alongside a person and they're in their 30s, 40s, 50s, right?
Yeah.
We've missed some crucial windows.
Right.
And so, for me, it's if we can be helping these kids, these 50,000, and again, those are just the ones that school districts are counting. If we can be helping them when they are school aged, we'll be making a much bigger difference across their lifetime and hopefully the lifetime of their kids.
Yeah. I was talking with our vice president of Next Gen Ministries, and the idea that the programs we're running or any of those interventions, are prevention programs. And I know, like, even when Water Street started it, when they started the youth center over on Queen Street, there's an idea like, oh, this is prevention because we're going to reach kids before, they make bad decisions and whatever and end up homeless. And neither of us like that perspective. Like, for one, prevention is impossible to prove.
Yeah.
But what we talked about was like creating interruptions. Interruptions to cycles, interruptions to patterns that exist in their community, in their family.
Right.
And we want to provide an interruption point where they can make choices for the future and just grow. And it's not about preventing homelessness. It's about creating a path forward for them. And so, I think the same thing for those McKinney-Vento families, those kids who are experiencing homelessness, but not defined by HUD.
Right.
How do we create a path forward for them and their families that's full of hope and possibility?
Well, so much of it is, not to make it overly logistical, so much of it is just getting from place to place, transit, or like, how do we, a thing I talked to Lisette about is those kids that the FIT team works with, a lot of the work that they do is getting parents to like parent-teacher meetings. Whether it's from the shelter or wherever they're coming from. Because that is it. Like the challenges of poverty, of homelessness, make it that much more hard, make it that much harder. Swear to God, I'm an English speaker. You're doing better than I am, and I got sleep last night. They make it that much harder to really be and stay involved in a young person's life. And so, certainly I would say, it's to the family's credit, as they put that effort in. But I think a lot, when I think about Water Street or when I think about any of the service providers in our community, I think a lot about like simple consistencies. Like if you knew every morning you were going to have a ride to work and a ride to your kid's school and your kid was going to get to and from safely, which frankly a lot of us take for granted. But many of the families that you're working with, they don't have that consistency.
Right. It's huge. We only have a couple minutes left. So
what do you want to talk about?
I do want to give you a chance because I know you're introducing some legislation today. And so I want to give you a chance to just really briefly tell us that. But then I have two questions. So can you do that in like 1 minute?
Yes.
And then I can ask the questions?
I can. So recently there was a Supreme Court decision, grants pass. And so what the Shelter First legislation that I and Senator Saval are introducing seeks to do is to keep municipalities from criminalizing homelessness, especially where somebody may not be able to access a shelter option. And I think the thing that's most important to me is it's not for us about like tying a community or a city's hands behind their back, but about shifting the conversation. Like incarceration, that should not be an option. You need to be solution oriented. And we're happy to come alongside communities as they do that. But
if you're gonna say you can't sleep in the park overnight because we have an ordinance against that, they have to have an option.
They have to have somewhere to go.
There has to be a shelter bed available. And the shelter bed can't be the prison.
That's right. Well, and really, unfortunately, the form of public housing that we invest most in
is prison.
Is prison. And if you happen to be in Lancaster, if you happen to read the newspaper, you know that what happens is, folks get pushed out of parks and they end up living in the woods behind the Walmart or even further from services.
And it makes it harder for outreach workers to connect with them and help them connect to those services that they need desperately.
Exactly.
So,
that's the bill.
No, I appreciate you raising that awareness.
I
That
appreciate
was
that.
our biggest concern with grants pass. It's again, I believe enforcement has to be part of the tool chest, because we can't just have unhealthy behaviors happening, because often, I mean, it's not about sleeping in the parks that we're concerned about, right? It's about other things that might go with that.
Right.
But we don't criminalize the fact that this person doesn't have a home. And so how do we do that? How do we come alongside? I love the idea of like enforcement can be a tool, but enforcement to get them services and help and everything, not to put them in prison.
What are the options we're providing?
Because they have nothing else in front of them. So yeah, I appreciate that.
What are your questions, Jack?
So my two questions I'm asking everybody is, when you think of our friends, our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness right now, they're sleeping in a car, they're in a hotel, they're on the street, what is your hope for them? What is it that you hope for them? And then the second question is this is tough work. You were involved with the Homeless Coalition before you got involved in the House. What gives you hope?
Okay. Good questions. To the first one, I think I don't know how many folks know this about me. I was a bad kid, Jack. I got thrown out of 2 schools, ended up going to high school at boarding school in Maryland. And I remember one of my teachers early on, and no disrespect, I was not, defying expectations, told my mom, you maybe want to moderate your expectations about where your kid's going to go in life.
Wow.
And
it's a very nice way of saying that.
Right. And I think my hope for folks actually is that they don't. If they are in a car, in a hotel, if they are doubled up, if they are sleeping in the park, my hope is that they encounter enough folks, that this community can generate enough folks who believe in them and want to help them, that they don't have to moderate their expectations for how they can transform their situation.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. And what gives you hope? Because you're in a tough job. We won't even talk about the budget.
Thank you.
You're in a tough job, but you care about these difficult issues in our community. What gives you hope?
There's a woman who works at the Redevelopment Authority, the Homelessness Coalition, Marjorie Schaefer. She has the blue hair.
Yeah.
And I think about Marjorie a lot because I see Marjorie everywhere. And she really sees part of her work as being everywhere and talking to folks all the time. So I hold that in one hand. And then from my time at the Homelessness Coalition, we were talking about folks in parks, and there are a lot of folks who are sleeping in those situations. And I've seen a number of instances which don't go talked about them. I don't even want to say, regulating, like trying to organize their own community because they see other folks engaging in unhealthy, disruptive behaviors. And they're like, look, we have a thing here. We don't need a part of
we
that.
don't need that.
Right. So between those two things, I think on both sides, I think that people have a lot of hope, a real sense of possibility, and a real sense of diligence about this issue. And I feel like it's my job, maybe our job, just to encourage that as much as possible. But when I see those people doing that work, that's what gives me hope, Jack.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Izzy, thank you.
Thank
for
you,
joining
Jack.
me on the bench.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you coming in today.
You get some coffee this morning?
I did.
Good.
I did. I'm guessing. I know my daughter texted, said she's bringing me some later, so
good.
It's good stuff.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you, man.
Thanks.
Cheers.
I'll take that for you. Take care.
Thank you.